all you FBAs do. Instead of actually, there's no excuse to be a failure in the United States. Go ahead. That's the argument I made, which is a rock solid argument. You can't defeat that. There's no excuse to be a failure in the United States. Go ahead. That's the argument I made, which is a rock solid argument. You can't defeat that.
They value the nuclear family. That is the biggest thing here that the FBAs don't see.
In Nigeria has the highest fraternity fraud in the world.
Y'all be beating y'all bitches up, man. Cut it out.
Don't you dare go there. Nigeria has the highest fraternity fraud rate in the world, sir. They don't value.
And that's why they have. And that's yes, but they're also wildly successful as well.
Okay, don't sit there talking about a nuclear family and there's orphans.
That's why, and they have nuclear families. That's why they come here and they become.
God.
What about the system, right, that they've been able to enjoy for the better part of multiple decades and say, oh my God, I'm so oppressed. What about the system, right, that they've been able to enjoy for the better part of multiple decades and say, oh my God, I'm so oppressed.
Some are even claiming that the senator has not lived the, quote, black experience, and it may affect his support in the African-American community. Obama will announce his candidacy this weekend at the old state capitol in Springfield, Illinois, where Abraham Lincoln made his stirring House Divided speech. How historic. At a building made famous by the man who freed the slaves, Obama isn't the descendant of slaves. His father emigrated from Kenya in 1959, and his mom is the Swiss Miss Girl. Some are even claiming that the senator has not lived the, quote, black experience, and it may affect his support in the African-American community. Is Barack Obama black?
No, he's not. In the American political context, black means the son of West African, the descendant of West African slaves brought here to labor in the United States. It's not a put down. It's not to say that he hasn't suffered. It's not to say that he doesn't have a glorious lineage of his own. It's just to say that he and I, who am descended from West African slaves brought to America, we are not the same.
Is Barack Obama?
But the thing is, there's a mixture. We are a mixture. What makes us foundational Black Americans, that we're mixed with the indigenous and we're mixed with the Africans who were brought over during the slave trade. And then we had an ethnogenesis. So we became a whole new ethnic group. And that ethnic group was the foundation of the United States, making our ethnic group indigenous to the United States, because we're the first ethnic group of what would become the United States, who built it. We built this thing from scratch. So that makes us indigenous. And unlike the Europeans who came from somewhere else, we were created here. Our ethnogenesis is here.
Fleeing up north? Fleeing up north?
How is that fleeing in our own country?
You fled from where it was bad. So what makes you think that Africans won't flee for where it's bad to come to see a better life in the United States?
The North was just as bad. They just had better economic opportunities up in the North. But the racism was still there. We weren't running from racism. We had race riots up in the North. The same National Guard that was in the South was the same National Guard we fought in the North, sir. So we didn't run from anything. We just wanted to go get better jobs instead of just sitting out there doing agrarian work in the South. So we didn't flee nothing. And we went back and forth to the South and the North, sir. We're not like you. We didn't just abandon the homeland altogether and pledge allegiance to a whole new nation. No. We stayed on our nation business. This is our shit. All of it. All
fleeing up.
Whereas a lot of people who are over in Africa, because you're not dealing with the white supremacists on a daily basis, you're like, well, shit, ain't no white supremacy. I don't even see no white folks, but it's the white supremacists who's controlling your economic structure there. Because you got a lot of African brothers and sisters who be like, oh, I ain't never been enslaved. And I'm like, what country are you in? I'm in Nigeria. Brother, you enslaved now. Where are my Nigerians? Where are my Nigerians? Because Nigerians, you think you ain't enslaved. The British still control your economy. They control your economy right now. They go over there and send in Boko Haram. They can control the military. They can go in there and do whatever they want to do. You got to beat down the door to get in their borders. They can just walk in. They can just hop off a boat and go over there and be running shit in 24 hours. And y'all know it. Let's be real. And a lot of times we have to understand there are people who are black who we think are down just because they're black. Now, we know what situation they are in. We know what predicament they are in. And a lot of times we think because they look and sound like us, we're supposed to bring them into the circle and they're going to be team empowerment. And a lot of times we bring these people around us and we think that they're on the team, or we entertain these people, and psychologically they're team white supremacy all day. Not only that, they have no psychological identification with us. And I talked about this on my live show this weekend. A lot of people, and we're going to be very honest, who are from the Caribbean and who are from African countries, they do not identify with us, Black Americans. But a lot of people from the Caribbean, or people who have Caribbean parents or African parents, the first and second generation people from these other countries, a lot of times they simply don't identify with us. So they're not really trying to build or empower us or themselves with us. They're like, let me get mine and let me send it back to my country because I'm not like these niggas here. Now, I like some of the advantages I get that these Negroes have taken bumps and bruises for. But other than that, I'm not with these Black Americans. Even black folks who were born here to foreign parents, they identify to the country that their parents are from because their parents have drilled into them, you're not like these Black Americans, you're something else. As a matter of fact, you're a little better because we've never been enslaved over in my country. Because understand, and I talked about this, if you look at a lot of quote unquote black media or black themed websites that show Black Americans in a negative light, they are run by people who are first or second generation African or first or second generation Caribbean. Like World Star Hip Hop, that was started by a dude, Q. Q is Haitian. And understand, a lot of Haitian brothers and sisters now, not all, because there's some Haitian revolutionary brothers and sisters down there in Miami who are down for the cause. Understand, you got some Haitians that are riders. Then again, you got some Haitians who are on the damn coon train. Understand. And that's always been like that. When you had writers like Dessalines, look at Love and Hip Hop. All the Love and Hip Hop shows now, let's be real. It's kind of hard to watch them now because it's become a coon mammy ratchet fest. And we know those images of black women are negative now. Those are horrible negative images of black women. And the person who puts that together is Mona Scott. Mona Scott is Haitian. Understand that. So when people say to Mona Scott, hey Mona, the images of black people in your shows, that's not a good look. Mona don't really give a shit. Just keep cranking it out. See, Black Americans, we will say something about that. There's only so far we'll go if we have our foot in the door and we're not cooning, will say something about those images. Look, I've done that site, horrible site, makes up bullshit stories, shows black people in the negative light. The person who owns that site is an African dude. Bossip, Madame Noir, the brother who owns that, he owns Moguldom Media. I think that brother is African because on his YouTube page, he's from Los Angeles, but he said he's Yoruba. So I'm thinking that his parents are Nigerian. He calls himself Yoruba. So the guy who owns that, I think his parents are Nigerian. Now, the Shade Room, I know for a fact that the lady who owns that, she's Nigerian. She's African. Now, the Shade Room, I know for a fact that the lady who owns that, she's Nigerian. She's African. The Shade Room, just a gossip site that just kind of shows us and black Americans in a real janky light on a regular basis. That's what it is. Now, the Shade Room, I know for also the women from the show Insecure, Issa Rae and all those people, most of the women on that show their parents are from Africa, or even they are from parts of Africa themselves. So they identify with black Americans on a minimal level. It's always on the outside looking in. Also the women from the show Insecure, Issa Rae and all those people, most of the women on that show their parents are from Africa, or even they are from parts of Africa themselves. So they identify with black Americans on a minimal level. It's always on the outside looking in.
To beat up on Twitter with this female blue chick African immigrant. She hopped in my timeline whining, fake outraged about something. I'm like, what are you talking about? Why are you in my timeline with all your dumb shit? What are you talking about? Then I saw that she was an African immigrant. I said, oh, okay, you one of them. You one of them white ass kissing, zaddy loving Negroes. And I was posting a lot of the shit she was tweeting. She was bragging about her tribe. She's the Igbo. She's Igbo. She was talking about she doesn't have to be on the same page with other black folks just because they look alike. She and her tribe, they have cultural differences that she ain't gonna never let go. And let me read some of her tweets. It was just real dumb shit.
I know the original conversation was about FBA. That's what we were talking about. We were talking about my issues with FBA. Look, we were talking about my issues with FBA. I started out by letting you know my first issue is the fact that it is an online registered store by Tariq Nasheed. He owns the right to the official website. He owns the rights to the flag. All right. He coined the name. He trademarked the name. This is a Tariq Nasheed ran business. All right. So that's my first issue with FBA. The fact that it is a trademarked entity business by Tariq Nasheed. He came up with the shit, decided that he was gonna re-identify people that were already identified in history as African Americans. He decided woke up one day and decided he wanted to re-identify people that were already identified. So he can make money off it, because that's really what it is at the end of the day. So that's my first issue with it. My second issue with it is that the leader of FBA, and if you want to debate me whether or not Tariq is the leader, we could do that too, because at the end of the day, who else but the leader would own the rights to the official website, the name, and the flag but the leader? No one but the leader would have that kind of power in most cases. Okay, so my thing is the fact that the leader, Tariq Nasheed, or the proprietor, or whatever kind of word you want to use to dress it up nicely, goes on a daily smear campaign against other black people that are in the diaspora. This is literally what he does every day. Every other video is about what a tether did. A tether did this. A Somalia guy did that. This person did this, and that person did that. And it has very little to do with what the original idea of the movement was supposed to be about, which is reparations. When's the last time this dude ever talked about reparations? He rarely talks about reparations. Why? Because the majority of his argument is about black immigrants. And I'll say that again, black immigrants, because when it comes to white immigrants, there's never no issue. There aren't any videos talking about white immigrants and the hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians who came over from Ukraine over to the United States. There's no videos about that. There's no videos about Trump saying that it was okay for the white South Africans to come on over to the United States, get their 40 acres and a mule. There's no videos about that. There's no videos about how Trump, along with his entire cabinet, are all actual immigrants. There's no videos about that. There's no videos about the general, this dude CQ Brown, who just got fired. There's no videos about that. There's no videos about anything that has any substance other than. There's no videos about anything of substance. There's no videos of anything other than black immigrants. But go ahead.
Okay, so chat. Everything he said, Tariq has a video for everything he just said. So this is somebody who does not watch Tariq's work, which is, I ain't saying he has to.
Show me the videos.
Wait,
where they at?
Wait, brother, you just ranted for like 2 minutes straight and I was quiet. So let me respond.
Yeah, let's talk about that FBA patent that you say you're not a leader of the FBA. Let's talk about it. You are the leader of FBA.
No, I'm not. And I'm not because you say so. You can't make me the leader of some There's no group called FBA.
Well, if you have a patent to it, that means you are the leader.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, sir. Yes, it does.
You lying don't make it true, sir. No, it don't.
Sir, if you patent something, that means you claim ownership of it.
No.
Right?
You can't own a lineage. That don't make sense.
Sir, if you patent FBA, that means you own the lineage. You made the word up. You own it, thus owning a lineage.
So, by your definition, I have a trademark on a product with the name FBA. I don't own the lineage, sir. You can't own lineages, sir. I know you don't know, and I know you're remedial and you don't know better. But, sir, using your logic, there are several owners of African American because there's 2,000 trademarks for the word African American. So do 2,000 people own the African American lineage?
Well, technically speaking, yes and no. You own the word. Technically speaking, sir, right?
No. Do those people own the word African American? Again, there's 2,000 people.
Yes.
Then why do everybody else use it?
Because they made it popular like you're doing, Mr. Leader.
Right. Well, you saying leader doesn't make it true, sir. There's patents on the word Nigeria. There's patents on the word Puerto Rican for different products. There's no owner of Puerto Ricans. You know what I'm saying? What you're saying is falling flat. Not working. That's why this narrative that I own the patent, which I don't own a patent, I own a trademark for a product with the name FBA on it. So that's why this narrative always falls flat. Are you guys frustrated because this narrative just never took off and people ain't come? Let's get Amro.
Tariq, I got a couple of critiques for you.
Okay.
Yeah, let's talk about that FBA patent that you say you're not a leader
let's talk
of the FBA. Let's talk about it. You are the leader of FBA.
No, I'm not. And I'm not because you say so. You can't make me a leader of some There's no group called FBA.
Well, if you have a patent to it, that means you are the leader.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, sir. Yes, it does.
You lying don't make it true, sir. No, it don't.
Sir, if you patent something, that means you claim ownership of it.
No.
Right?
You can't own a lineage. That don't make sense.
Sir, if you patent FBA, that means you own the lineage. You made the word up. You own it, thus owning a lineage.
So, by your definition, I have a trademark on a product with the name FBA. I don't own the lineage, sir. You can't own lineages, sir. I know you don't know, and I know you're remedial and you don't know better. But, sir, using your logic, there are several owners of African American because there's 2,000 trademarks for the word African American. So do 2,000 people own the African American lineage?
Well, technically speaking, yes and no. You own the word. Technically speaking, sir. Right?
No. Do those people own the word African American? Again, there's 2,000 people.
Yes.
Then why do everybody else use it?
Because they made it popular like you're doing, Mr. Leader.
Right. Well, you saying leader doesn't make it true, sir. There's patents on the word Nigeria. There's patents on the word Puerto Rican for different products. There's no owner of Puerto Ricans. You know what I'm saying? What you're saying is falling flat. Not working. That's why this narrative that I own the patent, which I don't own a patent, I own a trademark for a product with the name FBA on it. So that's why this narrative always falls flat. Are you guys frustrated because this narrative just never took off and people ain't come?
Sir, let's talk about your African lineage because you are African.
Everybody's African.
No, don't try to play the out of Africa trick with me, sir. You are an African American.
Everybody has African DNA.
Yours is more recent than everyone, right?
No.
Yes.
Nobody in my family has been in Africa for centuries. It's not recent, sir.
Well, on the grand scale of the world, it is recent.
No.
400 years is recent on the grand scheme of humankind.
No, because there was an ethnogenesis. So everybody came from Africa at one point. You don't call Jamaicans Afro or African Jamaicans. They're just Jamaicans, and they've been here around the same time as us. Why don't you call them African Jamaicans?
Well, they don't deny their African roots.
Then why don't you call them? I don't deny it either. I just said I have African roots like everybody on the planet. So why don't you call them African Jamaicans? Why are you trying to Africanize me, sir?
Well, I can understand where you're going with that. I get that. Yes, I understand. I personally don't try to call Black Americans African, but a lot of your FBA buddies are thinking that they're the Indians, which is not true. They're Africans that had an amalgamation in the United States.
Well, the thing is, there were Black Aboriginals here, which has been scientifically proven historically.
No. Sir, I looked up Lucia Woman. They said that they already made the reconstruction of it. At first, they believed.
Black people, we better start trademarking stuff. You better put your stamp on it. We better start owning things and getting paperwork on things that we create. It's very important. People always try to shame us because of the trademark we have on FBA, Foundational Black Americans. You damn right we got a trademark on that because we're going to protect it. We're not going to let white supremacists, tethers, cosplayers, anybody get that and then flip it and then make it so that we can't even use it. You know what I'm saying? People do little stuff like that. It's important. Black people, trademark your stuff. get your legal paperwork on everything you create. We got to be on that. We got to start dotting the I's and crossing the damn T's, black people, when it comes to things that we create. This is why things get co-opted from us so damn much. It's very important, man. You got to prevent cultural theft because people will steal your stuff. People watch what black people do all the time, just sitting around waiting to steal it. Also, when we own the names and brands, we can dictate how they're going to be used. You understand? Without trademarks, outsiders can come in and then distort and dilute the original purpose of what it is, stripping it from its cultural significance and then repurposing it. You understand? And also just to establish a legal standing in business. Because see, when you trademark something, that gives a lot of black entrepreneurs and creatives and educators legal protection against unauthorized use. If somebody wants to make a bunch of butt plugs called Hillman Talk, you know, you need to have your paperwork in order so nobody can do that. Because people do little janky stuff like that. They get something and then use the name to flip the narrative for something totally different. And also, you just do it to honor your legacy and your cultural contributions. You know, we've created entire industries from jazz, hip hop, social media trends, but history will erase that stuff and it will minimize your contributions. So trademark stuff, man, you got to trademark it to make sure that it's going to be recognized and the respect will go to the originators of it. You know, and also we just got to stop people with the colonizer mindset from commercializing a lot of the movements. A lot of stuff we create, them pink hands are right there in the mix trying to snatch it away for their own benefit. Yeah. And we have to trademark stuff so we can just set a precedent, man. So when we normalize trademarking within the black community, man, we set a standard that our work is valuable and it should be protected. See, we got to value ourselves, man. We got to value the stuff we create. Because, you know, we do stuff and because we're very innovative, we do stuff and we're like, we'll just throw that away. We'll do something new next week. No. Let's gatekeep the stuff that we do. Put a gate around that and then honor it and put value on it. You understand? Because we leave stuff up in the air, other people get it, and then they put a value on it, and then the stock goes up and we don't capitalize off the stock of it. We better learn business out here, man. We better learn business. That's why people try to discourage us from trademarking. Notice whenever you see a lot of comments about that Tariq had trademarked Foundational Black American, man, you own the lineage. That's COINTELPRO talk. All right? Those are alphabet boys talk. They're always trying to discourage us from doing the smart thing when it comes to movements, business, names, legacy. People always try to shame us out of doing the smart thing. You understand? And a lot of these folks are mad because they didn't get a chance to trademark FBA so they can bastardize it, because there were people actually trying to do that. And I want y'all to understand this happens all the time. People are always getting our creations and then they'll trademark it and then make a gazillion dollars. Hell, that goes all the way back to Jack Daniels and Uncle Nearest. Remember, it's a black man who created the Jack Daniels whiskey. And Jack Daniels was like, hey, that's a great little thing you got there. Oh, yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Daniel. Well, let me go ahead and get that off your hands. I'm going to run down here to the trademark office. Now, this dude has a multi-billion-dollar business off this black man who created this thing. This happens all the time. We do things, our music contributions, a lot of stuff, a lot of our cultural inventions. That's why I like to utilize a lot of names and things that have cultural relevance. When we do the R&B group Mink Slide, there's a cultural relevance to that. There was a community in Memphis, Tennessee, years ago that had a race riot, and they were beating the white supremacists off of them in the area. It was a black area called Mink Slide. It was a real area that was populated by black folks in Tennessee. That's where I got the name. And I wanted to pay homage to Archer and Pine. That was the Black Wall Street area, you see, because there was a backlash behind it. But yeah, Walmart tried to trade. That's real strange that so many Asian companies, I forgot where it started, but yeah, the Millie Rock dance, people trying to trademark Gullah Geechee. There's a lot of white people trying to do that too. So this is the thing, man. People will take your trademark and they will take your likeness. So you better have your paperwork together. Shout out to our good brother T.I. and Tiny. Remember, they just won a big lawsuit because a huge company, MGA Entertainment, took the likenesses of the OMG girls. You know, that's their daughter's group. And they won a huge settlement because, yeah, this company just said, hey, okay, well, we like that look. We're going to steal it and trademark it and put it in our joint and act like nothing happened. And no, the T.I. and Tiny was like, no. TikTok, speaking of TikTok, is a trans dude or woman, whatever you want to call him. I don't know. But he came up with this catchphrase, that demure thing, the demure phrase. So he started saying the term demure, and that kind of took off. And then a white dude from D.C. Trademarked it, I think, a white dude in his company, and they're going back and forth with that. You see? So a lot of stuff that we create always gets co-opted. So we got to make sure our paperwork is in order, man. We have to value the stuff that we come up with, because the dominant society values it. See, they want you to think lowly of yourself. They want you to think that you're less than, so that when you create things, you don't put too much value on it. And they're sitting around watching you and studying you, watching what you leave on the table. And once they see you create something and leave it on the table, they swoop in, family. I'm telling you, black folks, particularly foundational black Americans, you are cultural gold. I really want y'all to get that through your damn heads, black family. Everything you do is watched and studied, and people are trying to find ways to co-opt it. People study you for the next move. Foundational black American culture is very valuable. That's why I put so much value on it. That's why the delineation movement is in full swing, because we're going to value the things that we bring to the table because they are valuable, and we're seeing how valuable we are. That's why when other movements are going on and people are going through certain things, who are they calling on? They're always, always, always calling on foundational black Americans. They want us to come through. They know the value. They know our value. You need to know your value, ladies and gentlemen. That is very, very important. Just like I said the other night, I was talking about the Ghanaian guy sitting up here online. Black people, we better start trademarking stuff. You better put your stamp on it. We better start owning things and getting paperwork on things that we create. It's very important. You know, people always try to shame us because of the trademark we have on FBA, Foundational Black Americans. Again, you damn right we got a trademark on that because we're going to protect it. We're not going to let white supremacists, tethers, cosplayers, anybody get that and then flip it and then make it so that we can't even use it. You know what I'm saying? People do little stuff like that. It's important. Black people, trademark your stuff. Get your legal paperwork on everything you create. We got to be on that. We got to start dotting the I's and crossing the damn T's, black people, when it comes to things that we create. This is why things get co-opted from us so damn much. It's very important, man. You got to prevent cultural theft because people will steal your stuff. People watch what black people do all the time, just sitting around waiting to steal it. Also, when we own the names and brands, we can dictate how they're going to be used. You understand? Without trademarks, outsiders can come in and then distort and dilute the original purpose of what it is, stripping it from its cultural significance and then repurposing it. You understand? And also just to establish a legal standing in business. Because see, when you trademark something, that gives a lot of Black entrepreneurs and creators and educators legal protection against unauthorized use. If somebody wants to make a bunch of butt plugs called Hillman Talk, you know, you need to have your paperwork in order so nobody can do that. Because people do little janky stuff like that. They get something and then use the name to flip the narrative for something totally different. And also, you just do it to honor your legacy and your cultural contributions. You know, we've created entire industries from jazz, hip hop, social media trends, but history will erase that stuff and it will minimize your contributions. So trademark stuff, man, you got to trademark it to make sure that it's going to be recognized and the respect will go to the originators of it. You know, and also we just got to stop people with the colonizer mindset from commercializing a lot of the movements. A lot of stuff we create, them pink hands are right there in the mix trying to snatch it away for their own benefit. Yeah. And we have to trademark stuff so we can just set a precedent, man. So when we normalize trademarking within the Black community, man, we set a standard that our work is valuable and it should be protected. See, we got to value ourselves, man. We got to value the stuff we create. Because, you know, we do stuff and because we're very innovative, we do stuff and we're like, we'll just throw that away. We'll do something new next week. No. Let's gatekeep the stuff that we do. Put a gate around that and then honor it and put value on it. You understand? Because we leave stuff up in the air, other people get it, and then they put a value on it, and then the stock goes up and we don't capitalize off the stock of it. We better learn business out here, man. We better learn business. That's why people try to discourage us from trademarking. Notice whenever you see a lot of comments about, that Tariq had trademarked Foundational Black American, man, you own the lineage. That's COINTELPRO talk. All right? Those are alphabet boys talk. They're always trying to discourage us from doing the smart thing when it comes to movements, business, names, legacy. People always try to shame us out of doing the smart thing. You understand? And a lot of these folks are mad because they didn't get a chance to trademark FBA so they can bastardize it, because there were people actually trying to do that. And I want y'all to understand this happens all the time. People are always getting our creations and then they'll trademark it and then make a gazillion dollars. You see? So a lot of stuff that we create always gets co-opted. So we got to make sure our paperwork is in order, man. We have to value the stuff that we come up with because the dominant society values it. See, they want you to think lowly of yourself. They want you to think that you're less than, so that when you create things, you don't put too much value on it. And they're sitting around watching you and studying you, watching what you leave on the table. And once they see you create something and leave it on the table, they swoop in, family. I'm telling you, Black folks, particularly foundational Black Americans, you are cultural gold. I really want y'all to get that through your damn heads, Black family. Everything you do is watched and studied, and people are trying to find ways to co-opt it. People study you for the next move. Foundational Black American culture is very valuable. That's why I put so much value on it. That's why the delineation movement is in full swing, because we're going to value the things that we bring to the table because they are valuable, and we're seeing how valuable we are. That's why when other movements are going on and people are going through certain things, who are they calling on? They're always calling on foundational Black Americans. They want us to come through. They know the value. They know our value. You need to know your value, ladies and gentlemen. That is very, very important. Just like I
Tariq
said.
Nasheed talking points, and they make no sense. They don't hold up when it comes to regular logic at the end of the day. So, again, I don't even know how we got this far with this particular conversation, but but yeah, go ahead, bro.
Okay, you see how I was totally quiet while you went in?
Go ahead, bro.
Confident. Okay, so violence and enforcement. Mississippi and Alabama were especially notorious for brutal enforcement, including state-supported racial violence and lynchings. Georgia, Louisiana, and South Carolina had deeply entrenched segregation and violent suppression of Black voting rights. Tennessee was the birthplace of the Ku Klux Klan in 1865, which played a major role in racial terrorism. Arkansas and Texas also had racially motivated massacres and legal discrimination that persisted for decades. So that's why I like to add in the nuance, violent South, because Jim Crow was pretty much everywhere, but it wasn't the same. There's a difference in a Jim Crow in New York than Mississippi. See, but we know that because we got relatives, we got grandparents who experienced Jim Crow in the South. But guess where W. Du Bois was? He was in New York. A. Philip Randolph and Booker T. Washington. These guys are up north. This is why they were able to do what they was to do. In the South, they wouldn't got as far as that. They would have been met with severe opposition, violent opposition immediately, had they tried to build some Tuskegee institution in Arkansas, or Alabama, or Tennessee. That thing would have been burnt down, or attempts to burn it down would have been often. So that's why we say there's a big difference between the violent South, the slave states, and other parts of the country. But when the Great Migration happened, which you probably don't know too much about, we went to Florida, bro. So that means that we had harder times other places. We went to Florida. We went to New York. That means we went there for better opportunities. So why are we going to Florida if it's just as bad as where we just left? No, we're going to places that has jobs, less racism, or less Jim Crow mandates. That's where we were going. Okay, so anyway, we can move from there. Okay, so
hold on. Let me respond to what you said. I mean, essentially, what it seems to me like you're trying to. I don't know if this is the oppression Olympics. You're trying to say that one part of the country had worse treatment than other parts of the country. Yeah. Like, hey, we can make that debate all day. No, we don't. But at the end of the day, the original argument was whether or not Black people were in Florida, Black American people, and they were. I never said so. So I don't know what, but you're making it seem like the culture is somehow different from Florida to Georgia. Is it different? I mean, is it? I mean, for anybody chat, is it different? I mean, because
because why you're not in Mississippi? Why you're not in Alabama? Why you're not in these southern, historically violent slave states? Why are most black immigrants, and you could just Google this, most of y'all are in Florida and New York.
Okay, I don't know what that has to do with this particular argument.
Why do y'all go there? Why don't y'all go to the South? Why do y'all go to the safe, protected federal states, the liberal states? Why don't you go to a red state like that's known for discrimination, known for blatant racism, like
so? Go ahead. You don't think there's Black people that Black immigrants that live in Georgia or South Carolina or?
No, yeah. I'm in South Carolina. Y'all ain't here, bro.
It might not be a lot of people that's there, but there's people that's there. They're immigrants, Black immigrants.
Sure. I mean, like this.
There's not a lot of people. South Carolina is. Ain't a lot of people moving there in general. A lot of people are moving away from South Carolina.
Hey, brother.
So, I
beg that difference. Okay, so you got North Carolina, you got South Carolina. I lived in Mississippi. I lived in North Carolina. I lived in Texas. Mm-hmm. I ain't see y'all. I seen Hispanics.
So, so you don't think there's any Black immigrants in Texas or Mississippi? Is that what you're trying to say?
Hey, bro, I'm too smart for that. Don't use the word any. I'm saying that majority of y'all. There's only like 5 million of Caribbeans total in America, bro. And the majority of the 5, this is a fact. The majority of the 5 million is split between New York and Miami. I'm sorry, New York and Florida. The majority of the black immigrants, the 5 million that's in this country, ain't a lot of y'all. But you guys are in New York. I'm from Jersey. You're in New York and Florida. The majority.
Bro, you can make that same argument all across the board, bro. Most people are in major cities, period.
So let me ask you, well, no, because majority of the still in South.
Yes, you know about red states and blue states? Yes, bro. Go ahead.
Answer this. How many jackets you got?
I got a whole lot of jackets, bro. Whole lot.
Why?
Depending on how I'm feeling that day.
Okay. Brother,
well,
let me ask you this. Jamaica got its independence in 1962, right? August, I think, 2nd, 1962. Somewhere around
right.
there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, but before then, are you aware of the Wind Rush ship?
Wind Rush?
Yes.
What is that? Explain that. What is that?
Okay, so my Jamaican history. Okay, so during World War II, the UK was badly, hit, right? So now that's I think 1952, somewhere around there. So they invited a lot of West Indians and mainly Jamaicans to the UK to help build it back up. And they were in war, so it's like to help build it back up, join the employment field, like keep Britain afloat as they go to war. So So the ships, a big ship that was popular for that is called the Wind Rush. I think 1952. Okay. So that happened. Y'all went over there and y'all helped keep British the empire afloat. Then 1962, Jamaica had an idea that they wanted to be independent. So when y'all fought for y'all independence and won, UK said, "Oh, really?" So UK said, "All right." So they passed the immigration law that literally discriminated against just West Indians. They said, "Y'all want your independence? Well, y'all no longer allowed in this country unless y'all like a doctor or scientist. But no more laymen, lay women is coming to the UK." So that was a restriction law passed, I think, same year, 62. Okay, so 3 years later, 1965, America passed the Immigration Act, right? Where they opened the floodgates to all immigrants. Again, I just told you about the 1917, 1924 Restriction Act that was limiting immigration, all immigration, whites too. 1965, America, which is really piggybacking off the 1964 Civil Rights Movement. So that's why when Black folks say, "You guys want to be here without us," it's not like we really was caping for y'all, like pushing for y'all. It's the fact that the immigrationists at that time had clamped on our movement like they do now. Like we have the wave and everybody just hop on it and try to get shit done with the wave. So the immigrationists had attached to the Civil Rights Movement. So they passed the 1965 Immigration Act. Okay, so once they did that, a lot of Jamaicans had looked at America as a place to go, and also Canada, as opposed to UK, who just locked them out. So my thing was this: you just got your independence in 62. Why y'all in a rush to leave and go to the United States and Canada? Why not embrace your independence and build your land up? So anyway, they left. And they came to Canada and the United States. So, but that's okay because immigration is part of the United States. Like they allow legal immigration, right? That's nothing wrong with that. But here's the problem: your brightest minds and most skilled people left Jamaica, and they left behind the less educated people. And the less educated people, when they're left behind by themselves, and they get into politics and government, they're going to create corrupt governments. corrupt police officers, right? So that's what's going on. So now that's called a brain drain. So when a country lose all of their best minds and best skilled workers, that's a brain drain for the country. But the country like USA, who's receiving those people, is called a brain gain for us. Okay. But what happens is y'all come over here, not you, but y'all come over here as a collective, and y'all don't really get, with your education, you really don't get employed the same way you would be in Jamaica, like what you're qualified for. So instead of being a doctor or a nurse, you end up working in a factory. That's called brain waste. That means that you have the education to do much more, but America don't have that opportunity for you. So you're probably doing some regular work. That's called a brain waste. Stop. So now here's the issue with Jamaica. This is why Jamaica isn't getting any better. Because those who leave the country never return. The smart ones, the more skilled, they don't return. They stay abroad, America, Canada, wherever they went. And they don't go back to like rebuild it. Okay. So that's a problem with Jamaica, and India and Nigeria is having the same issue. They're most smartest people coming over here, and they're not going back to rebuild the country. So now Tariq never used those terms before. So never compare us like that. He knows some stuff. I know some stuff. He never said brain gain, brain waste, brain. Okay. So no, I don't regurgitate nobody's stuff. I do my own independent study, and I'm him. By the way, I'm definitely him. Okay. So the reason why that night, Jamaica was murder capital of the world, by the way. So when people talk about Chicago, that's a city in America. Jamaica is the murder capital of the world. It's the Chicago of countries in the world. And Jamaica got the biggest parental scam in the world, where they charge a Jamaican man for being a father. That's called a jacket. And I asked you, Jack, I was talking about that. So they charge a man with being a father on purpose. Like, it's not like she's confused. She don't know. No, she's purposely saying the wrong man is the father of her child, maybe for income or something different. And he believes that he is a father and child. So when a man fathers a child unknowingly, that's called a jacket. He's a jacket father. He has a jacket child. So Jamaica's number one in the world. Nigeria's number two, and nobody's close. So what I'm saying is, so Tariq never talks about that, ever. All right. So we don't have the same talking points like that. Stop. I do my own research. So
bro,
now
go ahead.
So last thing. So here's the problem. So when Tariq hints to that and say, hey man, you fled the country, why don't you go back and build it up? So now, like I said, he's saying in a more comedic, joking way, but I'm giving a more serious repercussions for that. What Jamaica actually complains about, the government complain about. So as a result, when you leave, now you're immigrating yourself. You're immigrating the Chinese and the Indians over there, the East Indians, to fill these labor markets. So that's why they're over there, by the way. They're over there because you're not over there. So they're immigrating the Indians and the Chinese over there to upstain Jamaica to some degree, like uphold it and keep it flourishing. But you guys were supposed to come over here for education and opportunity, and then go use that and go back and build up Jamaica. So when he says you're not, but he never elaborates on that too much, because he clown whatever. But that's what's supposed to happen. You're supposed to go back and literally help share your education over here, your skills over here, and the money, and go back and make your country better. Yeah. So now Jamaica, 89% of your tertiary graduates. That means people, that's the most, like, so tertiary graduates mean, or tertiary skill level means people who got hired in a high school diploma. Those 89% of your most educated people never go back to the country. You're number two. Guyana's number one in the world. So this is why Jamaica is corrupt, because y'all literally got the worst of the worst running the country. The best of the best is over here.
All right, bro. You finished?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So,
response to
and
that?
this, yeah, I got a whole lot of responses to that. So this is the thing about Tariq Nasheed, dudes that, and I know you say you don't regurgitate his talking points, but you clearly share his very, very same philosophy and ideals when it comes to all these things, even though it don't be based on nothing really. It just be based on really half truths, because you tell one part of the story, but you don't tell the other part. But the other part of the story is really the main part of the story. So why did people leave Jamaica? Is it just because the United States was a great place and they were just like, hey, yeah, let's go over there? No, they left Jamaica because there were no opportunities in Jamaica for them to prosper and succeed. But why were there no opportunities? Are you familiar? Are you familiar with economic sanctions? Do you know the impact or the implications of economic sanctions have on a particular country, especially from one as powerful as the United States and the United Kingdom? When they sanction a country, they cut off all your trade, exports, imports. Do you know what that does to a country? Do you know what that does to its jobs? Do you know what that does to career? Do you know what that does to economy growth?
So after you flee, why don't you build these opportunities over here? Why don't you go?
Hold on, bro. Let me keep going because you went on for about 10 minutes. I wasn't counting. It was a while though.
Because that going back part,
it was a while.
Nothing stopped you from going back.
No. I mean the same reason why the people that left the South in America didn't come back. They stayed up north.
No.
Yeah, when you go somewhere and you settle there, typically you stay there.
I'm in the South now. I'm from Jersey.
You're from Jersey? Y'all went back? So you don't think you're really the exception to the rule. When people go and they settle somewhere, they stay there.
No. See, brother.
So what you're saying is no Jamaican has come to the United States and gone back to Jamaica. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, but I can answer. Brother, if I leave South Carolina and go to, let's say, New Hampshire, I'm still in America. I'm still in my country. I'm paying my taxes, still being withheld by the same government. I'm still filing income tax. I'm still spending, building up income. I'm answering.
Go ahead.
Still helping build my country up. Nothing changed.
So if you're familiar with the United States, then you know that technically each state is its own really country. So when you leave a state, typically you're no longer contributing to that state where you're from, although it's the same country. That's one point.
Brother.
Another point that I want to make to you is at some point during the Confederacy, that was another country. So that means that people left the Confederate States, went north, so they fled the country. Okay, so we're going to use these ass backwards ass analogies at the end of the day because it's all ass backwards. If there's
who is the president of Mississippi?
Who's the president of Mississippi? There's a governor of Mississippi. No. Yeah.
Hold on. Wait, stop. I'm not saying no to that. If it's a country, it has a president, not a governor. Okay? So if it's a country, it has a president. So every country has a president? Is that what you're saying? In our hemisphere. Okay, clean it up. Because that's not how it works. I'm using technology. You're calling states, which is goofy. You're calling states governments. I'm sorry, countries. You're calling states countries. They're just every state. No. Do you know another name for a state? Do you know another name for a country? Do you know what the other name for it is called? It's called the United States. I'm asking you a question. Do you know another name for country? Okay. What's another name for country? Brother, what is our country called over here? What's another name for country? What is our country called? It's called the United States. And let's look up the definition. Wait, no. It's called the United States of the United States of America. So a bunch of states. So hold on. Let's use this for an example. If all the countries in Africa, if they all form one government, he just said all the countries of Africa. Exactly, they're countries. But you're proving my point by saying that. If they all came together and became a country, they would be the United States of Africa because they're united and they're each individual states. Let's look up the definition of a state.
Let's look up the definition of a state.
If every
A state is a political entity that governs a population and territory. A state.
Yeah, right. Where's the country?
A state is a self-governing political unit with supreme power. A state is made up of laws and their enforcement. A state is made up between different individuals on how to settle disputes. States are individual countries. There's one federal government that unites the state, but at the end of the day, each state is its own country. Okay, so that's
you saying that. That's you, but you didn't.
Let me ask you a question. Can the federal government dictate child support laws in different states?
Okay, so now can I answer?
Go ahead, answer.
You don't know more about America than me, and you damn sure don't know about more about.
Answer the question. Stop filibustering. Answer the question. Can the federal government dictate laws? Dictate state-specific laws in the state? Can they dictate child support?
Okay, hold on. You gotta relax for a second. Okay, I'm gonna toot my horn before I answer. It's my show. I can do that. Okay, brother.
I like filibustering, but go ahead.
It's me to my own horn. I know about federalism. Okay, you don't. I know about the Articles of Faith. I know all that type of stuff. So now,
I know about the separation between state and.
Okay, relax.
Okay, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so federalism. Wait, so what is federalism? Do you know?
Explain it. This is on you now. This is on you. Explain it.
You're asking questions that you don't know what you're asking. So federalism literally explains what the federal government is involved with as opposed to state government. State government is more regulating the affairs of the people. So child support and things like that will be state regulated because the state governments are more in tune with that's why they leave abortion, they leave like things like that up to the states, because the states, and matter of fact, arrest. The federal agency is not going to arrest you, right? Just because you ran a red light. That's state. So state governments and local governments are more involved in your day-to-day affairs. So no, they're not going to do that. They're going to, because states have the rights to pass their own laws as long as it doesn't contradict federal law. That's called federalism. You don't know more about America than I do,
bro. You're not refuting my point. You're what you said does not go against what I'm saying. You pretty much proved my point by saying that they can't interfere as long as it doesn't go against the Constitution.
It's already
as long constitutional law is the law of the land, but states have their own laws that also the federal government can impose on their own individual state.
No. Bro, you don't even understand your question that you asked me.
It's not a question. It's not a question. You don't even get that I'm not asking a question.
You just said that was the question, bro.
Well, you left that question in dust a long time ago. You answered. You said no. So that's the only question. No, because it's their own state. They control the laws when it comes as it pertains to those things. When it comes to the state, the individual state.
That's not why. That's not why. The Constitution, okay, is the law of the land. So states, and state legislators, they can vote on certain things they want to do in the state. So federalism, the federal government allows states to come up with reasonable laws. They can't be stupid like Jim Crow. Okay, they can't violate your civil rights, your constitutional rights, but they can come up with laws amongst themselves. Every state. So some states you can be 17 to drive, some states 18, some states 15. That's states are allowed to do that. Government allows them to do that as long as it don't violate your civil or constitutional rights. It's okay. That does not contradict anything. But now if a state try to pass something that's like discriminatory or race-based, the federal government will step in and say, no, sir.
Let's get to the point here. Do states have their own economy?
Again, all right. Here's a better question.
Do they? You're not gonna answer the question?
Well, it's just goofy questions, man.
How is it a goofy question? Do they have their own economy?
Of course, you idiot.
Okay, well, if they have their own economy, all right. If they have their own economy, why would you leave one state's economy to go to another state and not contribute to the economy that you're originally from?
Okay, because some states are behind other states as far as industrialism. Like, for example, you don't know.
You just proving my point, but go ahead.
You don't have a point. You're just saying random stuff.
You asked why Jamaicans left Jamaica, so I'm using the same logic. I'm using the same logic, but go ahead.
No,
go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're gonna say the same things that I said. Economic opportunity.
I gotta mute you because if I start talking over you, it's gonna sound sloppy. Okay, stop it. I can leave if one state is slow. I can leave this state and go to another state. Okay, because none of these states are successful without us being here, being the labor force. So you're like straight skipping past that. You're skipping past why are other states even more profitable than other states? That has all to do with our free labor. Okay, you don't know that. You don't know our history, and this is where we got delineate for you guys. You don't even know why these states are even popping. It has everything to do with us being over here. Everything. That's why they popping. The Great Migration, the industrialization, all that type of stuff. That's because our labor, our free labor over here. You know nothing. As a matter of fact, unmute yourself. All right. Because he's asking just random questions. I already said federalism allows states to draw their own rules and laws and ordinances, city ordinances, as long as it doesn't contradict your civil rights or your constitutional rights. Okay, I already established that. But now he's talking about states. We're going this state over that state. Bro, our labor is the reason why that state popping. So yeah, we're going to take advantage of whatever our labor help get popping. But let me ask you this. Are you familiar with convict leasing?
What's convict leasing, bro?
Okay. Are you familiar with peonage, the peonage system?
What is the peonage system? Go ahead, bro.
Okay. So these are other ways outside of slavery. So when slavery was abolished, the South, they enacted, even the North, they enacted black codes and Jim Crow. And because the 13th Amendment left a little loophole that said slavery is abolished unless you are convicted of a crime. So what they started to do is they started to convict us of crimes that really we didn't commit, like vagrancy, truancy, just trumped up charges. And this is like documented, like historically. Like this, white folks don't even run from this. They started to lock us up and charge us with bogus crimes, therefore leading to a peonage system of slavery and a convict leasing of slavery. Now, Miss Alabama, during convict leasing, 73% of Alabama's economy was based off convict leasing FBAs. Chat, listen to what I'm saying. 73% of Alabama's economy, he said economy, was based off convict leasing.
Bro, I mean, I'm really trying to figure out where you're going.
I'm mute you because right now I'm educated. I'm educated. Okay, so when we talk about reparations, right? We talk about land. They literally owe us states. When you look at how many states' economy was solely based off convict leasing, the peonage system, when you look at how much they depended on our labor, they owe us probably 4 states. We talking about land here, 40 acres a mule. They probably owe us 4 states. No. Plus the bag. We're talking about land. They probably owe us states, plural. 73% of Alabama's economy was convict leasing, an illegal, unconstitutional practice. He doesn't know this stuff. That's why he just can talk freely and just say what he want to say. And when I make sense, it doesn't make sense to him, but it makes sense to you because you always lived here. He didn't. He most likely came here after 1965. Oh, my fault. I muted you. I'm going to mute.
So yeah, I just want to make a few points. You know, he kind of spoke about economic sanctions, like it's not a big deal. You know, like it's nothing. You know, economic sanctions. Well, we all know that economic sanctions they They cripple economies. You know, they take away all the jobs, they take away all the careers, all that good stuff. But in addition to those things, another thing that, you know, a lot of these dudes, they always conveniently leave out of the argument. They always leave out of the argument the exploitative measures that the country that they're so involved in at this particular point, the United States. They always leave out the fact that this country is known for going to these other countries, exploiting the resources, destabilizing the economy, and then bringing all those riches back to the United States economy. Like, that's what these dudes do. That's what the United States government and other European powers, that's what they do. They go into these other countries, they destabilize the economy, because he was talking a little bit earlier about, you know, how Black people were exploited within the country. And we acknowledge that. We all know about slavery, Jim Crow, mass incarceration, all these things. But Black people across the diaspora were suffering from the very same things in their respective countries as a result of the same people that he's talking about. The same people that did it to him and his ancestors did it to us and our ancestors. We all got the same ancestors. I don't know why dudes like him and Tariq Nasheed and Yvette Carnell, these dudes want to duck and dodge around that. Like, DNA don't lie, but we ain't got to go into the DNA. It is what it is. And then he mentions fleeing, right? Now, let me see if he still keeps the same energy. Is he familiar with the 20,000 Africans, Americans during the 1800s who left the country to go to Liberia and Sierra Leone in order to repopulate those areas? Did they flee? Did the African Americans who went to Haiti when Haiti was offering refuge over in Haiti, giving African Americans free land and money, did they flee when they went to Haiti in order to escape the crimes and the degradation and everything that was going on within the country? Did they flee? Like, this flee word is very disrespectful, but I only hear it. But not only is it disrespectful, it's very subjectively and selectively used. If we're gonna say people was fleeing, then we just got to be consistent all the way across the board. Everybody be fleeing if that's the case, right? But at the end of the day, we know that when economic hardship is a real thing, war is a real thing, people went through hardships, and you can't victim blame people for doing what they thought they had to do in order to get out of the situation that they were in. And then he mentioned something along the lines of people going back. Like, when you go and you settle into an area, it's very rare you go back to where you came from, especially if you have kids, you met a husband, you know, you got 2 generations, 3 generations in, you're not going to necessarily go back, especially when the place that you're going back to is still going through the same things you originally went through, or the same things that when you're originally thinking about were going through at that particular time. So, you know, there's just a whole lot of contradictions. Like, you know, these dudes, they always tell half truths, only a part of the story. They don't talk about the economic sanctions. They don't talk about the exploitative things the government does to these other countries, the reasons why they have immigrants in the first place, the quote unquote aid that these governments give so they can make deals with these corrupt governments, politicians that they put in place so that they can exploit the resources from them. Meanwhile, destroying the economy, destroying the people. They don't talk about these things. Why don't they talk about these things? Because it's way more convenient to talk about Black people. It's easy to talk about Black people and what Black people don't do and what Black people could be doing and what Black people did. It's easy to talk about Black people because we the weakest. I hate to say it, but right now we the weakest. We working on that shit. We got stuff going on right now in Africa, Burkina Faso, the Sahel, all that, which these dudes don't talk about that. Of course not, because it doesn't suit their agenda, because they want everybody to believe that everybody who's foreign is fleeing their country, and their country, they're in the shithole countries, or whatever kind of agenda that they're painting. And I'm not specifically talking about the brother here on the line, but Tariq Nasheed is really who I'm directing all this energy at. I don't really listen to Yvette Carnell like that, but that's the agenda that's being perpetrated out here. When in the reality is we all got everything that went on here in the United States, everything that you named that black people had to go through here in the United States. Everybody, all black people across the world had to go through the same thing, and it's the same people doing the same things to everybody across the world. And nor him or anyone else can disprove that. You want to hide behind governments, but these governments, a government ain't nothing but a corporation that some dude put together. Right, but it's all the same people. If you trace the founders of this country, the same founders of this country are the same people who are the founders of the UK, who are the same people who are the founders of France, who are the same people who are these people are all the same people, but we fighting amongst ourselves about government borders and things like that, nonsensical things that don't make sense in the larger scope of things. So I land my plane right there, bro. You can say what you're gonna say.
Okay, so now FBA, but you got a problem with us, who you would call Black Americans. You got a problem with us coming up with a term. It could be FBA, it could be ADOS, it could be anything, right? It could be CCCCC. Do you have a problem with us coming up with our own self-identifying term?
No.
Okay. So are you aware of what delineating means? Like, oh no, let me ask you this. What does it mean to you? That's a better question. What does it mean to you when we say we want to delineate?
Means nothing to me.
Now, I mean, like it's an actual word. I mean, the action, because to delineate is an act. That's a verb. So when we say we wanted to delineate, or let's say when we agree with Tariq Nasheed and say we want to delineate, or when we agree with Yvette and say we want to disaggregate, like when you hear that, what do you think we're trying to communicate to the world?
We're not like those black people over there.
Well, we're not like, what we're saying is like, we're not like nobody outside of us. Like, just like a Jamaican is like nobody outside of Jamaicans, Nigerians. When you talk about Italians, like they got Italian pride. They're saying we're different Europeans than other Europeans from Europe. The Germans are saying, yo, we're different than you guys. And like the Lithuanians ain't saying, no, you're divisive because you want to be called, Scottish. That's or Irish. No, they're like, no, we're actually different. Like this ain't no game. We're actually different. So for us, what we're saying is it was fair game. Not okay. This got nothing to do with you. This is beyond the Caribbean. What we're saying is that we were fair game. Everybody had a delineating term, and delineate just means to draw the line. That's all it means. It's separating you from the others. It's like drawing a border. It's like, hey, this is my territory, and for us. Everything else, you guys got to claim your own territory. And the territory in this term is your identity. It's your ethnic identifier. Jamaican, Croatian, Ukrainian, like those are your ethnic identifiers. So we never really had one. Or better yet, we never came up with one ourselves. Something that we agreed to. We never agreed to color. We never agreed to Negroes, right? So when we got a chance to call ourselves something, it was Black, okay? But then, like later on, it was co-opted, and because you got Black Hispanics, you got Black Indians, right? So now it's like, okay, we got to specify now what type of Black we are. See, we don't want to do that. We don't want to keep specifying. We want to be like you. When you say Jamaican, that's clear, right? Who is Jamaican, who isn't? Okay, so now in around like 2016-ish, 17-ish, we say, you know what? Well, there was already a term for us back in the 1800s, which was free people. So there was already a term out there that Abraham Lincoln said, the free people, the emancipated persons. But we came up with it. He said that. So, but we said, you know what? We want to name ourselves. So finally we said, hey, man, we're ADOS. We're American descendants of slaves. And then, Tariq later on made some alteration. He said, you know what? We're FBA. We're Foundational Black Americans. And what I kind of did with FBA, I like to combine that with free people. So if you got a problem with Foundational Black American, I would say, okay, well, we're free Black Americans or free people of America. It's different ways you could remix it, but it's still pointing to the same people, right? So like you said earlier, the boats drop people off, Caribbean, Brazil. But this boat, when we say ADOS, we're talking about the boat that drop Africans off, right, over here in America, and as a result, they went through an ethnogenesis. Now, you said those Liberians. Let me get to that. So those folks that went to Liberia, you can say fled. For those who went to Haiti, you can say fled, no problem with that. I just think like hell that my ancestors didn't flee. They say, no, we're staying here. And everybody in that chat, and everybody listen to this in the future, you should be proud, even more proud, that your ancestor ain't fall for that fleeing bait. They said, nah, I'm good. I'm going to fight. Okay. So those who went to Haiti, they're Haitian now. Those who went to Liberia, they're Liberian now. They went through their own ethnogenesis. Hundreds of years somewhere else, adopting that culture, that language, that food, you dig? That's who you are. So we appreciate allies, right? So if there's a Hispanic, Chinese that want to ally with us and they have a history of being cool with us, you know what I mean? We appreciate that. There's some black Jamaicans, Guyanese, or whoever that has a good rapport with us, and you know they on cool. We're not gonna run them off. We appreciate that. What we don't appreciate is the ones who admit that their mother taught them to hate us. I got so many testimonials of black immigrants, Nigerian, Jamaican, just name it. All of them, Sudanese, Rwandan, all these people are admitting that their parents taught them when they come to America, stay away from Black Americans. And they got like funny names for us, I'm not going to say, but they made that known. Stay away from them.
Okay. What she said, yeah. Wow, that's really a lot of hate, I feel like. But like my mom would agree with that comment. She would agree with that post. She would say like, you know, lazy, like loud, rude, all the negative connotations.
That's interesting. So let's explore that.
That's really interesting. But I also will say that like my parents definitely came over here with stereotypes about African Americans.
Ignorance from our parents as well. Our parents say things to us in which, at least I can't speak for African Americans, but I know Africans, our parents say things to try to get us to stick with other Africans instead of branching out, and for that festered. So now it just lives on as we get older.
Okay, so I agree with her in that aspect, but also another thing I feel like isn't talked about enough is the way our parents will talk about Black Americans. Because if we're being honest with ourselves, our parents are not respectful. They will say things to try to instill within us to divide away from them, but like being lazy or not as clean or stuff like that. And I feel like that also helps perpetuate the divide, which also needs to be acknowledged.
And then some blame movies, right? We watch movies about you guys. That's why we didn't like y'all. Say, okay, whatever. But you can't come to us with that mentality. So if they said that, and it's true, that means that they delineated first. They were divisive first. They came over here with those vibes. Stay away from Black Americans.
When Africans are immigrating to the United States, their idea of African Americans, like, take away modern times where we have like the internet and everything, it's coming from TV, right? Where they're just seeing these rappers and these music videos, and you're seeing these movies and TV shows with people shooting guns and like cussing.
So when we try to, hey, what's going on? Hey, and we try to build with you and talk to you, get to know you, you're being standoffish. So being standoffish might get you called a name. Because after a while, we be like, yo, why you acting like that? And now we're going to become who we are. You know, okay, we got jokes. Okay, well, this is you now. You dig? And we're going to mock you. But the standoffish is what's going to provoke that. And that's what a lot of Black immigrants openly admit to. I can just play a plethora of videos, which I always do in my openings, of how many different Black immigrants say their parents taught them to hate us. Our parents never, there's no foundation Americans you're going to find, foundation Black Americans you're going to find say their parents taught us to hate Black immigrants or anybody. The best you're going to get is probably the Nation of Islam hating white folks. That's the best you're going to get. Or the Hebrew Israelites. But outside of them, and that's white folks. But you ain't gonna find no black family, no black household, no black community that taught their children to stay away from black people from different countries. That's not gonna happen, bro. There's no such thing as that in this country amongst us. So that is the difference between us. Like, you guys bring that divisive spirit over here because you were told by whoever, movie, your mother, the white man, whoever told you some negative things about us. You get over here and you don't experience those negative things, but you still hold those negative biases. That's just irrefutable. Like, dude, you're talking about Tariq, but you have a double standard, and you're hypocritical. Because when I talk about Marcus Garvey and show that he's actually a scammer, you wanted to talk about Biden pardoning him. Yo, people get pardoned. That doesn't mean you're innocent. When you Biden also pardoned his son. Was his son innocent? Like, yes, y'all getting this pardon thing mixed up. Pardon is literally a get out of jail free card. When somebody get pardoned, it doesn't matter if they're guilty or innocent. It's a get out of jail free card. So Biden pardoned Marcus Garvey. That doesn't mean he's innocent. He was clearly guilty. He admitted himself he was guilty, but he tried to say he had pure intentions. But he does not deny him scamming, selling stocks to ships he did not own. That's just his history. There's no way to get around that.
Let me say a few things real quick, bro, and then I'm gonna ask you a question. Then I'm gonna jump off because I'm gonna go get something to eat. But let me just address a few things that you said, man. You were talking about how black FBAs wanted their own identity, and I don't even like saying the word FBA, but I'll say Black Americans want their own identity. Yeah. And then you made a comparison to Jamaicans and things like that. And I always hear people make this argument.
Why don't you want to call us what we want to be called?
Well, you're speaking for 40 million people, and it's just you. You want to be called FBA, and that's fine.
Yeah, but you're talking to me,
calling
and you're talking. Well, you're talking to me, and you're talking to FBAs.
Well, I'll call you by your name. I mean, if you want to be called FBA, cool.
Yeah,
that's fine.
You're on an FBA channel.
But you're not the spokesperson for 40 million.
I am a spokesperson. I am a spokesperson.
No, you don't speak for 40 million people. What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about?
Hold on.
I don't speak for all Jamaicans. You don't speak for all black people in America.
This is what you
just
said.
Man.
Gotcha.
No. But listen.
Wait, hold on. You're not as witty as you think. I just said,
bro. I'm being very straightforward. But go ahead.
I said, why don't you call us what we want to be said? You said all FBAs. You said all Black Americans. I said, cool. I said, but you're talking to me. I would like to be called FBA. So I'm speaking for me now. And the chat would like, because you're talking to us. You even said earlier, I'm talking to the chat. Okay, well, bro, we would like to be called FBAs.
That was earlier. I'm no longer. I'm just making a general statement.
Yeah, but you're still speaking to us. But you don't have to. But I'm just pointing out to the chat. This is the more reason why we can't rock with them. They can't respect our right.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing that you and Tariq do. You act like you speak for 40 million people when you don't. You speak. Wait. You speak.
I'm not.
No, but you're mixing the two, though.
No,
you're mixing the two.
Of course, but I'm saying tonight. Okay, watch this. It's no confusion. I'm saying tonight. You're speaking to me. I'm speaking for myself. And I'm speaking for the chat. I'm not speaking for all of Black Americans tonight for this phone call only. I'm speaking for me, myself, and the chat. That's it. Because we're the only people listening right now. So I'm saying we would like to be called. You don't have to. You got the right to say whatever you want to say. But I'm saying we would like to be called FBAs. But I'm making a bigger point. I'm saying that these guys that get mad at us want to be away from them and want them back in Jamaica, where they from, out of here. They can't respect our wish. The Hebrew Israelites, right? I don't agree with all that. But if I'm talking to one, I'm going to call them an Israelite because that's what he want to be called. If I'm talking to a Moor, to harken back, I don't believe in that. But if he says, hey, I'm going to call him a Moor because that I don't even believe in that stuff. I don't accept the LGBT, but if they want to be called that, I'm going to call them that. Because that's what they want to be called. But that's just how we do. But go ahead, bro. You got it.
No, you're confusing a ideological group or a religious group with an ethnicity. Those are two different things.
Okay.
There's already a name for the ethnicity. It's called African American.
Okay.
That's the actual name. FBA is something else. You know, it's really Tariq Nasheed's online store / fan club. All right, that's really what it is. But let me get to the point I wanted to make. And the point I wanted to really make is that I hear this comparison between, you know, how Black people in America want to self-identify themselves. And first of all, I don't have no issue, but the comparison is always weird because they always. You said this earlier. You said something about how Jamaicans are called Jamaicans and Haitians are called Haitians and are called Black Haitians or whatever the case. But Jamaica is a country. There are white Jamaicans, there are Black Jamaicans, there are Chinese Jamaicans, and guess what? When they go anywhere else, they call themselves Jamaicans or Haitians or whatever country that they were born in. By the logic that you're using, everybody should want to call themselves Americans because you're born in America or the United States, people born in the United States called Americans. So there's really no need for another name outside of Americans if that's the logic that you're using to make these arguments. So that's the first thing that I want to say. The second thing I want to say is you mentioned something about how people who are immigrants, they bring a divisive spirit. I mean, this is stuff that comes directly out of Tariq Nasheed's mouth, directly out of his mouth. You know, you say you don't regurgitate his talking points, but I'm hearing a lot of his talking points coming out of your mouth. Bro, first of all, tribalism is already, that's already in our history, tribalism. We've been doing that. You do that here in the United States. We do it in Jamaica. We do it in Africa. Yeah, you do. Crips and the Bloods, ever heard of them?
Yeah.
Vice Lords.
Wait, hold on. The Crips and let me educate you. Are there Jamaicans in the Crips and Bloods?
Possibly, maybe.
Okay. Keep going. Done. Cooked you there, but go ahead.
You didn't though, because all you did was further prove my point. That is tribalism. Essentially, you're aligning yourself with a particular tribe and you're going against another tribe. Tribalism. That's what it is. It doesn't matter. It's not based on ethnicity. It's based on what you bang. But that's tribalism.
No, because first of all, can somebody be a former Crip?
What do you mean? Can you be a former Crip? I mean, these are irrelevant talking points. At the end of the day,
it's just yes or no. Can you be a former Crip?
No, actually, some people say when you're a Crip for life.
Okay, all right, go ahead, brother.
A lot of these gangs, they don't let you leave. You a Crip for life.
My man.
You might not bang anymore, but you still gonna be considered a Crip or a Blood.
No, you're not. Well, once my drop that flag, that's it. But anyway, go ahead.
You're still okay, and then them Bloods see you and they know that you be with them Crip people. Guess what? You still a Crip.
But that's fantasy because Bloods and Crips hang together. I don't know if that's fantasy you talking right now.
Okay, all right. So everybody been making up everything about Bloods and Crips. Okay, it's okay. So Bloods and Crips really don't have nothing going on. GDs, the Vice Lords, there's none of that going on. You're right. Okay, I just made it up just now. All right, but cool.
That's TV.
All right. Okay. You mentioned some other stuff about bad stereotypes from parents and people coming into the country and them having like a certain ideology about Black people when they come to the United States. And it's just like, bro, if you watch somebody on TV and they're portrayed in a certain light, then that's how you're gonna view them when you see them in person.
So we talked earlier. So you guys never watched Mo Better Blues? You guys never watched Denzel Washington? The Man on Fire. So you guys only watch degenerate movies.
Is that on BT all day, 24/7? What do you see on TV? Yes. What do you see? You see back-to-back repeat of Baby Boy. You see Baby Boy 17,000 times.
But okay, hold on.
America, go ahead.
Okay, but hold on. See, but here's the difference though. You're watching movies about us, but you guys are now watch this. Now here's the thing that you got to sit down and think about. You guys watch movies about us being violent, and then you guys say, hey, they must be violent, as though you're better. You guys lead the world in violence. So like, let's say,
come on, bro. You sound like a white supremacist right now, bro. Come on.
No, I'm making a picture.
Go ahead.
Like My point is, if you guys were against violence and you watched us be violent in movies, I can kind of get the logic a little bit, right? But if you guys are the most violent people in the world and you're watching us become violent, then it's no big deal. It's supposed to be like, that's something you're accustomed to, you're used to. So you guys are the most violent. So whatever violence we do in the movie, you're still more violent than that. So why do you look at us? Oh, they're violent, they're bad. But you're violent too, and you're the most violent. So aren't you bad too? But anyway, go ahead, brother. You got it.
I mean, it's crazy. You just generalize like millions of people. you just generalize. You put all millions of people in one box. You know what I'm saying? Like
that's a fact though. Jamaica led the world for like 10, 13 years straight to being the most violent country in the world. That's not propaganda. That's a fact.
Okay, the most violent country in the world. Yeah. Okay,
you are the world, Chicago.
I mean, it's crazy. You said the world, Chicago. Yeah. So Chicago's a real place. But anyway,
which makes it a real place.
Okay, but Chicago is too. So what are you saying? And this is the thing that you guys do. This is the thing that you guys do. You try to make one distinction. You try to say, oh,
that's not what we're doing.
We're not that violent over here. You guys are most violent on this side. And but they put the same label on all black people.
Brother, I'm not doing that. I'm saying Chicago is compared to other cities in America, not to other cities worldwide, because there's other cities that's still, those Spanish cities make Chicago look like Beverly Hills. So what I'm saying is Chicago is seen dangerous when you compare it to American cities. But when you compare Chicago to world cities, Chicago's not number one. But if you compare Jamaica to other countries,
bro, they put the same title on any place that's populated full of black people. Name one place that has a bunch of black people in it or people of color, and it's not the most violent place on earth. Name one. Name one.
So you can finish, you can ask the question, because you had a question for me. So go ahead and finish what you got to say. I'm going to go on mute, and you can ask the question. Yeah, go ahead and unmute, Chad. Yes.
Yo, you got me?
Yeah. What's going on?
No, you was bringing up a very good point. I wanted to let you cook on that point.
Oh,
okay. They bring up Chicago, like Chicago is the most violent place.
Right, it's not.
But
yep.
But we're not going to talk about the Shaka Boys in Jamaica. The Shaka Boys that was in Brooklyn, in Canada, in Miami. You know, like, and it's man, like it just pisses me off when they talk about us. Like, yo, they talk about drug dealers killing other drug dealers over here.
Right, and when did that start?
We're the most violent.
Yeah, and guess what? When did the drug dealing start? You know, when you deal with correlation, right? Just pure correlation. Look at the year. Let me ask you, just the top of your head, if you could think of a year when black on black crime was violent over drug sales, what year comes to your mind?
The 80s.
Yeah, exactly. Wait. Give us a second. Be right back. Exactly, bro. Do you know that's when they came here in mass influxes? Okay, so they were not here in the millions until the 80s. Like they were literally like in spotted areas. They were small in numbers before the 80s. They were like an irrelevant number. Okay, they made up like 0.5% of the black population. They came in the millions along with the Nigerians after the 1965 Immigration Act.
Exactly.
Okay, so now this is just correlation, right? I'm not saying this is a causation, just a correlation. So it's just like a coincidence, you could say. All right, our black on black crime and drug selling and all this negative, even the marriage rate going down, it all happened at the same time of the influx of immigrants. Like, what a coincidence.
Yes, the 1960s. Yes.
Right. Because before they came over here, bro, our marriages was 66%. Once they came over here, our marriages were unwedded. It was the opposite. We were unwedded at 66%. Now, here's an interesting fact.
when we had a high rate of marriage in the 60s, Jamaica had a low rate of marriages in the 60s. Nobody was getting married in Jamaica like that in the 60s. When we were getting married like crazy, they were not. So I believe they brought their practices over here.
And I will say this, that I grew up in a family. None of my family was on welfare, and all of my family owned houses.
Right.
You know, from my parents to my grandparents to my great grandparents.
No, wait, he's sleeping. Wait, hold on a second. No, go. I'll be outside in a second. These little kids.
My parents, my grandparents, and my great grandparents, they all own houses. As a matter of fact, my mom used to tell me they were not allowed to play with kids that owned apartments. Whose
rented
parents
apartments.
owned apartments.
Right. Wow, that's interesting. And
yes,
it makes sense.
None of my family was ever on welfare. My bad. My mom's side was never on welfare. My father's side, yes. My father came from poor beginnings, worked his way up, and then when he got my mother pregnant with me, guess what? He bought a house. And they were the last, I'll say, the last people to really benefit from the civil rights movement.
Okay.
Because by the time I got to be grown in the 90s, we couldn't even think about owning houses.
Right.
But that's the economic thing. But that's a whole nother conversation for another time.
Okay, so let me say this. American Dream, bro. You asked for the chat when I wasn't present. I'm here now. The link's in the chat. Chad clicked it. Click the link and come on and talk to grown men. All right. And bring all your stats and facts and history while you're at it. All right. We're here. Chad here. I'm here. You asked for the link. You're not here. Click the link and join us.
And here's another thing. We talked about earlier, when we came out of slavery, how we built town. Guess what we didn't do? We didn't seek retribution. There was no vast
vigilantes, taking the law in their own hands. Some Charles Bronson, Clint Eastwood out here. Steven
that
Seagal.
Wasn't in our nature.
Right.
It ain't in our nature now. So where is this coming from? Mm-hmm. That's a good case study to look into.
Right. See, but here, and this is the convoluted thing that what kills me with these folks. This is why I'm gonna call in Fresh and Fit and Cook Myron either later this week or sometime next week on these same crazy.
We don't even want to go to Sudan and their violence.
Oh no. Hey, bro, they are the worst. Look, I already Googled it, by ranking the worst country, the worst immigrant group in this country is hands down the Sudanese people. So like there's no debate there. So that's why he was telling Tariq Nasheed to don't talk about Sudan. It's like, dude, we gotta talk about Sudan because we gotta do a comparison. You can't say okay, this is what I was trying to tell the Tethers that came here earlier, Kwame and Jay. It's like, yo, you wanna talk about FBAs and our shortcomings, but bro, we don't know if this is an anomaly or if this is something natural. So we have to compare ourselves to you guys to see if this thing is a natural occurrence or it's just us, right? So we got to bring up your homeland.
And also, Ron, how much percentage of the population are we?
We're like 10 to 15%, 13 to 15%.
Okay. How much percentage of Black people are in Jamaica? How much percentage of Black people are in South Africa?
Okay, so when you go to the Black countries, they make up like 90%. Get down, don't claim.
Exactly.
They make up 90%. Guess what?
They let 10% of like the white population rule them.
Now, that's a fair point, and I didn't even bring that. Okay, brother, stop it, brother. When I talk to these folks,
let's go, Rod. Let's go.
Yeah, and that's a fair point. And when I talk to these folks, I try to get away from that, right? And I want to talk other things like history, but they keep forcing us there. They keep forcing us to take it there. Get down.
So y'all watch Menace to Society? Y'all watch Boys in the Hood, Baby Boys? And y'all
And they
think
watch.
that this is our whole
No,
population?
no. They're not that retarded because they also watch Mo Better Blues. They also watch Malcolm X. They also watch Shaft. They also watch these other positive movies with the same actors. So they just want to believe that. Now listen, and American Dream can step in. Listen, Chad. What I'm saying is whatever they watch that they felt like that represents us. Now keep in mind they're watching movies. Now I don't know how retarded people got to be to watch a movie and think it's a documentary, right? I don't know how retarded you got to be. But check this out.
Let's go, Ryan. Let's go.
But check this out. A movie is fantasy. So let's go with reality. The reality is that Jamaica is the most violent country in the world. That's the reality. They've been number one for like 20 years straight. Okay. They broke SGA shooting streak, his scoring streak. So American Dream, chime in. You want the link? Let's talk.
Yeah. And then you brought this point up before. No matter how violent Chicago is, and Chicago is only violent in one spot in Chicago.
Right.
LA is only violent in one corner of LA. That still doesn't equal to the violence that's in Jamaica, in Puerto Rico.
Now, wait. Let me take you back because I probably know more Jamaican history than most Jamaicans. Now, in the resorts, the Jamaican officials were warning tourists about the Jamaicans. They were, bro, I could easily Google this. They were warning tourists about the violent Jamaicans who were targeting tourists for like, crimes, robbery, and all type of shit. So they were warning tourists. Like it was like a red alert. Like, hey, tourists, be careful. Be careful. These Jamaicans they're gonna do you dirty. So, you can't, like you said, you can't compare a small, tiny city that don't make up none of our population, right? Small as hell, to a whole country. So again, they keep cherry picking the stats. Dude, you're choosing cities versus your country. All right. Well, that's what you got to do. That's a city. So you got to choose the whole populace versus your populace. So whatever the comparison is, it can't be a small group like Chicago. It has to be our whole populace versus your whole populace, or one of our cities versus one of your cities. It has to be even Steven.
Yeah, you talked about that earlier. You got me with that earlier. I never even thought about that till you mentioned that earlier, till you talking to the Jamaican brother earlier. You want to compare all of us to all of y'all.
Yeah, because you know why? Because the experts, they don't compare Nigerians, like how great they are in this country with education and just progression. They don't compare Nigerians to the American public. They compare Nigerians to other immigrant groups. See, experts know better. They know to compare immigrant groups with immigrant groups and the whole population with other whole populations. Okay.
But also to your point, where's the little Nigeria at?
Ain't non-existent. That's what that shit at.
Because we can find the Chinatown.
Wait, but let's find the floating slum in Nigeria, brother. Chad, have you heard?
Dude, that's the biggest one in the world. The biggest one in the world. 1 million people living there.
Yeah, and guess where they poop at and pee at?
Oh, dude, listen.
The same water they eat at.
I don't want to think about it. I'm trying not to throw up. Nah, we're not. But what's understood doesn't have to be explained.
Yeah. So that's like, listen. So they try to compare their elite class in America. That's like small as hell. I don't give a damn what the ethnic
and
group
also,
is.
We can compare our American elites because, for example, when I was young, my parents took me to Martha's Vineyard. And when I went to Martha's Vineyard, my parents are a working class family. Both my parents work, blah, blah, blah. It is what it is. But I'm talking to black kids that are talking about their maid. And I'm like, what? Like, my mind could not conceptualize that. Do you get what I'm saying, Mr. Ron?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay.
And you know, like these other people can talk, and then like these people, like in Martha's Vineyard, they're coming from old money.
Right.
Like these people had money.
Wait, who's that? Who's that?
These are foundational Black Americans that I met in Martha's Vineyard.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They
Okay.
have been rich for
Wait.
years. They
Don't
had
give up
maids.
wait, hold on, Chad. Don't give up too much information. All right. I want American Dream to chime in. Let's see what he got. Like, let's not give up no, you know what I mean? Let's preserve some of this stuff. Hey, American Dream, go ahead, bro. You asked for the link, you're here, you clicked it, you're here. Let's talk.
Hey, peace. Peace to
Yeah,
you,
peace.
Ron. Thanks for letting me
Yes,
in.
sir.
Peace to the panel. Yeah, I don't really have much to add to what y'all are talking about. What I want to, anything I want to talk about is kind of on a different topic. So I don't want to,
Well, it depends how far off it
segue from
is.
what Homeboy's
But
talking
it
about.
depends how, I might entertain it. It depends how far away it is from the topic.
Well, my question is about you were asking the other guy why he doesn't want to call you FBA, even though you want to call yourself FBA.
Yeah, we can talk about that. That's part of the topic. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess, for me, it would be for the same reason if a white person wanted me to call them foundational white Americans, I probably would have a problem with that as well. Or
why?
if they wanted.
Yeah, why?
How can they call themselves foundational white
No.
Americans?
They could make that argument, but I want to know why wouldn't American Dream respect that?
No, there's a reason why I'm asking how.
I think if their intention is to claim that white people built America and that's why they are and that's why they're calling themselves foundational, then I would object to that, and I would choose not to call them foundational, because I don't think that America was just built by just white people.
No.
For the same reason, I don't think America was built by black people.
No, but wait, slow down. Let me rebut. First of all, that's not why we say we're foundational, right? We don't say we built it by ourselves. That's a lie. We're saying that we were part of the early founders of this country. We helped contribute to the foundation of this country. We did things that other races, they did too, but we did it more as a dominant group. And there's other areas where other Europeans did it, certain things more than us. Like they were so all of us contributed, but we contribute to different things more than other folks. Like when it comes to cotton, that's all us. When it comes to sugar cane, tobacco, go ahead.
So every group can call themselves foundational.
No, not every group. They're small, like the Chinese. But it can't say foundational because they're coming from a homeland. They're coming from somewhere else. So they're foundational wherever they came from, right? But they did help to contribute to the foundation over here. So the
I would
Chinese
disagree with you, Mr. Ron, because
all right. But
white people can't say that.
Well, when you say white people, you got to be specific because you got the Irish,
the
you got the
Europeans,
Italian. No, the Irish. Okay, so let me tell you
the
this.
Irish wasn't considered white until when?
No, but that's what I'm saying to American Dream. When you say white people, you got to be careful because they were not called white at that time. So, but the Irish and the Irish,
so
the
we're
Irish
on the
and
same
Italians,
page on that one.
Yeah, the Irish and Italians definitely laid some groundwork along with the Chinese in this country. Like that's just irrefutable.
The Irish were the overseers, the paddies. That's why they gave them the police department.
Yeah, but that was later.
Okay.
I'm talking about 1860 type time. Go ahead, American.
So what other group do you think qualifies or has done enough to say they are also foundational? Or do you think only Black Americans can say they are foundational?
I would say this. I would say those Irish people at that time, they did assimilate to be called white. And some of those, the Italians, they got a claim. You got some of those UK people who came in here as indentured servants. Like they can say, hey, man, we laid a lot of this foundation. You know, I can't argue that.
So who couldn't say that?
So who couldn't say that was people who came later, people who came after.
And Italian. Italy was not a country until 1860.
But Italians have been here since slavery days as well.
Wait, hold on.
Jamaican,
But you got a different
Caribbean
way.
people have been here since slavery days.
No.
Like,
American
who hasn't been here?
Why did they call Italians Guinea?
Chat.
Why did they call Italians Guinea?
Chat. Hold on. American Dream, that's false. Okay.
What's false?
And what you just said, that's false. The Caribbeans, they made up 0.3% of the black population before before Ellis Island. You made up so they were here. The numbers are in between 4,000 to 15,000 total Caribbeans. That's false what you just said. So that basically nothing. So when you look at the demographic of who was here that was black, 90% of the blacks were in the South, and 10% of us FBAs are within the North. Okay, and you guys were in Massachusetts in tiny, insignificant numbers, tiny numbers. Stop. All right,
what are our
and
numbers
then
today? What are our numbers today?
But you're in a million. But that was after 1965.
No, what's the percentage today? What's the
Okay,
percentage today?
so you're like 1/4 of the black population right now, collective. I'm talking about Nigeria. I'm talking about all of Africa and all of the Caribbean. Y'all make up about 10 million.
You there?
So stop. Yeah, I'm here. You heard me?
No, I didn't hear you. You cut off.
So you guys, all of you guys, not you guys. I'm talking about all of the black immigrants, Africa and Haiti and the Caribbean, all together, you make about 1/4 of the black population, about 10 million.
What was the population of the Chinese back then?
Okay, the Chinese were first of all, brother.
Chinese. Yeah, what was the population of the Chinese that you said were foundational? Because you said Chinese were foundational, so I'm wondering.
No.
What was their
Said Chinese were foundational.
I said Italians.
Nobody ever said that.
American Dream. No, I did not. American, stop lying. I said the Italians and the Irish. I said they assimilated as white as early as this. You had the Chinese Exclusion Act, my boy. So they came over in small numbers. That Chinese Exclusion Act lasted all the way until 1965. They had restriction laws. Okay, so one thing you got to know,
you wouldn't say Chinese are foundational.
Okay, listen. Well, first of all, they got a homeland, and they didn't assimilate into whiteness.
I'm just asking. Would you say they're foundational? Okay, so they're not. So only black.
No, they're not.
Bro, so I just answered. So only blacks and whites are foundational to America.
So I just answered your question. Okay, so now here's the thing with you. You don't know much about this, and you have these questions, and you're not waiting for the answer. So unlike you, I actually studied immigration in this country. I know the immigration restriction laws. I know the Chinese Exclusion Act. Okay, so they were banned from this country. Them, Japanese, and the Mexicans were the only people outside of Europeans who were allowed to come in this country and be called white. So this is my area. So no, the Chinese
Mexicans weren't even white till the 1940s.
No, they did classify them as white when they was restricting in like 1917. That's the only way to get them over here because I think
who's foundational? So who would you say is foundational, Ron?
Okay,
that's all I want to know. Who would you say is foundational?
The foundationals are white people, of course, in this country, and black people.
The white people in the country and the black people, and just the black descendants of slaves. Not not all black people. There's just the black descendants of slaves.
No, because all black people didn't contribute to the foundation of this country. Only descendants of slaves.
Right. So all white people that have but not all white people that are here are foundational either.
No, not all, because some Italians came later.
Just white people that are descendants of slaveholders and white people that are descendants of, or are they just the white people that are descendants of indentured servants?
So you got indentured servants who came over here who contribute to some foundations, right? They worked in the steel mills, they worked in coal mines, right? Then you got Chinese people who worked in the railroad tracks more than anybody else. I mean, out west, we were like central. Then you have the Irish and so I'm giving you names. You got the Irish and you got the Italians. So it was pretty much, it wouldn't be like Western Europeans or Northern because they seen them as their equals. So the only the people that seen as their
I would ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Why would you say the Italians? Because the Italians did not become white till the early 1900s.
Nah, but the question is contributing to the foundation of this country. The Italians, they worked the steel mills and they worked the coal mines, which was needed to build about the Industrial Revolution. You know, these factories and these.
Didn't Caribbeans do that as well? Didn't Caribbean people do that as well?
No, they did not.
No,
they did not. No,
no.
they did not.
Hey, American Dream. Look, brother. I'm sorry, but I got to say this. I'm a cookie, bro. You guys were pretty much in the north when you came here. Okay,
But that's
you was
where
a massive.
industrialization was.
No,
That's where the industrialization
that's
was.
bro. Look, you're just talking, bro.
Industrialization was mainly in the
that's
north.
what year? Something led to the industrialization. I'm trying to show you. Something led to the industrialization. That took the railroads, that took the coal mines, that took the steel mills, that took cotton, sugar, rice. What led? So those things led to the industrial revolution. I'm trying to tell you, those factories were not built. The steel mills, the goddamn coal mines, that led to the factories. So something came before
was
something.
all black
I don't know what you
people.
mean. I don't know what you mean. Like I
Yeah,
don't know what you're talking about.
So you got to do better
Hold on,
research.
I'm not understanding what
right.
you're saying.
Right,
I'm just
right.
not understanding what you're saying, Ron.
So let me go ahead and mute you real fast. So you can understand why you're
Come
silent.
on, Ron.
Yeah, because you got to learn. You got to learn, bro. Okay, so still. Hey, Chat, can you hear me? STEEL. That was used to make skyscrapers. Do we agree?
Yes.
Okay, so where was steel made at? It was made in the goddamn coal mines. That's how you got railroad tracks.
Mainly Pennsylvania, West Virginia.
Okay, so is that hard? So there is no factories made by skyscrapers and all these buildings in the north without things being made in the south. That's what I'm saying.
Carnegie. Who was the other one?
So he's acting like factories just was always here. That's false. That's a false narrative. What you want? Stop.
I never said factories were always here.
Okay, so did you just? So I just clarified. Did that make sense to you?
It doesn't counter what I said, though. What I said was that you said Italians.
What year? I'm asking you what year. No, I'm asking you what year are you referring to the Caribbeans? What year?
That Caribbean people were here helping with industrialization.
Yes. What year?
Right after the Civil War. Right after the Civil War.
That's
what were they doing?
True.
Wait.
That's not true.
Of course he's lying. Of course he's lying.
That is true.
Dude, you made up 0.3% of the population. How much work did you do?
Okay, the Civil War was over 1865. What year are you talking about? Sir?
They could have made up, but no. Dude,
listen,
I'm asking you specific.
Jamaicans
Stop.
in America.
Stop. Wait,
Don't even let me
stop.
talk, bro.
Yeah, because I'm trying to be specific. What you keep saying they did something, brother. What did they do in the north?
They were working in the factories.
Doing what? Building what?
Italians.
No, the Italians were not even there. The Italians were
building railroads.
No, that was in the
they were not building railroads. Come on, dog.
This dude is horrible.
That's a straight up lie.
What you? All right, look. I'm gonna source up on him. Hold on. This guy said the railroad.
So you think? So when do you think? So when do you think?
No.
When do you think Caribbean people started coming to America?
You go get. Well, bro, you always been here.
Put it in the chat. The year that the Caribbean helped build the railroad. I want to see that.
Zero. So now look, that's why he can't. He's making shit up.
There were Caribbean people coming the same way. Ron, can I just say something, Ron?
Go ahead.
The same exact way that FBA people migrated from the South to come up north looking for industrial work. It's the same way people and those, let me finish, Ron. Those blacks in the South were invited to come up north to get work because for a bunch of reasons after the wars ended.
Wait, hold on. Back up. Hold on, back up.
Thank you. Ron, I think I know where you're going. I know where you're going. Go ahead.
You said the South. What state in the South? Let me bust them right fast. Go ahead, let me cook you. What state in the South?
What do you mean? What states in the South? They were coming from all states in the South.
You're lying, bro. It was Charleston.
They were moving from all states in the South.
You were in the Caribbeans were in the city of Charleston. Okay, they were not in all states in the South.
Caribbean people, Ron. I'm not talking about Caribbean people.
Who are you talking about now?
What I said was, after the Civil War,
yes,
a bunch of black people from the South moved up north. Is that true?
What year?
After the Civil War.
No.
That was not after the Civil War.
No,
that was in the 1900s. And guess what?
That is after the Civil War. 1900s.
Bro, the Civil War is 1865. What are you talking about, bro?
And after that,
Bro, no, bro. After Civil War, hey, no. Oh, all
After
right.
that,
No, stop.
people moved to the north. Listen, Ron.
No, I know. Oh, I gotta beat you. Hey, bro. 2025 is after the Civil War. Like, so, hey, Chad, he's trying to dismiss what you said. That's 35 years later. When he said after, that means right. But when you say after, when you say no, hold on, bro, you're cutting. Well,
they were migrating.
Just hold on, bro. Just hold on. When you say after the Civil War, we're led to believe after the Civil War. For example, you can say after the Civil War, it was Black Reconstruction. You can say the Klan was formed. That when you say
which
after,
Black people did not leave the South during the 10 years.
Right. So when you say after, bro, it's assumed that right away. So we think of Black Reconstruction, we think of Jim Crow, we think of the Klan, we think of peonage system, we think of convict leasing. That's after the Civil War. You can't talk about 35 years later. You know how much shit happened in between? Goddamn, the Great Depression happened. That's after the Civil War. The Civil Rights Act.
The Great Depression is where the Black migration started.
Yeah, so that was, you can't say after the Civil War. That's why I keep asking you what time. Wait, hold on, just listen.
For years.
But let's just listen so we could be on the same page. When
you keep saying the same thing though. You're just repeating yourself.
No. You're saying something way different. You're saying like 1866 that Black people started going to the north.
Right. That's how we took it because you don't specify. That's why I keep asking you.
And you're taking it wrong. You're taking it very simply.
So how do you say?
Taking it that
so
way
how do you
to
say
make a point
after?
That's not there.
No.
Can I?
How do you?
Can I?
Wait, hold on. Wait, no, because I want the confusion to stop. I'm trying to establish something so we could be on one page, bro. When I say after slavery, after the Revolutionary War, after this, after that, we're talking about the time right after that. What happened when you say after slavery?
Let me say what.
Bro, just hold on. I don't want to mute you, but you keep talking over, adding some more confusion. What you're saying, you're not agreeing. You're just talking more. It's like, dude, I don't want to have this confusion going forward. I want to be very specific. That's why I kept asking you, what time frame? We're in Caribbeans in the North? Sure they are. They're the North now, bro, 2025. So I'm asking you what time frame so I could dispute it or say you're right. Okay. So now,
so after the Civil War, right?
Wait.
So after the Civil
War,
from 1865 up to early 1900s.
No,
for those 30 years.
No, because a lot transpired. Yeah, so no.
Hold on, Mr. Ron. Mr. Ron, let him make his point so we can dispute it.
Okay, go ahead, big a fool of yourself. Go ahead.
So
I'm trying to save the guy.
War, after y'all are being so silly. Y'all think after the Civil War, like everybody just left 1 year after that.
No, we know you're lying about that.
We're not saying that. You're saying that.
Right, he's saying that.
After the Civil War,
he's saying that.
Blacks migrated after the Civil War. For years, blacks started migrating out of the South up north for those industrial jobs. Industrial jobs. Industrial jobs, because the South was ruined after the Civil War. The South was ruined after
that is not true.
Let me just finish
that
my
is
point.
No.
I gotta stop you. I gotta stop you. That's not why blacks. I'm FBA. I know my history better than you. Okay, you can't fuck me on Black American history. Period. Okay, so that's not what happened. What happens is it was the Klan attacks, the lynchings, and we were working. We were doing agriculture and domestic work because, brother. They had contracts. They had contracts for us to do become farmers working for the slave master. So we had work right away. We literally built up the goddamn South. So we were working.
Hold up, Mr. Ron. Mr. Ron, I gotta say this. There were 50 plus towns built after the Civil War, all black towns. And then after
Black Reconstruction. What are you talking about?
After the Great Compromise, a lot of them were burnt down. They were flooded out. And then in the early 1900s, that's when blacks started migrating to the north.
Chad. So a lot of stuff happened. So what I was just saying real fast is that after the Civil War, he hopped off because he can't, bro. He's not ready for this, Chad. Hey, yo, listen, no immigrant is gonna come over here and know more Black history than me in America. All right, y'all could keep trying all you want. Okay, Chad cooked him. I cooked him.
No,
He
but
was
Ron,
wrong.
you're not even acknowledging. You're not even making me say the point I want to say.
Wait, because I have to stop.
Hold on.
Just
Let him get one more point,
Ron.
Mr.
You won't
Ryan.
even let
Let
me
him get this
speak.
point off. Because we're going to cook him right after this.
You won't even let me finish, bro.
Bro, you got to be accurate though, because I'm
Let me
responsible.
finish.
I got a listening chat.
Okay,
I can't let you
let me
lie to the
finish
chat.
and then correct me. But let
Well,
me finish and then
it
correct
depends.
me.
Well, no, wait, hold on.
Because the only, jeez, you
Okay,
won't even let me finish
okay,
asking to finish.
just hold on, because
Man,
there
alive.
because there are rules here. So over
Okay.
here, and I gotta be fair, because when DJ Focus come over here, he screams, "Let me finish." I say, "Bro, that's not how that works." What happens is once you drop a point, if we don't disagree, you bring your next point. It's like a presentation, right? You read the bullet points and you explain what they are. And if there's a question, you stop. You don't ignore the question and go to the next bullet point. You stop and explain away the question.
And it has to be factual.
Right. So that's how it happens. We don't let you finish. We don't let you say a bunch of like 10 bullet points that we disagree with. And now we got a whole mess to clean up. No, it's not how that works. You make a point. If we think you're okay, you keep going. If we dispute
But
it.
you won't even let me make the point.
Okay,
I don't even get a chance to make the point.
But you did though. We checked. But go ahead. You did, and we stepped in.
I didn't get
okay,
the
go.
point.
All right, go ahead.
You don't even know the point. Because what we're talking about here is how long what were these Jamaicans and Caribbeans doing in these industries, and how long were they there for?
And the number they were at small peanut level numbers, like
so
4,000.
I'll ask this qualifying question.
I don't care how small.
How long? Hold on,
regardless of how small
sir.
it was.
How long was your family here?
No.
How long?
Okay.
How long?
Can I make a
Oh no. I'm gonna ask this question. How long was your family here?
Look, we can ask that last. Let them make a point, and we go from there. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. So after the Civil War, after the First World War, and after World War II, after every war, blacks from the South migrate north because work becomes available up north because of wartime. So blacks from the north migrate up south. And during that same time,
wait, hold on, stop.
Ron, can I finish?
Let me chime in.
Blacks from the north migrated south. That's a lie.
That's not even my point. That's not even my point.
Wait, American Dream.
But no, but you said that.
Hey, Chad,
but that's a lie.
Chad, give me a second.
That is not a fact. After every war,
wait, American Dream. Hold on. See, he don't like to be countered. American Dream.
I like to be challenged after I make a point.
No,
you won't even let me make the point.
All right. Mr. Ryan,
No, Chad. I'm
let
sorry.
him get to this.
No, Chad. I decline. I'm sorry. I cannot grant that. American Dream. American Dream. I have to ask this question before you continue.
Sure.
Because you're giving an impression that I believe is false. Were there blacks already in the north before we migrated to the north?
Yes.
Okay. You see, Chad, that's important. So we were already in the north before the migration, and we were there.
I said Southern blacks, bro. I said Southern blacks.
Okay.
The Southern, after every war, blacks in the South migrate north. Jesus Christ.
Okay,
why is
continue.
that difficult?
Go ahead, continue.
Ron,
No,
if that's difficult,
no.
If that's difficult, you won't
Mr.
understand
Ron,
anything.
this is why.
I'm saying continue.
Okay,
Mr.
so let me
Ron,
continue.
this is why I wanted to ask this question.
Somebody else.
How long, American Dream, how long is your family have been in the U.S.?
That's a fair question.
But that's not even on topic.
65.
What does that have to do with anything?
1965. No, it has everything to do with it. Because my
So now
family
you're going to
has been
change the
here.
topic. Now you're going to change the topic.
It's on topic. We're talking about Caribbeans, and we're talking about FBAs in America and our country.
No, how much did you hear? How much did you hear from word of mouth from your grandparents or your great grandparents about the migration north?
Zero.
No, let American Dream answer this question.
He's not going to answer. I know people like him.
From my grandparents, zero.
Told you.
Exactly. So you don't even know what was going on.
Bro, they wrote about it in textbooks, right? They have books about it.
They can write
You don't have
about it
to.
in textbook. But
You don't even.
I've talked to my great grandparents.
All right, Chad, let him finish because now I'm interested in where he's going. Go ahead. Go ahead and finish, bro.
So after every war, blacks in the South moved north for jobs, right? After the Civil War, World War One, after every war, they moved. And for the same reason, and during those times as well, after every war, blacks from the Caribbean also migrated.
Okay, stop. No, stop. No.
America.
Okay, no. That's wrong. That's wrong. Let me stop you.
That's wrong.
Let me stop you.
That's wrong.
Yeah. Do you know who A. Philip? Okay. Now look, I challenged you, so let me present the challenge. Okay. Do you know about A. Philip Randolph?
I'm familiar with him.
Okay. Do you know about them on the train when they was traveling to the south and giving up game about the north?
Refresh my memory.
Okay. So A. Philip Randolph. Well, first of all, the on the trains, they was the Poole brothers, they was making a lot of money on the trains.
The Poole reporters.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a lot of money they're making. Okay, and then they had a lot of education. They had a W. Du Bois, A. Philip Randolph, and a whole bunch of people in the north. Educate like a motherfucker and making money. So when they traveled through the trains, they went to the south a lot. And they was dropping off their papers to the south, and they was giving game to black Southerners about what's going on in the north and what progressions that they're making, right? As far as labor rights, child labor, all that stuff. Like so now they were giving them game. Hey, your contributions, not Caribbean, your forced and cheap labor contributions is what got these railroads built, is what got these factories built, the skyscrapers built. So your free and cheap labor literally produced, along with some white people, Irish and Italians, and some Chinese people, it literally produced the Industrial Revolution. Not no
the
goddamn
Chinese
Jamaican.
people improved, but they did not build.
Right. So yeah. So and like they helped expanding west, expanding railroads west. Okay. So with that being said, you not like Jamaicans, not like Caribbeans, bro. We are taking advantage of our labor. Now the banks in the north, those banks, all got their money from cheap enslaved labor. Not you guys, us. So like we literally finance the north.
Wall Street.
Yeah, so so now we are taking advantage of our investment, our time, our labor. Now we're taking advantage of it. This is what we contributed to. And thanks to A. Philip Randolph and those like that, they were spreading that message to the South by saying, hey, come down here. We're making money. Look, we're riding the trains. We're doing this. We're making waves. So they were communicating, and that got out, and we were headed towards. That's some of the reasons why a lot of us went north. Of course, we were getting away from also the Klan, which you guys know nothing about. Okay, so that was a deep Southern thing. Where we were.
Ron?
Yeah.
So you're right that the numbers of FBA people that moved up north and that were working in those factories, the numbers of black people, black Americans that were there, were of course higher than the Caribbean people.
There were no numbers in the Caribbean. No.
However,
wait, let me. No, I gotta cut you off. Because there were no numbers, bro. You're
yes,
4,000. Right. Wait, hold on, Chat. Wait, not Chat. Hold on, because the audience don't know this. Right. So the Caribbean people he's speaking about at that time, they were 4,000 deep. How much work did this dude think 4,000 Caribbeans did? And he can't even name. He can't even name. He can't even name.
That's what I was going to speak to.
He can't even name what they did.
That's exactly what I was going to speak to.
Massachusetts.
Number two.
Ron, that's what I was going to speak to.
No, hold on.
That's what I was going to speak to. Ron, that's what I was going to speak to.
No.
Can I speak to that, Ron?
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on, real quick.
Let me just speak to that. Let me speak
what
to
jobs did they populate? Because FBA.
Nothing. They were not
large numbers. That's what I want to speak to. That's what I want to speak to.
From roofers.
If you look up the records,
from stevedores. I can name the jobs that FBA's had.
I know, and I'm trying.
And then Caribbeans was not none of them.
Okay,
sorry,
but I'm saying,
sir.
Okay, so as certainly as there were more Black American workers up north in those factories, but The Caribbean workers that
No,
were
they
there
were not in the factories. They didn't need
Can
to
I
be.
finish my point?
Well, if you're lying, no, you can't
The
finish a
Caribbean
lie.
people that were there held higher positions than y'all. The same way today,
Get the fuck out of here, man!
I'm telling you, this is not a question.
Send that link.
This is not a
Hey, yo,
question, bro.
send that link in the chat.
This
Get
is
the
a
fuck out of
fact.
here. Get the fuck out of
Ron,
here.
this
From
is a
where?
fact.
Where?
Ron, this is a fact.
Where did you get that?
Ron.
No, tell me. It's a fact. Facts are established. Where did you get that fact from?
No.
As
Hold up. Now I'm
as
gonna
it's a fact.
placate
It's
him.
a fact, Ron.
Yeah, but you're not telling us how it's a fact.
Because y'all keep cutting
Hold
me
on,
off.
I'm gonna
As soon as I
placate
open
him.
my mouth, you cut
Hold
me off.
on, everybody.
As
I'm
soon as I
him.
open my
he
mouth,
might be
you
right
cut me
because
off.
FBAs, we did not need jobs in these factories because we were plumbers, we were construction workers.
All right. So wait. So hold on.
Now y'all don't
All right.
need the jobs.
All right. So
This
hold
is
on.
ridiculous.
Wait. Let me ask this. No. Wait. Pause that thought. Like pause that whole thought. What we're talking about. Just we'll come back to it because I gotta ask you this because right now you're saying things questionable. We'll fact check it. So I want to see how honest you really are. Right. So this is like the litmus test. Okay. So are you aware of Booker T. Washington?
Yes.
Okay. Like, are you like?
What was his
good?
philosophy?
No. I don't want to go there. I just want to know, like, were you aware of, like the major things that he done in the country, right?
Yeah, I think he opened a college. I think.
Yeah, that's good enough.
Yeah,
Okay. What about
he did.
what about
He did
W.
some
Du
really
Bois?
good things.
What about W. Du Bois?
W.E.B. Du Bois. I think. Yeah, I know a little bit about him as well.
Educator.
Yeah, I know a little bit about him.
Right.
Yes.
Author. And he went to Black Wall Street and documented over there. Okay.
Yeah, I think he was different from. You can correct me, but I think he was different from the other guy you just mentioned.
Booker T.
Booker T, and that I think Booker T more wanted to stay in America. W.E.B. Du Bois was down with leaving to go somewhere else. You can correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay. Well, so was Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey went to leave the country as well.
Right, as well as W.E.B. Du Bois.
Yeah, but I don't recall W. Du Bois like pitching the idea to like FBAs or Black Americans at that time.
And probably an even more significant difference is that where Booker T was more of a capitalist, W.E.B. Du Bois was more communist.
Yeah. So,
really?
but what I'm trying to get to is this. I'm trying to get to whether W. Du Bois had Pan-Africanist dreams or ideas. I think he did, but I don't recall him like, pitching it like Marcus Garvey. Do you recall that?
Pitching what?
Like the idea of Back to Africa, like Back to Africa movement. Do you recall him like selling that amongst Black Americans?
I know. I think he himself. I don't remember that. I'll have to look into that. But I know.
Yeah, me either. I don't either.
WBB.
I think he himself moved to Africa.
He himself
was preaching back to Africa.
Right. That's all.
I think he himself moved to Africa.
Yeah, he was definitely a Pan-Africanist. What I'm saying is, I don't believe he was like he was trying to recruit people back to Africa like Marcus Garvey. Okay, and like an earlier Pan-Africanist, I don't think that was W. Du Bois where he was. Like you said, that's something he wanted to do. Okay, so now, but that's something Marcus Garvey definitely did, though, right?
Marcus Garvey definitely wanted back to Africa.
Okay, and he was probably inspired by whom with the back to Africa ideology that you think?
Marcus Garvey.
Yeah, like
Marcus Garvey.
What inspired that thought of his?
You got me on that.
I think certain abolitionists also supported a Back to Africa movement.
Yeah, but they are different in ideology though. So basically, what I'm saying is that the early
you talking about the KKK?
No, I'm talking about the ACS, the American Colonization Society. So the back to Africa movement was from white supremacists. Like that was their way of trying to get rid of
that part I do know.
So now the reason why they wanted the Back to Africa movement is because they didn't want free Black slaves that bought themselves out of like Delaney that bought themselves out of slavery. They didn't want them to like spread that message to other enslaved people. So they wanted them out the country. Not only that, they wanted the country like they feel like they're taking up too much space. They're buying land, they're getting this done. So hey man, get the hell out the country, go do that stuff in Liberia, basically.
Can I say something for 1 second?
but is it on topic? Because I'm trying to get to something.
No, it's on topic. But
Okay.
go ahead, finish. When you're
Okay, so
done, let me talk.
Okay, so 90
do you think I'm sorry, Ron. Ron, do you think
No,
Abraham
let
Lincoln, do
him
you think
finish.
Abraham
Let him
Lincoln was a
finish.
white supremacist?
Wait,
Do you think Abe Lincoln was a
Oh,
white
Abraham
supremacist?
Lincoln definitely was.
Wait, hold on.
He
Wait, stop.
definitely was.
Wait, hold on. Stop. Before we go there, because now we're going. I'm trying to finish up on the abolitionist movement and the Back to Africa thing, right? Pan-Africanism. So Pan-Africanism was a white supremacist idea that they influenced and enforced on black folks. Some black folks didn't have a choice, but I don't know if you know that or not. But some free black folks didn't have a choice. They were sent back to Liberia, whether they agreed or not with the Back to Africa movement. But I will say this though to
Sorry,
you.
Ron, did you say was it abolitionists or white supremacists?
It was white supremacists. They definitely didn't rock with black folks. They wanted us out of country because they felt like we were a threat.
Abolitionists and white supremacists.
You just said it was abolitionists.
They're sometimes the same.
Yeah. So listen, bro, it doesn't matter what you
Fighting
are.
to free the slaves were white supremacists.
No.
Yes.
No, wait.
Because Abraham Lincoln was a white supremacist.
Chat.
Y'all got to get on the same page. Y'all got to get on the same page.
I got this. So now, American Dream. You said the abolitionists were trying to free who?
The abolitionists were trying to free the slaves.
No.
Slaves.
No. Now look.
What were they trying to abolish?
Okay.
What were they trying? They were trying to abolish slavery,
son,
right?
Son, you my son right now. They were dealing with free.
Okay, Dad.
Yeah.
Dad,
You're
can
my
I get
son.
my allowance, please?
No, you about to get cooked.
No.
Yeah, the abolitionists. Hey, yo,
Why
Chad,
is my dad cooking? Why is Dad doing? Are you a single dad?
American, hold on.
Come on, Dad.
Hold on.
Why are you
Son,
doing the cooking?
I got you, son. Hold on.
I'm sorry, I digress.
Let him finish.
I digress.
Let's stop with the insults.
No. That's
Let
not
him
insult.
cook.
No. He's not insulting because I said son first. He just going with that narrative.
I'm just messing with him.
Yeah, that's all good. No, I said it first, right? So I could take back, the joke. But anyway, you are my son because the abolitionists, the abolitionists, American Dream, the abolitionists, they were only dealing with freed black people. They were not dealing with enslaved people. So that whole era, Delaney, Cuffy, Byron, Richard Allen, these were freed blacks. And guess what? They only protect themselves.
So what were they trying to abolish?
Okay, dude, just relax. I don't know what they're trying to.
Dad,
I don't know what they're trying to abolish.
Dad,
but
can you tell me what they were abolishing then?
Wait, that's not the point.
That's not the point.
Yes, that's not the point because I never ate.
You got me calling my dad nigga.
Yeah.
Whoa, okay, nobody said that.
Hey, Chad, listen. He's trying to wiggle. Look, I'm not gonna fall for it. He's trying to wiggle out where I got him, but it's not gonna happen.
Let it go, Ryan.
So I'm past that because I'm going to cook him, and this is recorded. I'm gonna make a clip later. So the ACS, they were largely trying to get rid of freed black people. Okay, so Martin Robinson Delaney was free. Paul Cuffey was free. Richard Allen was free. They were getting rid of freed black people. They were sending free black people to Liberia. Okay. So you said, what were they abolishing? I don't know, but I know they were getting rid of free black Americans. Okay. Now,
after slavery was abolished.
No, brother. Are you serious? This started in 1819.
After slavery was abolished, there was movements.
Okay, bro, but hold on. I'm speaking about free. See, he's jumping to I'm at right now, I'm at 1820. I'm dealing with the ACS. When they pitched the idea of back to Africa, this was a white man idea. I'm just leading with that. This was a white man idea. I gave the reasons why they wanted black folks back to Africa, right? So now
and
people
they just wanted to send the free blacks back.
But that's the only people who they can send back. They can't go to my plantation and say, "Hey, give up your profit, your money," and nah.
Mr. Ron, can I jump in?
Chat, I'm almost done.
But if they're free, how can they send them back? Hold on. But if they're free, how can they send them back?
Okay, because they pitched the idea how beautiful Liberia was. They said, "Hey, if you don't want to deal with white supremacy, you can go to your own land and build that up." So they sold the idea back to Africa, similar to how Marcus Garvey sold it. You know, this was like a great promised land, and folks looking at their condition like, yeah, it got to be better than this. So it was an easy sell because they're dealing with Jim Crow, right? Hostile white supremacists. So yeah, so if they're told about a place in Africa and they're told they're African and this is better, yeah, people was like, yeah, okay, we'll try it out. Something got to be better than this. Okay, so that's the back to Africa ideas. It came from white supremacists, and they got everybody who went back to Africa, American Dream. They went through it by way of via the ACS. ACS was involved in 90%, 99% of everybody who went back to Africa. The ACS was directly involved.
What's the capital of Liberia?
Okay, wait. Before we go there, because I want to circle back to when I say who inspired Marcus Garvey, what I'm saying is indirectly it was white supremacists that inspired Marcus Garvey, W. Du Bois to do this back to Africa thing. All right. So when Marcus Garvey came here, he did the back to Africa thing, and he got some black folks interested, right, with this back to Africa movement. He promised them, hey, I got these ships, you know, and we're going to go to Liberia, which, and by the way, American Dream, Liberia was set up by the ACS. The ACS was involved. They had like a little colony, you want to say, in Liberia. So they had everything set up.
What's the capital of Liberia?
I'm not sure, but I want to just ask American Dream this.
Monrovia.
So
is it Monrovia?
Monrovia.
Is that the capital?
Okay. Monrovia, yes.
So
after James Monroe, the second president of the United States.
So now, American Dream. This is history.
Yes, sir.
So do you know why? Do you know why Marcus Garvey wasn't able to get Black Americans back, not back, but to Liberia?
For the same reason Black people won't go to Liberia today.
What's
or
that?
Anywhere else in Africa.
What's the answer?
Because they're in America and they live in the best country in the world. Why would you leave the best country in the world?
No, that's not why. I said Marcus Garvey. I didn't say why people don't want to go, because people were obviously interested. People joined in the hundreds of thousands. They joined the UNIA.
Wait, so did I misunderstand? Did I mishear your question?
Yeah. I said,
so
do you know
the question?
Got it. I said, do you know why Marcus Garvey was not successful in getting his members who wanted to go to Liberia to Liberia?
Well, my understanding is that the ones who wanted to go went.
No, that's false. Not one person lived in Liberia through Garvey. Okay, so I don't know where you read that from, but that's that jokes.com website. Stop going there. Nobody went to Liberia.
But can I say this?
No, hey, Chad, listen. Chad, let me just cook for a second and you got it. That's all. I want to land my plane, but I want to, and you got it. Okay. So because we're talking over each other and we're changing topics and we're confusing the American Dream.
But I'm not changing topics.
But you are because you don't know my line of reason right now. So you kind of are. So and that's why just now American Dream thought he answered the question, but he really didn't, because you asked something, I asked something different, and I can't fault him, right? So I can't fault him because we are asking. You said the capital of Liberia.
Monrovia.
Right.
James Monroe. Okay. But right.
Okay. So but I'm being serious. I'm not like trolling. I'm being serious. So American Dream, he wasn't successful because he never arranged a deal with the Liberians like the ACS did and like Cuffy did. He did not arrange, and just like Delaney, he did not arrange a prior meeting to, you can't just come into a country and just say, hey, we're here, honey, I'm home. They gotta agree, you gotta work something out. He never did that. So when a ship actually made it to Liberia, they got arrested and deported, and the president of Liberia said, don't do that shit again. Right. So he gave Garvey a stern warning. We don't want you here. Don't come here. So
those individual Black people that were down with his movement that wanted to go, those Blacks that wanted to go, they could have gone on their own.
No. At this point, that whole back to Africa, the Liberia thing, that was shut down. That was closed after the Civil War. So it was open before the Civil War, where there was entertaining the idea. But I'll tell you why it was no longer a good idea, right? Because it was a bad experience. This is why American Dream, some of those Pan-Africanists, they left Liberia, like Cuffy, Delaney never went. But the ones who actually went there, I'm sorry, Delaney did go. they came back to America because they seen it is not going to work. So they came back to America and said, hey, I'm FBA, basically. Like, we're here. We're not, that idea is gone. So they actually dropped that Pan-Africanist ideology. They stopped trying to go back to Africa. They realized the grass isn't greener. But so after the Civil War, they felt like they could just fight for their citizenship here, and they got worried about leaving America, because before the Civil War, they had no citizenship, so they had no rights to be respected by a white person. Okay, so they said, all right, well, let's just fight in this war, get our citizenship, and we ain't got to worry about fleeing. Right. So when Marcus Garvey came, he came too late. That idea pretty much, that was closed, at least to Liberia. That was like pretty much closed. Okay, and like I said, wait, hold on.
Can I read something real quick?
All right, wait. Okay, go ahead.
This is from ChatGPT. It
Okay.
says, through his Universal Negro Improvement Association and the Black Star Line, Garvey promoted the idea of returning to Africa to build a self-sustaining Black nation. However, only a very small number of people, estimated in the hundreds at most, actually migrated to Africa as part of Garvey's efforts. So Garvey did take people to Africa.
Okay, all right.
Just want to clarify that.
All right, cool. And you said how many?
Hundreds.
Okay, cool. I'll come behind you with research to see if that's true. Okay, fine. So hundreds. Hundreds went out of how many? Out of like 1 million? Because remember, Marcus Garvey was pitching the idea that this is the promised land as opposed to America, right? He had the answers. Now, how did Garvey get the funds to send people, get this whole idea started? Do you know American Dream?
I guess private donations, I guess.
No, scamming.
Private donations.
No. A private donation.
He may have been scamming. He may have been saying he was going to do something else with the money, but it was people gave him the money. It was still private donations.
Okay, so private donations via scamming, right?
Okay, yes, he was scamming.
So,
but
wait.
I'm trying to bring up a very good point.
All right, well, just write that down.
All this shit together.
All right, but write that down. I'm almost done. So, American Dream, you don't have a problem with somebody scamming for donations?
Tariq Nasheed scam for donations.
Okay, good. Okay, all right,
you got a problem. You seem to not have a problem with scamming.
Okay, cool.
Yes, so I have a problem with people scamming for money, of course.
Okay,
Who
cool.
doesn't?
All right, American Dream. So now I can prove Garvey scammed. He admitted and he was convicted. He actually scammed. Okay, so now
you don't have to prove it. I already said he did.
Okay.
You don't have to prove it. I know he did.
So American Dream, you got 3 minutes. Prove Tariq's a scammer. Prove the illegal scam he did.
I can't do it in 3 minutes.
Okay, so just start. Okay, so what scam? Just give us a general idea.
Give me one.
One. Yeah, just one. Go ahead.
Well, I think this whole FBA thing is really a scam.
Wait, no, stop. Scam
is as soon as you ask me to do something, you ask me a question.
I gotta mute you. I gotta mute you, brother. A scam is illegal. Okay, so coming up with a term for people is not a scam. You could say Bloods, Crips.
That's not what I said was the scam.
Okay. So what was the scam?
Okay. Maybe if you let me finish.
No. I'm not gonna let you finish, because that finish could be 3 hours. Just get to the scam.
3 hours? Are you kidding me? When have I ever opened my mouth and spoken for 3 hours?
Just get to the scam. It doesn't take long. For example, I took 2 seconds. I said Marcus Garvey was scamming for donations. Done. I proved it.
All right. So I think the FBA thing is his scam for donations to make himself money.
Okay. So how is that illegal?
How is it? Well, it's a scam because he's saying
prove the scam.
He's doing one thing.
It's something.
It's a scam because he says.
Brother, it has to be illegal. So you're not showing how he did something criminal. So explain how the scam is illegal. That means he could be, punished in the court of law. So explain the scam, how it's illegal. You're saying somebody said one. Umar said one thing.
Let me explain the scam. Can I explain?
Okay, right, but it has to be criminal. Go ahead, you got it.
A scam does not have to be criminal. You're lying. If I ask you for money to build a school and take that money and buy myself a car, I just scammed you. I didn't do anything illegal,
But
but I
did
scammed you.
Tariq ever do that?
Okay, do we agree that a scam doesn't have to be illegal?
No, a scam is illegal.
Man, you know what, Ron? You know
What Dr. Umar did is illegal.
You know what, Ron?
Well, we don't.
It should be illegal for you to say the stuff you're saying.
Umar
a scam doesn't have to be illegal.
No, a scam is actually illegal.
But hold on. Can I say something that I've been trying to say for a while?
Go ahead, brother. I hope it's like something deep. Go ahead.
After Liberia, my wife is Dominican, and she's from a certain part of the Dominican Republic. And we went there, like I met people, their last name is Steven. Their last name is James. Their last name is Smith. I'm like, yo, where did this come from? And come to find out, in the Northern Peninsula, Dominican Republic, after Liberia, when Congress told James Monroe that it was too expensive to send free slaves to Liberia, they sent them to the northern part of the Dominican Republic. And that's all I was trying to say. And that's something to be looked into. And matter of fact, some of them can speak English too. In 1824, that's when they sent them there. I land my plane right there.
You said what happened in 1824?
In 1824, after Liberia, they sent free slaves, I want to say from Pennsylvania. I don't remember where they sent them from. But
when
they
you
sent
said
them
they
to
sent them, when you said they sent them, do you mean the people did not want to go, they just shipped them out? Or the people volunteered
that part
to go?
where they wanted to, whether they volunteered to go or they went, I don't know. But slaves worked to their freedom.
Do you imagine, like, if you had to guess, would you think that they were forced out or that these people chose to leave?
I would think it was a bit of both.
Okay.
And they were sent to.
Yo, you there? Anyone there?
Oh yeah, I'm here. I had to mute y'all because you guys were talking over me. All right, American Dream. I need you to explain Tariq's scam, not your opinion. I need you to explain the scam.
Well, I thought I already did.
No, you didn't.
I just think that he created this FBA thing just to create, to put on a patent on it and sell merchandise to enrich himself. And I think that, that's his scam. He's just really in it to enrich himself. Like, you think he's really in it to create a new lineage and to create a new movement, but he's really just in it to enrich himself.
No. Okay. So, brother, before there was an FBA, there was an ADOS. Before there was an ADOS, there was an NCOBRA, and there were other, I think, things going back like to the 1800s. So this idea of reparations, and it also this idea of hey, chat, listen, dude. Okay.
No. Did you hear anything I said about the Dominican Republic before?
I heard you. I was on mute. I listened to you both exchange.
Okay. As long as you heard me, that's cool. All right, I'll go back on mute.
Yeah, I didn't want to cut in, right? I felt like y'all had a moment. Y'all were talking, dialogue. I didn't want to hop in and, cut you guys off. I wait till you guys were done. Or, and then I came in. So American Dream. Tariq's idea is not his idea. Okay, so the idea of self-identifying is old. It's before Tariq. And I just gave you NCOBRA, and I gave you Jesse Jackson. You got ADOS. you got people before Tariq Nasheed. Okay, so the reason why Tariq Nasheed came about.
Why did he leave ADOS?
Because in his mind, ADOS, well, in our minds, ADOS is an acronym for a reparations claim. It's not a ethnic identifier. So we felt like calling ourselves Black American and calling ourselves African American, it wasn't exclusive enough. It was still exclusive because
But they were calling themselves ADOS. They weren't calling themselves Black
No,
American.
when did
or
African
American. They were calling
Americans
themselves
become a
ADOS.
thing?
Chad, dude, really, Chad, really, I gotta mute you, bro.
No, I'm with you. When did African American become a thing?
Hey, bro, you can't ask a question over myself, dude. Relax. Damn,
Pardon
bro.
me, Mr. Ron. Pardon me.
All right. So, my boy, did you read Adolf's website? American Dream?
The ADOS, no, not the ADOS.
Okay.
Now that you mention it, I actually should.
Yeah, you should.
You know,
You
I
should.
have been. I have been more. I want to say impressed with ADOS.
Okay, no, okay, that's cool.
FBA.
That's cool. No, okay. No, I'm have to meet you again. I don't
But
care if you don't care.
I haven't.
Okay.
But no, I haven't read the.
Okay, cool.
Gone
Right.
to their website.
So ADOS does not make the claim that acronym is the replacer of Black American, right? Yvette calls herself Black American, all right? And Tony calls herself Black American. They don't say I'm not Black American. It's not. They say Black American, and they say we are They say Black Americans are descendants of slaves. That's what they say. It's not to replace Black Americans. FBA.
Are you a Black American? Are you a Black American?
Brother.
No. I'm just asking. Are you a Black American?
I'm more than a Black American. That's what I'm trying to get you.
But you are a Black American as well.
Hold it. Wait. Well, I'm more than I'm
not seeing the difference between you and Yvette Carnell right now, because y'all both say the same thing.
There is no difference. Okay. Yes. Right. There is no difference.
I thought you were explaining a difference. So now you're saying there's no difference. Okay, we agree.
Bruh, look at this fool. I'm explaining the difference of how ADOS is presented and how FBA is presented. Okay. So ADOS is not there to replace the term Black American. Okay. We don't say we're Black American alone. We go with American freedmen, and we also say foundational Black American. But a lot of us cling more to American freedmen, right? Because that was something.
Is that to replace Black American or African American?
Yes.
Is that the point, to replace that term?
Yes. Because we feel like.
So you don't think you're African American or Black American?
Alone, no, not by this. So not those words by themselves. We don't feel like that's enough to.
So why are you trying to replace the term though? So if it's not then why are you trying to not use the term? Because it sounds as if you don't want to get rid of the term Black American.
Well, we're adding on to it.
But you just don't. Right. But you still are a Black American.
Of course. So, but we're a different Black American than you, because you're also Black American, and we're not the same. You're not like.
We've always known that, but we've always known that, haven't we?
Well, I don't know. I don't think so, because when you guys come over here, you guys come in here as Tethers, and you go ahead and fill out the application that says Black American, right? So that's confusing to us. It's like, wait a minute, we thought you was Tether, but now you're Black American. So we like, okay, that ain't.
But there wasn't an option for Tether. There was not an option to choose Tether. It was just Black American.
I know.
So
I don't fault you.
You got to blame yourself.
No, Chad, I'm gonna throw you in the waiting room in a second, bro. Throw you in a second, bro. You coming in the wrong time. Hey, bro, I got it, Chad. I got it. I've been doing this for a little minute now. So you throwing me off, man. You stepping in, bro. I'm gonna put you in the waiting room, bro. You're really doing too much right now. Okay. So American Dream, because I put the link in for American Dream, but I appreciate you coming on. But I put it for the American Dream. He asked for the link. I threw it in there. You hopped on. No problem. You're my family. But when I'm talking, bro, you got to relax. All right. So kind of throwing me off right now. So American Dream. I don't know what you said last. All right. But I'm going to just say what I said last. So you guys are Tethers. And, I was going to say this. So what we know, because we know Black history in America better than you, what we know is that white America have always undermined us by influxing our communities or the country itself with immigrants. Okay, so we understand that that's how they undermine us. They flood the country with immigrants, and in your case, Tethers. So 1964 was the Civil Rights Act. Okay, 100 years of being locked out of America's wealth and being stripped, denied rights, and then act was passed, and the next year, guess what happens? A bunch of Tethers come to the country or allowed to come to the country. So they always undermined us with Tethers, okay, and immigrants, period. So in New York, when there was slavery in New York, before Ellis Island, we were in New York. 10% of us was in New York, and we started off as 4% of the population. Then we grew to 15% of the population, and then guess what happened? They undermined us with Ellis Island. They literally, go ahead and do chat GPT. They wanted to get our numbers back to 4%. So they swamped New York with immigrants and Tethers. And guess what? We went from 50% back to 4%. Okay, so they always undermined us with immigrants, right? All of our things. So that's what they did. They even incentivized immigrants in 1862 with the Homestead Act. Here, free land, come to the country. They didn't give it to us. Here, free land. Here's how much? 160 acres of land. Just stay for 5 years and this land is yours. So they always undermine us with immigration. And this is why
give us your tired, give us your hungry.
Yeah. And this,
what was that they said in the Statue of Liberty?
Yeah. And this is why A. Philip Randolph, he was an immigration restrictionist. He didn't want no immigrants here, not just black, white, or Hispanic. He was a Chinese. He was against all immigration because we knew Black Americans, all the way to for Frederick Douglass, the same thing. None of our leaders, well, most of our leaders were anti-immigration. We all knew that it was an attempt to undermine us. They're going to compete with jobs with us. They're going to compete with this with us, and that they're not going to be on code. Like, we knew that they're going to come with their own agenda, which I don't mind. We don't expect y'all to come over here and be kumbaya. So I don't blame American Dream. I don't blame immigrants. I don't do that. That's not what I do. That's not. If America allowed immigrants over here legally, that's none of my business. Okay, and if I have a problem, I will go to the polls. But I'm not going to have a anger or bias against a legal immigrant. Illegal, different, but legal immigrant, I'm not gonna have a problem. You know, so I don't blame legal immigrants for what America allows them to do. They're just a pawn. All right, they don't know what's going on. Right, they're just seeking opportunities. I can't blame them for that. Right, so you got the wrong guy here. All right, but nevertheless, that's how immigrants were used. They were always used to undermine us, right? To thwart our efforts.
I mean, I think that's kind of from your perspective, right?
No,
I think from
that's also chat. Oh, can I read it from Chat GPT?
Wow, man, I'll let you like you.
No, you don't let me do anything.
That's historical.
You don't let me do anything. You don't let me do anything.
I know it's your show, but man.
No, but no. But beyond the show,
though, bro.
Because you start off by saying I can't source up.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Okay, so you said that's from my what?
I said that's from your perspective.
No, it's not. That's from Chat GPT perspective. That's not mine.
Can I make a point?
Yeah, but I gotta say you were wrong. Go ahead.
Okay, so the same way, like when blacks from the South, after all those wars, when blacks from the South came up to the North to work, right? The white people up North saw those blacks coming from down South as immigrants, and they weren't very welcome. And they felt like those people were just there to undermine.
Hold on. First of all, they were not immigrants. They were not immigrants.
That's what I mean.
That's some slick tether talk. They did not see us as immigrants. They seen us as competition for sure. No, they didn't.
Now I show my face. They're not immigrants.
No, they seen you guys as immigrants. That's what you were. But they did not see
y'all as immigrants too. Y'all were coming in from the South.
No. We were already here. You already explained it.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Did they consider y'all to be migrants?
No.
Maybe, but not really.
You gotta know your history, Ron. Ron, you gotta know our history, Ron.
Hey, bro.
No, you gotta know our history.
Ron, you know who also looked at blacks from the South as people that didn't belong when they came up north?
Who?
The blacks that were up north.
Bullshit.
They didn't
You're
like the
a
blacks from the
freaking
South.
liar.
Yo, this guy.
Bro,
Hey, yo, you
No,
are
get
funny
the
as
hell
hell,
out
yo.
of here.
Yo,
No, you're freaking. Now
I
I'm
already,
showing my face
explained.
right now.
I already explained Effie Bailey and I mean not Effie, Effie, A. Philip Rand. I already explained
You said
Philip.
F.E. Bailey like he did
Yeah.
an OJ trial.
Yeah.
Get
I
out
tell
of
you,
here.
hey, bro, I do so much research and arguing. You dig that some stuff come off the tongue.
Ron,
Okay,
Ron.
now
For the most part, Ron, the blacks in the North. You know how black people up north, even today, black people up north think blacks from the South are country, right? And that they just give black people everywhere a bad name. Like that's the same thing that was
that's not how
happening
we
back
think.
then.
No, that's not how we think. I'm from the North. That's not. And no.
That's
Hold
a
on.
fact,
You
Ron.
hold on.
They was
You're
looking
talking
at
to
y'all
a
like
person
y'all was
who has
tethered.
black people
this
all
guy,
over this country.
Ron, the
these
blacks
tethers
up
wrong.
cannot
north.
have an honest conversation,
Ron,
bro.
Ron,
Yes.
Ron, the blacks up north.
No, I'm up
Looked
north.
at the
That's not
blacks
how
that
we
were
thought.
coming up. They
No,
looked
we
at
didn't.
y'all like y'all were
No.
tethers.
Wait, what you mean? Y'all from New Jersey, you dumbass. I'm from New Jersey, bro. How you talking about?
You?
I'm from New Jersey too.
Okay.
Nah.
Crazy
So you don't
Who
have
has
any
family
type of
down
crazy
south?
ass.
Who has
Ron, do you
family
have
all over this
Ron?
country?
Put him in the
No,
lie,
you're
bro.
wrong.
Yeah, I just
Ron,
left
You're
do
North
you have
wrong.
Carolina down
lineage
south.
And
from the
I'm
South?
showing my face to
Ron,
show
do you
you.
have lineage
You're
from the
wrong.
South, Ron?
Yes.
Ron, do you have
you do.
lineage from the South?
Yep. Yes, I do.
Then I am talking about you. What the hell is wrong with you? Y'all are so funny. Y'all are the funniest people in the world, bro.
What?
Because you're not telling the truth.
Hey, did you drop
No.
a? Yeah, that was
Who's
in
not
bars
telling the
just now.
truth?
That was in bars.
Who's not telling the truth? Not telling the truth about what?
Hold on. First of all, I'm showing my face.
When Southern blacks
And
came
my
up
family
north.
from the South? No. First of all, we never looked at each other as tethers.
Yeah, he just made some shit up just now.
Let me
Exactly.
tell you, the blacks up north thought y'all were making it bad for them. They thought y'all were giving them a
That's
bad name.
bullshit.
That's not bullshit. Ron, you know who you should read? You should go
Who?
read a book by Thomas Sowell, known
Hell
as
no.
Black.
Hell
Okay.
no.
Okay. Now it makes sense.
No,
Okay,
thank
now
you.
it makes sense.
No, thank you. No, thank
Ron,
you. I'll pass
Ron,
on
I
that.
know, Ron, I know,
Yeah,
but listen to me.
I'll pass on that.
Thomas Sowell has a book called Black Rednecks and White Liberals. And in that
I
book, he talks about.
I already know I already know he tried to say that we borrow our bad habits from the. I know that the talking points.
Yeah. He said,
You Tethers not
y'all are.
creative, man.
Yeah, he said y'all
You're not.
borrowed your. He said you
Okay,
got your
so
culture.
so he said
Borrowed your
that. So
culture
what?
from
So
rednecks.
so
No,
he
what I'm
said it.
saying
So
is
what?
this is so. I'm just saying that's my source.
Comment.
I'm just
Okay,
giving you a
comment.
source.
So what? Yeah, but you need to
I'm
prove
just
that.
giving
Though.
you a source.
You can't just quote. That's called appealing to authority. You can't just quote a guy because he said it. Like, what did he? What is his source to prove that? Like, what did he use as a source?
Yo, Thomas Sowell is one of America's greatest historians, dog. Are you kidding?
Bro, what did he
Y'all need
use?
to put some respect on that man's name. Y'all need to put some respect on Thomas Sowell's name.
He's just trolling right now. It's okay.
Nah,
We
ain't
have
nobody trolling, bro.
we have a humor, bro. Get in troll.
You need to put some respect on Thomas Sowell's name.
Okay. Well, put some respect on Garvey name, my boy, because he definitely represented y'all motherfuckers. Straight scammers and liars.
Thomas Sowell, who
I ain't
has
down with no Garvey, bro. Don't forget
no,
Garvey.
Thomas Sowell,
Garvey
who
was
brings
chased out
up
of
the
America
worst
by.
of black
I'm sorry,
society,
Garvey.
but he's not.
Garvey.
He does not bring up the best of black society.
Garvey was chased out of Jamaica by Jamaicans like me. So you
No,
ain't saying
no, man, you was part of the
like I
coon
don't know
class.
why
You
you think you're
came to
gonna diss
America with
Jamaicans
Garvey.
by dissing Garvey.
No.
You're not Ron.
No, I'm
All
dissing
this
the
energy
tether
you're
class.
using, dissing Garvey
No.
and thinking Jamaicans are offended. We're not. Don't forget Garvey was kicked out of of Jamaica. And y'all are the ones that welcomed him.
By the real ones.
Garvey had
No,
more
sir.
FBA followers than Caribbean followers. We kicked him out and y'all embraced him.
But
So
guess
all of this
what?
stuff you talk about Garvey every day
hold
on
on.
your show, like
What if
because we was on some Pan African.
Hold on. What have
Hey,
y'all
we were on some Pan
Caribbeans
African bullshit.
produced?
That's why.
What have y'all Caribbeans produced since Marcus Garvey?
Nah, bro, I'm not going at hey, Chad. I ain't going that far. Like
that's way too easy of a question. But guess
Bruh,
what? Let him
I'm not going
answer
that
that.
far. They produce some shit. I'm not going that. I'm not gonna be retarded. Like they definitely.
Well, you know what Black Jamaicans produced? You know what Black Jamaicans produced? An independent country.
Oh no,
Right,
no,
since
no, 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 wait. Hey,
1960?
Chat.
An independent
No,
country.
no,
Since
no,
Did
no,
1960?
no. Hey, Chad, Chad, I'm gonna mute you. Because I guarantee he don't know more Jamaican about. I guarantee this guy don't know more about Jamaica than me. All right, Chad, I'm gonna mute you, bro. Right here, you got to just bow out this one for a second, brother. How did you get your independence? And what year?
Where was it again? 1960 something.
62. And how did you August 1962? And how did you get your independence? Did you fight for, or what happened? How was it granted?
Oh yeah, we kicked their ass and kicked them out. We beat them up and kicked them out. Oh no, wait. That was Haiti. Sorry.
What the fuck?
That was Haiti. My bad.
Yo, this dude reading the comic book.
I was Haiti.
Are you serious, bro?
I don't know. I think it was just deals that were made
No.
with the. I think the Brit, like, we gained our independence the same way most of the countries that were imperialized by the British did. The British just walked away.
Right. So look.
The British just walked away and gave it to us.
I'm gonna help you out. Wait, hold on. Wait. Something happened before then. Are you familiar with the Windrush ships?
No, remind me. I forgot. I knew everything about it, but I forgot. Can you remind me?
I told you I'm going no more Jamaican than you tonight. Okay, and I'm not even Jamaican. Okay, so the Windrush ships was during World War II, right?
You're gonna have to say it in Jamaica. You have to say it in patois to say you know more Jamaican than me. Say it in patois.
Then I can't do that, so I don't know more than you, right?
You don't know nothing. Then you don't know nothing.
All right, fine. I don't know more than you, but tonight I'm going to recall certain things more than you. Is that more fair? Tonight.
Hold on. Then how can you qualify that you know more history than us?
Nah, Chad, hold on.
About
Chad
our
again,
country.
Chad. I thought he told you to mute.
Chad is sipping, yo. Chad is sipping.
Chad is sipping.
Chad showing his
snorting.
Yo, Chad showing his face and everything. Chad, hold on. I got this. Okay, so brother, you are welcome to the UK to help restore Britain during the World War II and a little afterwards, because they were out there fighting against Hitler and his allies, right? Mussolini and those boys. So
it was after World War II.
It was during and afterwards. So they invited you guys over on the Windrush ship. I forgot how many you came over, maybe 1,000, something like that. Okay. Anyway, y'all came over there. Y'all helped restore the British Empire, whatever the country. Y'all did a good job. But right after the good job, you know what they did to repay you guys? They signed a restrictive immigration act exclusively targeting the West Indians, nobody else. So they said, from now on, the only people that we want from Jamaica are the brain gain folks, the doctors, the techs, like the people who had a real thorough skill that could help build British. They no longer wanted the labor man that rock hard. They didn't want that guy anymore. Okay. So that was like 1952. So you had no choice but to go independent after that, because the British pretty much wiped their hands. But before we go there, are you familiar with the West Indies Federation?
I forgot. I knew everything about it, but I forgot about that too. My memory ain't so good no more. I'm getting old. Can you remind me?
Okay, just know it was a failed attempt for the West Indies to come together under one umbrella, like Japan or Nigeria. It was a failed attempt.
In America, we might give you the Buffalo Soldiers.
Yeah, this dude Chad is sipping. All right, yeah, Chad definitely grooving. All right. So now, American Dream. It was a failed attempt to come under one umbrella, which is call yourself West Indian. Okay, so CARICOM came afterwards. CARICOM came after that West Indian Liberation failed attempt. So after that, that's when you guys said, hey, man, and look, you guys gave up so fast, it was only a 4-year experiment. It wasn't 10, 20, 30 years. You guys gave up fast as shit. So uniting with you guys is like a dream. Like it's like it's laughable, because you guys don't commit to unification. You guys quit in 4 years. And watch this. You got independence in 1962.
Hold on.
Yeah.
We quit at unification,
Yeah.
and you are the ones that are here calling yourselves FBA and want to delineate and cut off. But we're the ones that
Right.
suck at unification. Okay, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm talking about amongst yourselves. This was y'all West Indian, pan West Indian effort, right? That you guys can't do amongst yourselves. You kind of just gave up in 4 years. And you know why you gave up?
Like y'all
Distrust.
gave up on Pan-Africanism. So why did you give up on Pan-Africanism?
Well, no, Pan-Africanism was I already explained that was an idea from white supremacy, for white supremacists.
The what?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why we gave up on that West Indian thing. We realized that was white supremacy. You
It
see how
was.
easy that is?
No,
You see
it
how
was.
easy that is?
No, but it actually.
Okay, so how are you different? You did the
Okay,
same thing.
okay, hold
You
on. No,
walked away
all
from
right, wait,
Pan-Africanism, and
slow
Caribbeans
down,
walked away
See,
from whatever they walk away
okay,
from.
so he's trying to crash out. He's trying for me to mute him, and he can log off. Stop it.
No, I'm
Bro,
done. I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So let me explain the difference. Most black people in the country did not buy 99% of us didn't buy into the back to Africa bullshit. Okay, Frederick Douglass, none of these guys bought into that. We even Richard Allen, he was entertained by it. Then he said, "Nah, I don't trust you, white people, white supremacists." So they bowed out. But bro, you're actually right though. The West Indies Federation was an idea from the British Empire. That was definitely their idea. They pissed me off. But you know they didn't do? They didn't fund it, and none of y'all had no money. So y'all try to come together with no resources to pull nothing at the table. Y'all all relied on the British to fund y'all revolution, to fund y'all independence, y'all collective pan West Indian bullshit, and they didn't.
Like you depended on white supremacy to fund your Pan-Africanism.
No, okay.
So how was Pan-Africanism white supremacy? Didn't you just say
it
it's
is.
white supremacy?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Okay, so how are you different?
Okay, so I'm explaining. All of y'all countries agreed, your leaders agreed to the West Indies Federation, the British idea, white supremacist idea. All of the countries in the West Indies, well, not all of them, I can't say all of them, but about 9 or 10 agreed to that idea. All right. But when it comes to us, bro, no, we stay right here. We stay right here. They were unsuccessful.
So you're waiting on America to agree with Pan-Africanism before you agree with it?
That's
ridiculous.
I don't know your logic.
You're waiting on America to join along with Pan-Africanism.
All right, so I got to mute you because you're cutting in. I'm explaining that we did not agree to the Pan-Africanists in large. A few people did, but even then, a lot of people were forced beyond their will to go to Liberia. Once you chat GPT that. Okay, now the difference is your entire country, those countries in the West Indies agree that this idea from white supremacists, so those few people who left doesn't represent the masses because we said, no, we stayed here and we fought in the Civil War and we gained citizenship. That's the difference. Your country as a whole, your country represents you. Okay, and those countries represent their people. Y'all leaders said this white supremacist idea is a great idea, even though he's not going to fund it, and we're going to try to join hands with no money, no resources pulled, nothing. We're still think this is a good idea. So they were sitting back there laughing, eating popcorn while you guys were trying to work it out, and you guys didn't trust each other. Okay, you guys, and that's a fact. It failed because you guys did not trust each other. Jamaica was unwilling to give up some power to the smaller countries, and the smaller countries didn't trust the bigger countries like Jamaica and Trinidad. So this was a literal failed movement by your governments, your countries, not us. We individuals.
Isn't that also why Pan-Africanism failed?
Yeah, Pan-Africanism failed because we didn't agree to it. You guys agreed to this.
Because who didn't agree? Because who didn't agree?
The masses of us. We didn't agree.
The masses of who?
Black Americans.
Okay, but Pan-Africanism failed. The Pan-Africanism that started failed because people couldn't trust each other. The same exact thing.
No, you missed what I said.
W.E.B. Du Bois, one of your heroes. W.E.B. Du Bois was a big Pan-Africanist. And why did that fail?
Okay.
Is he a failure? Did he fail?
No, because we established.
So
No, hold up. Wait. You asked the question.
So how?
I gotta mute you. I gotta talk now. You asked the question. I gotta answer. Right? You can't just. I can't ask you a question and then set you up. You gotta finish your answer. So no, it didn't fail because we agreed that his ideas were personal. He didn't go around recruiting like Marcus Garvey. So Marcus Garvey failed, and I can't say the ACS failed because they got as many as possible. But the idea to get, I'm sure they wanted all of us to go to Liberia. So they failed by getting the masses of us to go over there. But they did get a few thousand. But all in all, it was a failed project because we didn't budge. And now, brother, when I said distrust, I didn't say we distrusted each other. I said we distrusted the ACS. So even though folks did believe in Pan-Africanism, they felt like the people who were managing it were untrustworthy. So these people were Pan-Africanists. I'm not gonna lie, they were definitely Pan-Africanists, and they wanted to live in Africa somewhere outside of America, but they didn't trust white supremacists to be the liaison to make that happen. You guys trusted white supremacy to unify the Caribbeans. That's the difference right there. That's what I'm trying to point out to you. That's the difference. You trusted your country that represents the people, trusted white supremacists to unify the West Indies. You didn't trust yourselves to unify. That is the difference. And don't forget, we were not going to Pan-Africans to unify. I mean, we were not going to Liberia to unify. We were going to Liberia to escape slavery. You guys unify to be one. So again, you have to understand what was going on. You guys.
So didn't y'all have to trust the white man to go to Liberia? Wasn't it the white man that you said sent y'all?
Yeah, you had to trust him.
So why are you accusing us of trusting white people when you trusted white people?
Okay, good question. Here's the answer. White people. You want the answer or no? You want to just keep talking?
Please.
You want the answer or no?
I'd like the answer.
Okay, thank you. You asked a question. Like you could just talk. You don't have to. You could just talk. You don't have to always ask a question. You just could go in if you want to. Okay, but since you asked the question, let me briefly just answer, and I'll be quick, brother. White supremacists always need volunteers. They need somebody to trust them. So yes, brother, a few FBAs trusted them, but largely, yeah. I mean, what can I say? Some people
you say a lot.
So can I get done? So I'm speaking on our behalf. I'm gonna finish the answer by going to you guys. The difference. So the difference is it was a small percentage of us that trusted them. Largely, we said, "Nah, we're good. We're gonna fight for our citizenship," and we actually fought in the war. That's what we did. Okay, because I think there was like 4 million of us at that time. So a small percentage of us actually went to Liberia. Small percentage, and like I said, some of us even came back. But for you guys, it was not a small percentage. Your country believed the white supremacists. Your country, not an individual.
First you said it was the leaders of the country. Now you're saying it was everybody.
Right. Yeah, the country the leaders represent the country. The leaders spoke for you guys. The leaders of the country, they joined the West Indies Federation. Matter of fact, you're called West Indian today because of white supremacists. Yeah, so your leaders agreed. You guys are known as West Indian. You guys are known as West Indian, and you could thank the white man for that.
And you're known as an American. You could thank the white man for that.
Thank Christopher Columbus.
What is the point you're making, Ron? Okay. Anything you accuse us of, you're doing the same thing.
Right. Well, anyway,
you can try to delineate all you want. You could try to delineate and think you're going through something different. Ron, can I say something?
Yeah, I'm done. I made my point.
Yeah. I hope you'll indulge me. Do you mind? Because Ron, I've been posting content. Are you aware?
No.
Yeah, I've been posting really a lot of FBA friendly content. You'll love it. Do you mind if I give my channel tag? Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Anybody,
we don't do the same thing.
If you don't mind dropping it in the link, you don't mind putting a link in the chat for me.
Can I say,
wait. Let me just give you. All right, hold on. Let me just give you and Kwame a wrench. Hold on, let me give Kwame a wrench.
Awesome, even better.
And let me give
But
you.
yeah, peoples, if y'all don't mind, people, I'm looking for subscribers. I'm American Dream guy. Subscribe. I got
Yeah,
good
so now
FBA
American
friendly
Dream.
content.
Let me say this,
Yeah.
bro. I don't mind a disagreement. Like a disagreement don't mean I hate you, right? We just disagree. I don't mind. I love a challenge. I don't run from challenges. So just
Well, I
because
gotta tell you, this conversation is making me like you even more than I did.
Okay.
I appreciate and respect you. I like this conversation. I'm not mad at you or anything like that.
You got to write something in the chat so I can get your wrench to put the link in there.
Okay.
I'll take a look at some of your lies.
You're gonna love it. But please subscribe.
Right. I said I'll take a look at it. Like I'm a researcher. I'm gonna take a look at what you got. And yo, put some Thomas Sowell. If you got some of this bullshit in there too, I'll look at it.
Nah, not Thomas Sowell. Nah, come on, dog.
Hang on a second, Ron. I gotta take a phone call.
Yeah. All right, go ahead, Chad. Chad, go ahead, Chad.
No. All I was saying is we don't do the same thing as them. You know what? Like we're like less than what's the word I'm looking for? We fight white supremacy on every level on this country. And that's all I want to say.
Yeah, well, I mean, in fairness, black people across the world fights white supremacy. You know,
not like us here, because we're less than the white population.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. We are the only
That's
black
all I'm
underdog.
saying.
Yeah, we are the only black underdog. Right.
So like I'm surprised like when I see people like Julius Malema and then like South Africa, like why are not black people getting behind Julius Malema? That's all.
Well, brother, then you talk about Africa got it bad, like on some Usher shit. They really got it bad. You know. Yeah, you know what the thing is? You know what's funny? We're talking to American Dream. And I need him to come back because I'm gonna ask a question where we're no longer pointing fingers, and I'm just gonna ask a question. Right. Okay. Say that again.
I'm here, Ron.
Okay.
I'm here. I'm here.
Right. So let's just get down to something before everything else. Before we talk about Pan-Africanists and white supremacy, and you know what? I never asked you. Do you have a problem? And be honest. We're all family here. Do you have a problem with Black Americans wanting to be called something separate from all, not just Black people, all other people in the world, in the world? Do you have a problem with that? Whether it's FBA, ADOS, Freedmen, it could be Tim, it could be Chewbacca. Like, do you have a problem?
No, it depends on what it depends on. I'll have a problem with it. It depends on what they want to call themselves.
Well, but what they got, but it doesn't matter. Like, well, we could say Chewbacca.
No,
right?
it does matter.
Okay, so
like
why does it
if
matter?
a white person wanted me to call him a white superior man, I wouldn't. I'd be like, no, I'm not going to call you that.
Okay, so
and if Black people want me to call them foundational Black, I'm going to be like, no, I'm not going to call you that.
And what would be your reason? What would be your reason?
Because I think inherent in you calling yourselves foundational Black Americans, you're shitting on everybody else. You're saying you're more special. You want to be more special than all other Americans. And for that reason, I'm like, nah, buddy, you're not more special than anyone else.
Okay.
Like,
all right.
So
I got the answer. Okay, so I'm gonna come back. So if we change the F from foundational to free Black Americans, what about them?
I mean, I think it's silly. I wouldn't as certainly as I think foundational, you calling yourself foundational would be a disrespect to me.
No, I'm past that.
I know, but I'm making a point. I know, I get it.
But you already made that point. So I'm trying to like move forward. We're not like
Ron,
arguing.
it's one sentence. It's like three other words.
Okay. Go ahead, bro.
Foundational is disrespectful to me. Calling yourself freedman is disrespectful to yourself. So I wouldn't call you that because I think it's disrespectful to you
Yeah, but we
to
don't.
still be identifying as a
But
slave.
you might have.
Whoa, how is Freedman
Hey, Chad,
disrespectful to ourselves? I'm just
relax.
asking this
Because
one
you're
question. That's it.
identifying as a
That's it.
slave.
I'm out.
No. Hey, Chad, relax, bro. I got this. I got this. Like, so he's trying to purposely say stuff that get a reaction. It worked. You definitely was the hit dog in that one. Okay. So
I hollered. I'm a hit dog.
so you said by calling ourselves freedmen,
It's
it's
disrespectful to yourself
disrespect
because you're
to ourselves.
you're giving yourself a slave mentality.
Okay, cool.
You're acting as if, you know who called themselves freedmen? Somebody who was free last year. Like
Oh,
who
really?
just got
Okay.
free. Like you're
Okay.
acting as if
All right.
you just unlocked the chains
Okay.
and you're a freedman now.
I
Like,
got it.
bro, you were never a slave.
I got
You,
it.
Ron, were never a slave. How
I
can
got it.
people that were never slaves call themselves freedmen? Free from what?
Okay. All right. Okay. So let's move on. So if we called ourselves Chewbacca, then what?
I'd be like, what? Why? I'd be like, what does that mean? First thing I would ask you is, what does that mean?
Okay.
And then if you tell me
So
Chewbacca means foundational, I'd be like, nah, buddy.
and so okay, I got it. So now let me give you my reaction. First of all, I never said what you agree to. I asked you the problem with us calling ourselves something unique. I never asked you for confirmation or the last word, the last say. So you took it there. I just said, what issue do you have with us calling ourselves something unique? That's all I said. I never asked you to call us that. I never asked that. But
if you're
yeah,
delineating, but hold on, Ron, if you're
yeah.
delineating,
Mhm.
if you're delineating, and this is the term you call yourself by delineating from everybody
Yeah.
else, then that must be what you want people to call you.
No,
Ron,
no. Okay,
Oh,
so
okay,
you said something. I'm going to respond. No, we just right now. If I say FBA, wouldn't you know who I'm talking about? If I said the FBAs did that, wouldn't you have an idea who I'm talking about?
yes.
Okay, you see. So even though you don't call us that, you still identify us with that acronym. That's all we need. We don't. We just want to be the acknowledgement that when we say FBA, ADOS, or Chewbacca, whatever we want to choose, the fact that you think of us only and exclusively, mission accomplished.
All right, so I'll just call you Chewbacca.
You can call us whatever you want to call us, as long as you know that
Okay.
we're different from you and everybody else.
We always different, bro.
Chewbacca is
Yeah,
hilarious.
You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
So
Like how y'all wanna first you say that since Caribbean people have been coming here,
all right, Chad,
we've
you can go,
been
Chad.
treating y'all different. We've been treating y'all like y'all were
Who said
different.
that? Who said that?
What you mean, man? You
Who
said we
said, bro?
keep
You're
calling
you're on
y'all
the phone.
lazy
You're
and
on the
stuff. You
phone
said
with
we're
us.
calling
Hey,
you
Chad.
lazy.
Hey, Chad.
You
This
said
is what
you
they
call
always do. No, I gotta meet you. I gotta meet you because you're doing the straw man. I gotta meet you. I gotta meet you for a second because you're doing the straw man. I hate when y'all do that. Chad, they be in other spaces arguing with I gotta meet you, bro. Chad, they be in other spaces arguing with people who may be FBA, maybe not. Maybe it's a white supremacist trolling. Maybe it's somebody trolling and they're not even FBA. I don't know. But what I don't like is that they will continue that argument over here. It's like, dude, why are you bringing a continued argument over here that you had with somebody else who said they're FBA or whatever they said they are? I don't like that. Hey, bro, like you're talking to me. I don't
Listen,
bring, wait,
why do you have a problem with me delineating? Because y'all delineate when
Chad.
y'all
Wait,
come
no,
over
Chad. You had
here.
your chance. You was on mute. Let me finish. That. Okay. So I talk to Jamaicans all the time, right? About this. I talk to Korean people. I'll say the Caribbean, but mainly Jamaicans. I talk to some Trinidadians, you did, but mainly Jamaicans. I talk to you about this. Hey, bro, I never once tied you to a prior argument, a previous argument with another Jamaican. I talk to you like a straight man, and I get what you want to say, but a lot of you guys, you come over here and you continue conversations you had with other folks, and then you press it on me like this is my position. No, it's not my position, bro. I don't say Jamaicans look at us a certain way or they say we're lazy. I really don't give a damn what you guys say. You dig? But I'm gonna say from my experience, I never experienced a Jamaican calling me lazy or talking to us a certain greasy way. I never experienced that. I only experienced that online. I never experienced that in real person, in real life. Okay. So I don't like when y'all give us like these set arcs, these set positions, and then you try to argue us with that in mind. And, like that's unfair and that's really just goofy. Like I'd rather you just talk to me based upon what I'm, you know, what I'm saying, what I'm expressing, rather than giving me what somebody else said. Because we're FBAs, bro. We're 43 million deep. We think differently. We had different ways to argue. Some of us are more serious than others. Some of us are more comical. Some of us are more petty. Some of us can go low, low, low. Some of us would take the high road. Yeah. So for you to sit here and just pin me to somebody else because we say we're FBA, I think that's just goofy and childish. So yeah, so please just respond to what I say tonight, not what somebody else said that called himself FBA. Just respond to what I'm saying about the topic, and then I don't mind that. But that's why I say, chat. A lot of these black immigrants, they don't want to argue to be correct or right. They want to argue to win. That's why you got to give me these predestined uh these uh these positions I don't even hold to. Okay. So the question I asked him, I said, bro, what problem would you have with us calling ourselves something that's exclusive to other, that's exclusive, that makes us exclusive to other groups of the world? And he said, well, it depends on what you call yourself. And so I gave a couple examples. I said American Freedman. He said, hey, you're disrespecting yourself. Okay. I said FBA. Hey, you're not foundational. Okay. I said Chewbacca. I will ask you what that means. Bro, I never asked for your acceptance. I just said, do you have a problem with us calling ourselves something? I never said you got to agree to it. And then he said, but I got to agree to it. And I said, nah, that's not our stance. So I said, bro, when I say FBA,
Yeah.
hold on, Chad, hold on.
Chewbacca was funny.
Yeah,
Like, yo, I've been laughing at that the whole time you said it, every time.
You know
Hey,
why?
can I say? Can I
Wait.
make something clear?
Wait, let me say one last thing. So I said Chewbacca because I believe he's trolling, so I just trolled back. But what I lastly said was, bro, when we say FBA, we're not looking for your acceptance, by the way. So you said, nah, when you call yourself that, you're looking to, no, we're not. Because I said, you proved the point. When we say FBA, don't you think of us? You said, yeah, we proved the point. We don't need y'all to agree. Just the fact that we're talking about ourselves, we're good. Go ahead.
Yeah, I forgot what I was going to say.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot what I was going to say.
That means it wasn't important.
No. It's always important, Ron. I try not to say things unless it's important.
Gee, you been saying a whole bunch of unimportant stuff.
Oh man, I disagree. I think once you listen this back, you're going to disagree.
With what? Your important stuff?
Oh man, what was I going to say to you, bro? You made me forget what I was going to say. Is that your strategy?
Yo, I didn't even ask you, bro. How many jackets do you have?
Huh?
How many jackets do you
How
have?
many what? How many jackets do I have?
Yeah.
Oh man, I got a lot of jackets, bro. I got a leather jacket. I got I got a bike my biker jacket.
Hey yo,
That's one
they
of
are
my
so
favorites.
mad. Yeah, they are so mad.
I
We
got
know what that means.
blazers. I like my blazers. My blazers are my favorite jackets.
So that's what you call. That's what she named them. She named them blazer and leather. Okay.
What you mean?
Yeah, your baby mamas.
What you mean?
Your baby mamas.
My baby mamas?
Yeah.
How many jackets do I have? Oh
Yeah.
shoot. You mean how many children?
Yeah.
Children that I don't claim, is that what you mean?
No.
I don't have any of those, bro.
No.
I don't have none of those. I mean,
okay.
Single motherhood is you know what I mean, is too rampant in America, especially in the black community in America.
No.
For you to be even making such statements,
Okay.
bro.
So watch this. So I'm good, chat. I can bait people into talking points that they're weak at. brother.
Was that what you're doing? You're fishing?
I'm having fun. I'm trolling back. Hey, chat. Jamaica leads the entire world in paternity fraud. Okay, so brother, American Dream. The word baby
Yes.
mother, where's the origins?
Baby mother?
Yeah. Where's the origins?
It's just the way it sounds Jamaican.
Yeah. Okay, so brother, I hate to bring this news to you, but in the 1960s, when our marriages were 66%, your shits was 30%. So at a time where our marriages were strong in the 60s, your marriages were piss poor. You had baby mothers in the 1960s. So no, single parenthood is literally a Jamaican thing. And y'all brought that, when y'all came in the 80s and 90s, y'all brought that bullshit over here. Right along with twerking and the shotas and all that crazy crime shit. Y'all brought all that with y'all here.
Wow, that's interesting. Like, you know, where I grew up in Jamaica, because I'm from the country in Jamaica, and you know, where I live in Jamaica it's all my family. Like every house, my whole neighborhood we're all related. But everybody I know like lived with their mom and dad, like just in my area. Like, are you right that is it possible that the single mom rate in Jamaica is high? Absolutely. But just my experience wasn't that at all. My experience, like everyone around me, had both
Brother,
parents
that
for the most
is
part.
that is anecdotal. Your experience does not reflect Jamaica's experience, brother. It's a
But
fact
that's true
that
everywhere. That's true even in America. I'm
wait,
sure
hold on.
you
Hold on.
probably aren't from a single family. Are you from a single family household?
Wait, hold on, brother. See, here's the thing, chat.
No, hold on. Are you from a single family
Okay,
household?
right. I'm going to respond to that to the chat though. I'm
Okay.
gonna speak to the chat. Okay, chat. He gave an anecdotal experience. He made it about him.
What's your anecdotal? Are you from a single family household? I'm not. As a Jamaican, I
Mute you because it was never about a single experience. I was speaking about the country like I normally do. I like to speak about the country. When I spoke about the West Indian Federation, I spoke about the country, not the individuals. You spoke about individuals over in America who trusted the white supremacists and went to Liberia. Okay. I'm not speaking about individuals. I'm speaking about your representatives, right? They represent your country. Okay. So when I'm speaking about paternity fraud and baby matters, that was in your newspapers, my boy. That was circulating in your newspapers about that. Matter of fact, let me share my screen. So since you want to go there, I'm gonna share my screen and you can share your screen.
Well, Ron,
Watch
if
this.
what you're saying is true, right, Ron? If
Mhm.
what you're saying is true, then there's no point in delineating. Y'all are just like us. We all single mothered raised people.
No,
So which are
no. I'll tell you the difference. I had to mute you. The difference is that you guys influenced us with that shit. You guys came over here with the twerking and all this criminal primitive behavior because again, like I said, the white man, he always undermined us by sending the worst of society. They did it with the British. They the indentured servants. There's all a bunch of criminals. A lot of them were facing death sentences, and guess what they did? They anchored them right in America to undermine us, to get those Homestead Act, those land grants. Okay, so in Jamaica, brother, you're not Nigerian. You're not Indian, you're not Chinese. They came over here as an educated class. Jamaicans are not known for education over here. You guys are known for hard work and making music. That's it. Okay, so you're not the smart class that came to this country. Okay, and a lot of you guys came here illegally. And you brought your practices from Jamaica over here. And you look like us. So you influenced us over time. You guys lived in the same buildings we lived in, same neighborhoods in Jersey, New York, and Philly, and the surrounding areas, Massachusetts. And you brought that primitive self-hatred, cake soap shit over here and and influenced us. We grew locks because of you, right? Didn't we grow locks? Who influenced us to grow locks? Yeah. So if you look at the stats, if you look at the negative stats that plague Black society today, chat, this is what I want you to do. Chat, Look at all the negative stats that plague us today. Look at what year it started, and look at what year they came over. That correlation is crazy. Look at all of the negative stats that plagued our communities that make us look bad, and look at when they came over here in the millions. That's all. Yeah, I recently started watching the dash cam videos because I do a lot of reactions on like dash cams and interrogations. So like when a dumb criminal is being interrogated and he snitched on himself, like I do a reaction for that, right? Those interrogations. Also the dash cams when they same thing, self snitch, whatever. I do reactions. I never thought to question these criminals' ethnicity, right? So I actually went back. I said, no, I wonder. I know Tariq made a bold statement. I said, no, I wonder if there's any truth to that. So I went back and watched these interrogations and dash cams, and yo, lo and behold, like 90% of them are in Florida or New York or New Jersey. Then I started to like, so now check this out, American Dream. They would give the criminal name. You know what I do? I go on Facebook, I go on IG, I find that person. Lo and behold, they're Haitian, Jamaican, all these Caribbean folks. I'm like, yo, are you? So now I'm like really checking. Like, are all these motherfuckers Caribbean people that's getting locked up in these crazy ass violent charges, interrogation? A large majority of them, all these scams, these check scams. Matter of fact, chat, I want y'all to see my latest. No, I got to share the screen on this African guy. I'm sorry, I got to do this one. This is the latest one that I just came across, just to substantiate my point. This is the latest point. I was watching because I watch a lot of the check scams, right? They try to cash a check fraudulently, and the cops get called and they get caught. Look at this shit. This is the latest one. I mean, I just couldn't believe how many of these criminals were not FBA. Like clearly, you could tell by their accent and their names. When you go to their Facebooks, they are, they got a foreign flag. All right, so let me just do this real fast. Oh shit, I don't know if this is gonna. Okay. All right, maybe it's this one. Oh yeah, it's gonna be this one. No, not that. This one. Oh darn. All right. Sorry for the what did I name the goddamn playlist? I got so many playlists. It might be this one, Unbiased Live. If it ain't, I'm gonna give up. It was just hilarious. So I don't remember which playlist, but what you can do is just go to your history. Cause I just watched it, so it's not far in my YouTube history. All right. So I just found this interesting. Like, God, another immigrant, black immigrant, who is being locked up for a fraudulent scam, which scams are illegal, right? He's being locked up for his illegal scam, and he's checking the box like he's black. He's checking the black American box. So that's the issue we have right there. These murderers that I played, these senseless young Haitian Jamaican murderers that's in Florida, they're checking that black American box. So that crime is going down is black, and black just covers pretty much, we're the face of black in this country. So we got to hold that. So we have an issue with that because the same people who check the box and get locked up for the murder or scam, these same people are pointing at us saying, yo, what about black on black crime? You mean what you just did? You mean that black on black crime? What you just did as part of black on black crimes? All right.
But there are Caribbean people that check the black box that are also doctors and lawyers and stuff, right? And
Yes.
those work to your advantage, right?
Yes.
Yes. So you got to take both. What you want? You only want the doctors
No,
and lawyers,
no, I don't want.
or you don't
See,
want none of them.
okay, so none of them. See, I answered honestly. You said the
No, I'm
doctors.
saying like
I said
the
yes.
Caribbean doctors and lawyers are the best
Not,
black doctors and lawyers in the country.
I don't know about that, but what I'm
That's a
saying
fact.
is, all right, look, bro. What I'm saying is, I don't know about that. And if it is a fact, fine, congratulations. But what I'm saying is, I'd rather not have that either. I just want what reflects us. I don't want no fake stuff. I don't want no fake good stuff. I don't want no fake bad stuff. I want accurate representation.
You
That's
may
all.
not like it. You may not like it when you see it.
No, I would like it.
It may not be
Because
to your advantage.
oh no, it will, because
No,
it'll
listen,
further.
Ron, it's not
Okay.
going to be to your advantage.
Oh, it will.
No, it won't.
Yes, it will.
I'm telling you, man, Tariq is leading you down a dark alley, bro.
Well, no, he's not leading me at all. We have different talking points. We have different ideologies. We differ on a lot of. First of all, I gotta say this, bro. He's against vaccines. I'm fully vaccinated. So we have different opinions. You know why? Because we're just individuals. We're both FBA, but we think differently. Some things we agree on, and some things we disagree on. And I don't have a problem. I disagree with you. I don't have a problem. So I don't get emotional because I disagree. So I disagree with some other people disagree with me in the chat on certain thoughts. That doesn't bother me.
I'm sure you disagree with Trump on a lot of stuff, but he's still the leader of your country. He's still your leader. The fact that you disagree with Tariq don't mean he's not your leader.
Okay, so what makes him my leader?
What
Because
makes Tariq your leader?
I know
But
what
you
makes Trump my
refer to
leader.
yourself because you identify as what he says you are.
Okay, I stop right there. Okay, so was Jesse Jackson my leader when he said, "Hey, we should call ourselves African American"? Was he our leader?
Absolutely. Jesse
Okay,
Jackson was one of our main leaders. That's the main reason
okay,
we took on the term African American, because
okay,
we saw Jesse Jackson as our leader.
okay. So was Elijah Muhammad our leader when he made black an identifier?
See, Elijah Muhammad is considered to be one of the greatest black leaders.
No,
You can ask people in
I
this
don't know.
community, and they'll tell you
We
that Elijah
no,
Muhammad is
no,
among the greatest of
no,
black leaders.
no,
So yes,
we
Elijah was a
no.
black leader.
Okay, so that's no. I said, was he our black leader? I said
Of course, he was. Of
okay,
course, there are many FBA people in the Nation of Islam.
okay. But that wasn't okay. Let me mute him. He's just playing dumb. Jesse Jackson was not our leader, and neither was leading us weird. He came up with a term that makes him our leader. No, we didn't follow. He was Christian. He was, he had some ideologies. He even ran for president. We didn't vote for him. What are you talking about? His numbers don't reflect 43 million votes. So dude is just again lying, which Tethers are known to do. Just lie for no reason. And
Come on, Rob. Such a good conversation.
Yeah, no. Well, is Marcus Garvey your leader?
Marcus Garvey, my leader? No.
Yeah. Well,
he ain't even alive. Marcus is dead, bro.
Is Elijah Muhammad alive?
No, I said Elijah was a leader.
Okay, was Marcus Garvey a leader?
Of course he was.
So you're proud of a scamming, lying leader?
I said he wasn't my leader, but he was a leader, bro.
No,
Hitler was the leader. He wasn't my leader, but he was a leader.
Yo, y'all got Marcus Garvey. Yo, y'all got a statue from him over there in y'all country. Yo, I can show you so many.
I agreed with you though. Marcus Garvey is a black, but Marcus Garvey wasn't just a Jamaican leader. Marcus Garvey is a black leader.
No. We got him deported. We got him the hell up out of here.
After Jamaicans deported him, after Jamaicans kicked him out of Jamaica, he came here.
No, you actually didn't. He established the UNIA right there where you guys were. You guys didn't agree, and he said you guys were useless. So he came over here with the idea.
useless.
No. Nah, bro, that's a fact. So okay, bro, can I? Is that false or real? What I just said? Brother, was that false or real? You got Chat GPT. Was that false or real that he talked down on Jamaicans? Was that false
Marcus?
or yeah?
I don't know about that.
Okay,
That I don't know
brother.
about.
Okay, brother. You're right. But it's real. Okay. He spoke down on y'all because y'all didn't accept him. But he definitely said you guys were useless and he used other harsh terms.
Of course he's gonna speak down on people that don't accept him. Do you speak highly of people that don't accept
Wait,
you?
at first you just said he didn't say it, and now you're saying he said it. That's all. I'm just
But you're
establishing.
saying I'm saying if that's what you're saying, if I'm only going off of what you're saying. I'm responding to your beliefs.
Okay. Let me find this damn tether. Yo, this is hilarious. This African dude trying to cosplay as FBA. Those white police officers like, dude, if you don't get these handcuffs and get back in his car, we know goddamn well you ain't FBA with that sick ass accent. I'm so mad that I put it in a I'm so mad that I put it in a playlist. And sometimes when you have like a bunch of playlists, you can like save something and you could, because sometimes it'll automatically go to like the last one, and you would think that that's where it went, and you won't double check. And then before you know it, you'll be in my position where it didn't go where it was supposed to go. And I watched so many damn videos like that. All right, I'm gonna give up. I'm gonna give up because I'm looking for the thumbnail, and the thumbnail is probably not even his face. It's probably the bank or something else. But I'm really mad at myself that I didn't keep track of which playlist I put him in. Because I got one play. You know what? I got one playlist on my laptop that just don't. I got so many videos in there. It won't play. It won't play the whole playlist. It'll go like to the middle and stop on my laptop. Let me see if my iPad goes down further. You can go. I'm not stopping you.
Is that me?
Yeah, you can rant.
It's getting late. I've been on long enough. I think, man. I think I've said what I wanted to say.
Okay. So,
you know.
So let me get back to that question. So if we came up with a term that was unique and exclusive, and you feel like the definition agreed with your standards, then would you acknowledge us as an exclusive?
Yes, I have. I know. I have a name in mind too.
What is it?
I have a name in mind that I would accept at the drop of a hat.
What is it?
American.
Oh, we are definitely American.
No, but that's it. You're not gonna add no Black American to it. You're definitely not gonna put foundational Black onto it.
Oh,
You're
no,
just gonna
no.
be American. No. See, that's the problem.
Well, we can't
That's the
because
problem.
we can't because first of all, your name's American, so a simple fact that you can adopt it and
Right. But I'm telling you, Ron, that's the problem. But
be an
Ron,
immigrant.
you know
We're
how
definitely not.
Ron, you know how in this community, right? Our main goal has been for years, throughout the years, our main goal has been making the Black community better, improving the income of the Black community, the livelihood of the standard of living, just improving the life experience of Black people. And in my estimation, Ron, the main thing that's preventing that from happening is the fact that Black people in America, especially FBA, don't want to be called just American. Like I'm telling you, if y'all just called yourself just American, shit would just take off for y'all. Y'all would see the improvements you're looking for automatically. But you refuse to. The one thing that can set you free is the one thing you think is holding you back. And you're holding yourselves back because you don't want to acknowledge yourselves as American. And that's the main issue that in my estimation, that's the main issue that y'all are having. And if y'all make that delineation, we're like, nope, we're not Jamaican American, we're not Caribbean American, we're not Asian American, we're not no African American, we're American. The minute y'all do that, people will start respecting y'all again. But y'all keep up this FBA crap, you're just gonna get a lot of disrespect, a lot of due disrespect, because the FBA is disrespectful, like I said before.
All right. So what is holding Jamaica back from being great?
So, I want you to understand that what I said was holding back Americans, not America.
Right.
Now you're
Right.
asking me what's holding Jamaica back.
Yeah.
So you're
Yeah.
asking a totally different question.
Yeah, I am. I'm curious because you seem to have the answers for us. So I'm like, well, he damn sure got to have the answers for his own people. So I just want to know what is holding you guys back.
Bro, I'm an American. I don't know
Yeah,
what you thought. I'm an American.
brother, I never talked about you. I said I'm curious
You're
to
saying you about
no,
my people. I'm an
no,
American.
right. But I'm just so I can't ask you about China. I can't ask you about Japan. I can't ask you
You
about other
can
countries.
ask me about them, but don't tell me
Okay.
those are my people.
I never said that. I said I want you
Okay.
to. I never said that. You see, chat.
Okay.
This guy, they be sensitive as hell, brother. I'm just
Okay,
asking
go
you.
ahead, ask your
You
question.
got the answers for us, and I'm just asking you, what is holding back Jamaica from being great?
I think one of the main things that's holding Jamaica back is corruption in the government.
The
That
government,
to me is one of the
the
main things
government,
is corruption. Yeah. There's a lot of corruption in Jamaica. So
and
and that's
who
true
are the
for a lot of Caribbean countries, African countries, European countries. Most of the countries that are held back because of corruption.
So why do you believe that they have this criminal element? Is that like something they born into, or is that something that they're trained and doctrined? Like, why do they have this criminal element amongst all those
You talking
folks?
about the corruption I'm talking about? You talking about the
Yeah,
corruption I'm talking about? Or you talking about
yeah,
the
yeah.
crime rate in Jamaica? Because I'm
No,
talking
no.
about two different
Of
things.
course. I'm saying corruption is that's expressed by human beings, right? So people in the
Yeah. So
country,
you're asking me what brings out that corruption?
yeah, because I'm saying because you just
The
said
same thing
all
that
of
the corruption in Jamaica is caused by the same thing that's causes the corruption in America, the
all right,
corruption
all
in
right, all right,
Africa.
wait.
Just
Hey,
greed.
hold on. Hey, I gotta meet you. Chat. They always do that. They just can't answer the question. They always try to use a comparison. Well, FBA, they can't just say, okay, look, corruption. It's always the same thing that happens in America, bro. I'm just
What do you
you
mean? I
gave
said corruption. What do you
okay,
mean?
but you said this is what you said. So I'm going on your logic. You said that this corruption spreads exclusively among black places, basically. That's what you just named all
No,
the
I
different
didn't.
places.
I said European countries are corrupt, Asian country. Everybody's corrupt, bro. There's
But you
corruption
just
everywhere.
Bro, you just said, yeah, but the country isn't corrupt. So you have corruption, but the country ain't known to be corrupt. Like Jamaica, no, Nigeria, like their sitting president right now is rumored to be an FBI, a CIA agent.
So you're
Okay,
saying
and
there's corruption. So you're saying there's corruption in Nigeria.
oh duh, and I'm saying like
Is
even
there
with
corruption in America? Is there corruption in America?
brother, oh my god, he's kind of wearing me down, bro. Here's the difference. Yes, so I answered it yes, but here's the difference. This country is primarily ran by white people. Okay.
That's why there's corruption because of white people.
Brother, you asked the question. You said, is this country ran by corrupt? I said, yes. And I said, the difference is that this country is primarily ran by white people. So if it's ran by white people and they're corrupt, it's going to bring about corruption. Okay.
So black people aren't corrupt. So why are black countries corrupt?
Because the country is ran by themselves. That's why.
And because they're corrupt, because the people are corrupt.
Yes.
Okay, so for the same reason, American government is corrupt for the same reason Jamaica's government is corrupt. They're just corrupt people.
Yes, we agree. So we're like, listen, we're like, yo, what's wrong with y'all? Why I can't get right?
We're like, what's wrong? Same thing that's wrong with y'all.
Wait, no, I'm not white. I'm not white at all.
But you're corrupt.
No, we just
You mean no?
established. We just established who runs this country. It's like have you seen Congress lately? Have you seen the House? These guys are not black.
Who run the country? Who runs this country?
White people.
Okay. So y'all are
Okay.
foundational, but white people are running it.
Yeah, they pretty much always ran the country. And
So how are
this
y'all
is
foundational? So how are
okay.
y'all
Right.
foundational?
So listen, watch this beautiful analogy.
How are you foundational if white people are?
I gotta mute you. I'm gonna answer. He said, "How are we foundational if we don't?" I gotta mute you again. No, don't come off mute. Come on mute. He said, "How are we foundational if we don't run a country, brother? If I hire a bunch of Mexicans to build me a house, even though I hired them, that doesn't mean they did not lay the foundation and build the damn house. They still laid the foundation and they laid the house, even though they're not in a power position. They still built the home from ground up. Okay? That's how. That's how. We still did what we did, whether empowered or not. We still did what we did. And whether empowered or not, it doesn't take away what we did. We still did what we did. You can't take that back. That's history. And this country looks beautiful as a result. So you can try again. That didn't go the way you wanted to. You can try again. He said, how are we foundational and we're not in a power position? Because we're foundational. We still contribute to the foundations of this country. That's how.
So you think it sounds like what you're saying is that, y'all are foundational the same way a farm animal is foundational to the farm.
No. Okay.
Because a cow on the farm could be like you.
No. Mute. I recall this. I recall the white man.
Why you keep muting me, dog?
Because I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to talk without any interruption. I recall black people being outnumbered in this country 100-1. So, and even the Klan, they was able to get things done because they moved in the thousands. Okay, I showed a chart where they were 400,000 deep in the country, right? I mean, not the country, in the state. I think the least numbers they had was 50,000. 50,000 deep in these states. So we were always outnumbered, and in spite of that, we still fought. And we risked our lives. And guess what? We got things done too. You guys, brother, are the real farm animals. You guys outnumbered your oppressors 100-1. Matter of fact, check this out. I got a clip for you. I saved this clip just for you. Watch this. This clip was hand selected for you. This clip was literally let me share my screen. I kind of knew someone like you would hop on. So I had this clip ready, tucked and loaded. Okay, hold on. Okay, it's being shared. This clip is for you.
That's why over in their countries, it's 1 million of them, 20 white people whooping all 1 million of their ass. So that shows the mentality and spirit that they already have.
Amen.
You got a small group of white supremacists whooping your ass.
Facts.
And then you come over here with that caping for zaddy spirit.
That part.
You're not going to challenge them here. You're not going to challenge all these white supremacists, but you can't challenge the 20 at your country that's taking over, who own everything. You can't even do anything about them 20.
Preach.
You're too scared to raise up and knock them motherfuckers out.
Read it again.
Out of fear. That kills me. How you in a country is 20 white supremacists in your country whooping your ass?
Listen, most of us share the same opinion. What you got to understand, chat, sometimes you have a unique experience, and if you don't leave outside your stratosphere, you could kind of almost believe other people share the same experience, right? For example, when you have kids that are raised with a silver spoon in their mouth, if they only hung around other kids with silver spoons in their mouth, they can actually believe that all kids are raised with silver spoons in their mouths until they go out and meet kids that have not experienced that type of lifestyle. Okay. So FBAs, ADOS, Freedmen, FBA DOS, we were outnumbered severely by white people. I think it was like, how many white folks were it? I got the numbers in the 1860s. Like they outnumbered us crazy. Okay, so we were always outnumbered. So when we hear about other Black people across the world that experience, colonization, we kind of think, hey, they were outnumbered too. These white supremacists, they outnumber us. So they're cowards. They won't meet us, mano a mano, man to man, 1v1. It's always 100v1. Then we find out Jamaica outnumber the British 100-1 in the 1800s. We like, wait, what? Wait, say that again? Yeah, they outnumbered the white men 100-1. The Nigerians, they outnumbered the white men 100-1. Wait, hold on. You say 100-1, you mean like 100, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 97, 98, 99, 100 to 1? Yeah. And so they were friends? Did they do a business deal? Were they being oppressed? No, they were being colonized. They were forced to work against their will. And you said it was 100-1? Yeah. So they could easily just said, I'm not working, and what you gonna do? What's up? Like, I want the fade. Like, they could easily say, I ain't working. What up? What up? How we say New Jersey? They could easily say, yo, I ain't working. What up? What up? What up? Shoot it. Let's shoot it. Yeah. Did they ever do that? Well, they tried. Did they clearly win? No. No, it was a revolution, and they, did some work, but they lost. To the 1? Yeah. We're looking like, what? Then we start thinking about fighting. We start thinking about Muhammad Ali, Floyd Mayweather, Roy Jones, and we start thinking about Jamaicans that fight. We'd be like, oh yeah, the Hammer, he did quit against Lomachenko. We'd be like, well, fighting wise, we got John Jones, Rampage Jackson. Yeah, I don't know any Jamaican fighters. I guess it make a little sense. And we realize they're not just fighters, man. They come over here, they kumbaya, happy-go-lucky, and they're not going to fight, protest, nothing. They're going to smile, shut and drive, and go with the system.
Haitians are fighters, though, right?
Huh?
The Haitians. What about the Haitians? You gonna give the Haitians their prop?
No, they outnumbered them 100-1. You don't get props for that.
They kicked them out, but didn't they gained their independence by fighting?
Okay,
the
so
Haitians, come on, Ron. You know your history.
Yeah, but you kind of missed my point. I'm saying
I think you're missing your point.
No, I'm not.
You're forgetting about the Haitians.
No, I'm not. The Haitians, they clearly outnumbered the French, right? In Haiti.
Ron, are you aware that the slaves that came to America on the ship, every ship they came on, the slaves on the ship outnumbered the white men on the ship.
And like, were they free to roam the ship?
Why didn't they just beat up the
Okay,
white men?
cool.
Why didn't they just say? Why didn't they?
Okay, you just talking over me. You asked a question. I went to answer. You talked to me. I was asking, weren't these slaves? Weren't these Africans? Weren't slaves? But weren't these Africans chained? Or were they? That's why I asked you. Were they free to roam the ship? Weren't they chained?
They may have. Why didn't they just break off the chains, bro? It was so many of them.
No. We're not Superman. See, you see where you got to go. I wasn't going there. I'm saying that.
Stop making excuses for them, Ron. They could have.
Bro, you guys were not in chains picking.
We were slaves, bro.
No. You were not slaves.
We were slaves.
No. You were not. No.
Yes.
You were not slaves. You were enslaved. Okay. You could have easily said no.
What? We weren't enslaved, but we weren't slaves.
Yeah. No, you're not. Slave, to be a slave is a mentality.
Oh man, to be a slave. That's why I just told you. But you're a freedman. That's what I just told you.
No. We're free from enslavement, not slave. We were never slaves.
Man.
Okay. All right. So anyway, as I was saying,
Ron, it's getting late. I gotta go, bro. Don't mute. I gotta go. I'm just saying my piece. I gotta go. I really appreciate you bringing me on. And thanks for allowing me to drop my link in the chat. That's awesome. That's very gentlemanly of you.
No problem.
But I appreciate the conversation. This was a good conversation. Hopefully you'll allow me back on.
Come back on.
Enjoy the rest.
Cut me off. All right.
I'm saying, bro. Enjoy your night. Bro. Appreciate you.
Have a great night.
Yes, sir. Blessings.
Okay. Peace. He asked a question and he doesn't wait for the answer. He piles on and then he pauses. I go to answer. He goes again. Okay. He knows what I was saying. And this will bothers a lot of our family members from the diaspora and the continent. When we bring up why y'all ain't simply say enough is enough. I'm not digging in this oil for you Shell BP anymore. I'm good. I'll pass. Because they were in low numbers in Nigeria. They were in very low numbers. Okay, very low numbers. Just name a country. Low numbers. The white man, Tariq was right. Over here, we were he said, why you ain't fight the white slave man? Bro, we would have definitely fought. Bro, we were chained. We were definitely gonna fight. I mean, like we definitely killed a lot of Tariq did it live where we used to kill I say delete. We used to delete these oppressive white folks in the South, and we would not flee, we would relocate, because you can't flee your homeland. So we would relocate or move to the West Coast or here, the Midwest. But we would put hands and feet on white supremacists, and we would relocate to a different area away from that deletion. So one thing they can't get around, chat, one talking point they can't get around is that we were never the majority. We were always the minority, and we still fought. Still today, we're still a minority. We're outnumbered. It's like what, 400 million white folks or some crazy ass number, and it's only like 40 million of us. We're like outnumbered, like 10 to 1. And white people know cops, when they come to arrest us, some of us, they bring the whole police force. In Jamaica, they don't even got guns. In the UK, they don't even got guns. They don't see them as a threat at all. Over here, they got tanks, SWAT teams, armies, U.S. Navy, all to get a guy who owes child support. So no, bro, like we're known. That's why I mentioned the boxers, mentioned the MMA mixed martial artists. We fight. We fight. And one thing that they're not going to do, Jamaicans, what they're not going to do, or anybody, is disrespect an FBA person to their face. We are fighters. The toughest dude on the block, he's always FBA. Nobody can deny that. We are fighters. They're not fighters, because if they was fighters and they were the majority, they would have fought and they would have crashed out. We crashed out over here. We crashed out. We fought, and we were the underdogs. So you know that prize pick, um, that prize pick advertisement. The prize pick over here was always a white man, but they were the prize pick to win the fight in their countries, and they never try. He said, "If my son sleeps, he's sleep. He probably wake up and slept late. I didn't even know he's asleep. I just turned around, he's knocked out. I ain't talking loud, but see, he might sleep. What time is it? He's definitely waking up. He's not going. He's not going to sleep long. I wish he would. Sometimes, rarely, he will sleep like this throughout the entire day. So hopefully, this is one of those days. I'm not going to touch him. Okay, but hopefully, this is a night where he stays asleep throughout the entire night. Okay, yeah. But back to what I'm saying. One thing they can't get around, they got their face with. They were the overwhelmingly favorite. They were the prize pick favorite to win a duel had they just fought. Tooth and nail, he said, give the Haitians credit. I do not, because they were 100-1. You don't get credit for winning a fight. You're 100, you outnumber. We want to know why it took so long. That should have been done way earlier. Yeah, I just can't imagine white folks in this country, guys, all the race riots. Look at Black Street. Look at Tulsa, Oklahoma. Look at Tulsa, Oklahoma. Some white woman lied about some SA allegations, right? These white people came there with torches and guns by the thousands. We shot it out with them. We took an L because they outnumbered us. They killed us, looted our homes. But the thing is that we were staring death in the face when they came back to get the black guy who allegedly, he was like, hell no. We stared death in the face and fought, and a lot of us survived. Yeah, a lot of us survived. Some of us they died. Like we were supposed to. We're outnumbered. They don't have that history. They don't have that history. These brave stories. We could say, yo, we looked death in the face and we said, man, F with you. And our best example, or one of our best examples, is Robert F. Williams. I would love to learn the African Robert F. Williams. I would love to learn the Caribbean Robert F. Williams. Please introduce that man. I would love to meet the African or Caribbean A. Philip Randolph or Frederick Douglass or Booker T. Washington. I would love to meet the Malcolm X. The only names I know is Patrice Lumumba, Nelson Mandela, Bob Marley. Who else? Oh, and the Island brothers, those white boys. That's all I know. I don't know any of their revolutionaries. Oh, okay. Now a couple Haitian guys stand out, but outside of Haiti, I don't know much of their philanthropists, philosophers, scientists, revolutionaries outside of Haiti. I just Bob Marley and the Island Brothers. I'm an island boy, the Island Boys. That's it. The Island Boys, Bob Marley, Patrice Lumumba, and Nelson Mandela. Okay. That's all I know. I don't know any heroes over there, any stories of this great guy he did so great in these countries. I honestly can't tell you. The Island Boys, those gay guys, the white boys, Patrice Lumumba, and this guy right here. I got a clip for you. Charles Taylor. How about Charles Taylor? Anybody hear Charles Taylor? I know about Charles Taylor though. I know about Charles Taylor. Let me show you guys. Let me introduce to you guys Charles Taylor. I know this guy. Right here. Look at this guy.
On Christmas Eve in 1989, a band of more than 150 insurgents crossed the border into northern Liberia from Cote d'Ivoire. They were members of a newly formed group, the National Patriotic Front of Liberia, the NPFL, headed by a Liberian exile, Charles Taylor. The attacks by this group, which launched a campaign to oust the dictatorship of President Samuel Doe, effectively triggered a war that brought the almost complete destruction of Africa's oldest republic. Charles Taylor, the leader of the NPFL, was a relatively obscure figure at the time, but he was to become West Africa's most notorious warlord. He had the singular honor of starting a bloody civil war on Christmas Eve of 1989 and subsequently winning both the presidential and parliamentary vote in an election that was declared free and fair by the international community. Charles Taylor's story involves power, conflict, and a legacy that has had an indelible impact not just on Liberia but on the entire West African region. On Christmas Eve in 1989, a band...
Who was Charles Taylor? He was a mass murderer, a genocidal maniac in Liberia. That's Charles Taylor. Okay. So when they talk about Chicago and, some street punks, by the way, he acknowledged that a lot of our crime stats is a melting pot of all Black people. So when you guys say Chicago, we like, okay, it could be the Caribbean class, it could be the African class of Chicago. We don't know who these guys are. We ain't confirming these guys FBA, and you got to prove these guys FBA because we looking like we pointing fingers back, like, no, we heard about old boy, but that dude looked like he speak patois or Creole. I don't know, man. He speaks some type of funny Nigerian language. I'm not holding that, but regardless, those street beefs. Oh, the Bloods and Crips. Yeah, but bro, there's never been a genocidal war between all those years. The Bloods and Crips went to war in California. There's no genocidal stories. There's no stories where they blew up a home, they killed entire families. Nah. But Charles Taylor, yeah, when you guys see the pictures, so there's two, I think Sierra Leone got a similar story. But when you guys see the pictures in Africa with the Africans, if I play that video, you'll see them. But you can't do it on YouTube, without like viewer discretion, stuff like that. But those Africans, they had no limbs. Their arms were gone. They had hooks. That's what Charles Taylor did. He mutilated them. He cut their limbs off. Like for just no reason, like just some wild political stunt. And they want to never talk about crime over here. So I asked him about his country. He always want to bring up over here. It's like, dude, that's apples and oranges. Because whatever we dealing with is light compared to what you're dealing with. Because you got to keep in mind, we are a first world country. So when you say violent crime over here, violent crime in a first world country looks a lot different than violent crime in a third world country. Okay, you talk about scamming in a first world country, that's a guy robbing an ATM, right? But when you talk about scamming in a third world country, the government's in on it. The government is in on the scamming. In Nigeria, do you know that the scammers in Nigeria are praised as good businessmen? They look at that as good business. That culture is so praised. It's so tolerated. Okay, so I can, have humor. I can let them troll, and I'm going to, troll back a little bit, and it'd be like a tit for tat thing. So MPZTV says, I'm looking at the chat. Okay, so learn we need to know about. So Black Tune. I guess you know you guys can call in. MPZTV. You want to call in and Black Tune. I probably won't stay too long. So you could call in and you can always call in tomorrow. Let me know. So when I said Jamaicans didn't have guns, I was actually just being funny, bro. Of course I had guns. You got the Mossy clan, whatever those criminal organizations were. Of course I got guns. Like y'all originated black on black crime, bro. But guns are illegal. Like y'all got guns, but they're like illegal in Jamaica, from what I know. You're not supposed to have them. This is like it's not like us. Like we have a Second Amendment right to carry weapons. From what I know, I don't really know for sure, but I believe that in Jamaica, um, there's no Second Amendment for the citizens to have a right to carry guns. I believe you got guns. If you got guns in Jamaica, they're illegal. They're not legal. If I'm wrong, correct me and I'll stand corrected. But I believe that Jamaica, they don't have Second Amendment rights. Like we are like one of like the most few countries that allow their citizens to arm themselves. Not too many countries that's on that type of time because they have they have dictatorship, rulers. So they don't want to they don't want to, incite a coup. So Black Tune, you can get the link. Who else who's new? I see another new name in the chat. MPZTV. You can click the link. As you can see, I'm not, you know, I don't curse you out. I don't go crazy. I'm very respectful. Let you talk. Just let me. I'm the host, so I'm probably gonna do a little more talking. So just like if I came to your channel, I will respect the host rules and dialogue. When y'all say, hey, let me cook for a little bit, I'm gonna try to cook for a little bit. But I really don't understand the but and keep in mind, chat, this is all because we said, hey, we want to be called this, separate from other quote unquote blacks. But at least he was finally honest. He said, hey man, at least he was honest about he's not going to accept certain terms, which we don't care. But the fact that he was honest about it, that was cool. I definitely want people to be honest. Don't lie. Don't lie just to, get along. So he said, hey man, just call yourself American. I mean, whatever. But I'm a era not it's not even debate. I had an interview with a young Jamaican brother who he was against Jamaica, right? He was actually against Jamaica. He was against, corruption, and he was like really like, he was against it. He don't have a Jamaican flag, like he don't rep the country at all. Like he moved on, like he's American, like I guess like American dream. Like a lot of them come over here and they just don't want to be who they are. They want to be American. Am I going to argue with that? No, I don't care. They got a problem. He tried to say
foundational Black Americans is like calling yourself like the kings of the world. So now I'm not gonna call you a king. That's okay. What about free Black Americans? No, because that's disrespecting yourselves. Oh, how thoughtful. What about Chewbacca? I'm just trolling. Oh, well, I gotta ask what that means. Okay, okay, dude, relax. And then I said, bro, we are really not looking for you guys to accept our term. What do you mean? I'll give you an example. When I say FBAs, don't you know who I'm talking about? I said, yeah. I said, see, you disagree with FBA, but you still know when we say FBA, we're talking about each other. Case closed. That's all we were trying to establish. When we say ADOS, FBA, American Freedmen, you know exactly who we're talking about. He agreed. Point made. Point made. American Dream. Dr. Khalid Muhammad, when he was debating, he said, I'm whatever the white man ain't. In other words, if the white man, he said he's the opposite of whatever the white man is. If the white man cold, he's hot. If the white man's God, he's the devil. Brother, whatever you want to call us, just make sure it's the opposite of what you are. That's all. Whatever you are, make sure we're the opposite. You know, that was the first time I heard somebody over exaggerate the Caribbean's contribution to this country. I mean, I know he tried to look, both of us use chat GPT. So I know what he did not find. He tried to Google, he tried to chat GPT Jamaica's foundational contribution. That thing said, you a lie. Chat GPT responded, I know you a lie. Dude, 4,000 deep. He trying to act like they really did something significant, like some foundational work. Like, dude, stop. That don't make no sense at all. Oh, now we are definitely American. Make them see y'all mad at us to call ourselves American. Actually, don't you want to call us African? So we know we're American, but we're more than just American. Okay, we're more just American. You got to add something to that. That American doesn't explain too much. You got folks like Ditso saying, "Hey, I'm from South America, so I'm American." Yeah, nah, yeah, see, we can't do that. We know better. That's a trick bag. Mm-mm. So he wants to say we're American, something as simple as that, just so he could anchor to it. Like, oh, well, I'm American too. Exactly, bro. We are too smart for that. We're not gonna call ourselves something that you could easily anchor yourself to. That trick ain't gonna work. Yeah, I don't know what bit me. God. Yo, these bugs out here are different. In Jersey, you see gnats, you just swat them away. This gnat bit the hell out of me, man. I'm like, yo, these things bite. Like, God, it bit the shit out. I went to a park yesterday, man. It was a bunch of these biting ass gnats. I mean, they lit me up, man. I got bite marks. Oh, I didn't know these things bite. I'm thinking they're like Jersey gnats. You just swat them out the way, they just go away. These things were biting me. Oh my God. Bro, they lit me up, man. They lit me up. These gnats like flying leeches. Yeah, they bit me up, man. And these things itch worse than mosquito bites. Mosquito bites I can rub. I don't got to scratch. I try not to make a sore. But these bites right here, man, I can't rub these. I got to scratch. These things hurt. They make you scratch. Are you Trenton? Yeah, I'm from Jersey, but I'm more central. You're south. You're south. You're Trenton. You out there by I had to go there to do something my license. My license, I think, renew my license. Something I had to do. I had to go to Trenton only. Yeah, but shout out to Trenton. I'm near like New Brunswick. I'm not far from New Brunswick. In between New Brunswick and Newark. Yeah, I got your number. I got your number. I got Kwame number, and I got J number. So I feel like I can like, you know, get everybody back on the phone where it's like less tense, where it gets back to where we started. Cause we were having an honest discussion, informational only, and then Jay started to get like real aggressive and like kind of like low key disrespectful, and then Kwame just picked up from where Jay left off. It's like so the convo like got whacked. So I definitely saved all three of your numbers. Oh. So let me do this while I continue to eat. Hold on. Hold on. I've been making tacos like every day, like soft shell tacos every day. I love tacos. All right, so let me just finish up on this. Let me just.
Yeah, bro. I just want to, cook on some of these talking points, man. At the end of the day, when you're shown a certain image of somebody and you pull up on them, that's the image that you're gonna get when you come to the country. It's just regular human behavior. You watch videos about the boogeyman. You know what I'm saying? If you see something that look like it could be the boogeyman, you're gonna be scared. You watch videos about ET and not ET, but the alien versus predator or alien. You see something that looks like that, you're gonna be scared because it's the programming that we get when we watch TV, when we watch social media. But and this is the thing, regular human behavior. But we never, and this is the thing with these conversations, we never talk about who's putting out this information, who's portraying these people these certain types of way. We talk about the result, but we never talk about the cause, right? These conversations are always like that. And, very disingenuous conversations, But I want to ask a question, bro. I'm gonna ask the question. I'm gonna wait for the answer. I ain't gonna cook as long as you did. I'm gonna ask a question, wait for the answer. I'm gonna listen to the answer, and then I'm gonna drop off. My question to you, bro, is, and I'm gonna listen to understand. I'm not even gonna listen to respond. I'm gonna listen to understand. How is FBA delineation tangibly beneficial? Period. And I'm gonna leave you with that question. Answer that as best as you
Dumb
can.
question.
Good question. So it's tangibly beneficial because for the first time, a lot of us are putting down our religious differences, we're putting down most differences that we would normally have with each other. Yeah, I was against Sarasota and Shetty's, Pan-Africanist position, right? But the fact that he embraces FBA, I excuse that. Like, I don't care. He could be Pan-Africans all day. I don't give a damn. The fact that he embraces FBA, I'm back in tune with him. I'm back watching. So that's a tangible difference. It made us lock arms in a way, seemed like nothing, like probably similar to like the civil rights movement. It made us lock arms regardless of our personal indifferences. And that's some things I'm trying to like let the chat know. Like, stop arguing over simple stuff amongst yourselves, because this is what they want. They want us to divide on small things. The fact that it don't matter if this person is Native American or he's not. He's still FBA because he most likely got a lineage going back to slavery. So if he want to be Native American, so what? He's still FBA. If he want to be Christian, Muslim, atheist, he's still FBA. So that's what it did for us, it did for me. It made me stop arguing with my own people. So that was my resolution this year, is to argue least as possible the FBAs. And that's a tangible difference, because before I got on code, I was arguing with my folks on the smallest things. So that is something that's different for me. And it got all of us that acknowledge ourselves as FBA and ADOS, it got all of us with one common idea. And so let me correct you a little bit. So ADOS is more centered on reparations, not FBA. FBA, so we say, hey, they'll do reparations. Well, that was never our main thing. FBA, that's ADOS. So when Tariq was saying ADOS, he was saying reparations. And then he would use FBA and ADOS interchangeably. But once he starts saying FBA, he was saying reparations, he was saying tangibles, and tangibles ain't reparations. Tangibles is set aside anything from your state, local government outside of reparations, right? So that just, because he's also asking for Black or FBA hate crimes. That's not reparations. So he started to expand it past reparations when ADOS was more centered on reparations. So Tariq Nasheed started to expand FBA beyond reparations. And then it got to a point, hey, we this is our lineage. This is our ethnic identifier. I don't know if ADOS goes that far to say that ADOS is their ethnic identifier. But Tariq Nasheed is now saying, hey, this is a better identifier for us than the things that we were called before, because those things are not all exclusive. They are inclusive. Elon Musk come over here, he's African American. So that's why we can't do African American, brother, because Elon Musk is African American if he gets citizenship. And those South Americans, so those South Africans you're talking about, so are they when they come over here. They're African Americans. That's why we can't do that. So we're that smart to know to beat it ahead of time. No, we're not African American, because all of those white folks that come over here, those South Africans, once they get citizenship, they are now African American. We're good. But one thing they can't say is that they're ADOS. You can't either. And you can't say you're foundational Black American, and you can't say you're emancipated persons or a free person. You can't say that. So those are the terminology we stick with. But tangibly, that's what it did for us. It made us lock arms and embrace each other and love each other, kind of similar to the civil rights movement.
I would just argue that none of what you were mentioning was tangible. You know, they were more symbolic.
No,
maybe spiritual. Maybe, there was nothing there that you could extrapolate that was anything tangible,
But
beneficial.
everything. Well, hold on, hey, bro. Everything starts with an idea. So all tangibles, every last one of them, started with an idea, a universal idea. You had to believe America, right? For the British subjects to come over here, they all had the same idea. They were all against the British oppression, the taxation, representation, and all these different things, how they've been treated as British subjects, right? They didn't like that. But they all had the idea, and the idea turned into something tangible. So for us, we're not going to skip that process it starts off with an idea, and we're all becoming aware of the idea, and more and more Black people, Black Americans, are adopting either ADOS, free people, or FBAs. More and more. I just briefly ran it past my aunt, who knows nothing about Tariq or nobody. Like, she's straight Democrat, straight liberal to the core, right? Kamala Harris all day. I just briefly ran it past her. I didn't know how she respond. And when she said, "Tell me more about it," I told her. She said, "Yeah, well, we're FBA, because we can trace our lineage back beyond 1870 census." So that's how easy it is for a Black American just to say, "That's what it is." Oh yeah, okay, I'm cool. So the reason why 43 million ain't on code, because 43 million don't know. Like, they're still doing what they want to do, and they're not in these spaces. But as long as we keep talking about it and talking to them, bro, they're hopping on. Yeah, I told my boy that's back in Jersey. Again, he don't care about this stuff, but I just briefly ran it past him. He's like, "Yo, tell me more." And like, he not all the way on board right now, but he's listening. Like, "Oh, let me hear more." But like, that's how easy it's for us to like get on code. But again, it's the idea first. So we're not going to skip past the idea and go to tangibles. No, it's important to have the same idea. Get on. That's what on code is. Get on code. Get on code. You hear them? You hear us. Get on code. Adolf's got their own mantra, right? But it's to get on code, and then the tangibles come afterwards. But right now, it's a beautiful symbolic feeling right now.
Hey, peace. Click the link. Unmute yourself, you mask man. Is that Black Tune?
Yeah, I was trying to fucking click that shit. Hold on. Where the camera at?
Hey, peace. Bro, we don't want to see you. It's all men out here, man. Close that damn camera.
Shit, it's cool. I ain't tripping, man.
All right.
Let me turn the TV down.
You don't see pause here. Oh, you a young dude.
Yeah, I'm a young nigga.
All right. I'm gonna go easy on the young dudes. I don't like to get on my young brothers.
I'm gonna say, please don't get on me, my nigga.
Nah, I got to.
You got to. I know you got to, but shit, I ain't no damn to.
No, I'm not getting. No, I'm not getting on you. I don't get on the youth. Now, if you're an old nigga like me, I'm definitely going. I'm gonna crash out. But the youth, nah.
Nah, that's 100, fam. I appreciate you. I appreciate they got that on and mindset too. I'm just trying to goddamn learn just like everybody else. We got that on. I'm trying to stay on point and stay goddamn on, making sure that we still in the fight, motherfuckers. Because motherfuckers is getting weak out here, and I ain't with that shit.
All right, so I have to ask you: are you FBA, non-FBA?
Shit. Like, no, I'm FBA. My great grandma, my great grandma from America, shit, and I know how that shit go.
How old are you? 22?
I'm goddamn 20, 26, 27. I be forgetting. I be alone a lot. I be in my head.
All right. And what state are you in?
I'm in Wisconsin right now.
What the hell?
I know. That's what I'm saying. That's why I be in my head. I'm around straight white folks.
Yo, how you get over there, bro?
I was down in Georgia. I'll go through a lot. My story, I got a fucking story in the motherfucking shit. I grew up.
We gotta hear that.
I was gonna say I grew up for real. Shit, I
mean, not tonight, but like another day we could do that.
I came up here because I grew up. I aged out of foster care fucking around. I signed back in at 18, so I aged out around like 21. Fucking linked back up with my sister. She got she took me up to Wisconsin. So motherfucking we could link up with my auntie. My auntie got she did me how she did me. And then goddamn, I got a girlfriend up here, so shit. I've been up here with her fucking family, white girl, so shit. And I've been trying to fucking get it, but I'm about to get my shit. So I'm about to be on.
You about to get what?
I'm about to get my weapon shit. And I'm about to be on that shit.
All right. All right. And when did you find out about, FBA and shit like that?
Really about like, okay, I say, when did I find out about FBA? Probably like 2-3 years ago. 2-3 years ago tops. I got into. I started understanding because I've been knew what the fuck's going on. I've been knew about it. I've been knew that we need to delineate. Just seeing fucking shit going on in society. I'm alone my whole life, so shit. I ain't been around much people and none of that shit like that. So shit. So I go off of what I see and how vibes I get off people, bro. And like just I done met a bunch of Africans from here, but to me, they was just black people. You feel me? They was just black people. They was my niggas. You feel me? Right. But then I started realizing shit. I just started realizing more and more and more and more. And then I fucking moved to Wisconsin. And then it's like all white folks. And it's like you see how they treat them. And you see how they act. Like you see how even us, how we act when we around these white people, bro. That shit is fucking off-putting like a motherfucker.
It's some more like slavery type shit.
Yeah, and I'm not Yeah, it's like some modern
Get out.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. And then me, like, I came up here and I got a white girlfriend, and I'm like, shit.
What is her thoughts on like the whole FBA thing?
Bro, I'm FBA shit. My great grandma, my folks.
What is your girlfriend thoughts?
Huh?
What was your girlfriend thoughts on it?
She think she with me on the shit. Like she don't fuck with that racism shit. Neither she don't fuck with none of that shit. She fuck with black people, like, and that's why I fuck with her. Like type shit. And fucking like, so I can't fucking just leave her because she fucking white. That's what I'm saying. I'm a real nigga at the end of the day. So I was like, I mean,
the chat might believe differently, but I don't do that. Whoever you with,
that's the same shit. I was like, shit. I'm not like
whoever you want to be with. I ain't got nothing to do with that.
No cap. Now I ain't got no preference and no shit like that. I don't prefer white women and nothing like that. So if we did break up, shit, like whoever I'm with is whoever I'm with again, like type shit. But like so I'm good on that though. But like she see that shit how I see that shit. She check anybody on any type shit, bro. Motherfucker, she fucking suspect some racism shit. She checking that shit. She fucking she be on some shit. Like she call out, I believe how I explain, she like realism. She be on that shit. She real. That's why I fuck with her. She about that shit.
And she your age or younger?
She of age. She got down. She 20 like 23, 24.
Okay. And how long you been dating her?
I've been dating her for a while.
What's a while? Like a year?
Nah, a while. I told you I came a fucking foster care, my nigga. Like, and that wouldn't even be incrimination. Shit.
What you mean incrimination? What are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying, my nigga. You trying to prop my nigga shit. I was finna say
I'm saying. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Nah, no cap. No cap. I told you I was homeless when I came up to that motherfucker, bro. And she helped me out when I was homeless, shit.
Okay. She seen that good man. She like, look at that's the FBA brother there. I'm about to get lucky. I'm about to help him out. On some old thin line between love and hate shit. Some Bobby Brown and
type shit. I appreciate you saying that shit because you just fucking like
I can't hear you.
Myself.
I hear you now. Yeah.
Nah, I was saying like it's like shit for real because I was homeless out there and it was snowing out there, motherfucking like. I ain't know we getting any problem out that bitch. What you talking about? I fucking go in there, I go in there, park out that motherfucker. Yeah, I was partying, type shit. My cousin picked me up, went to a kickback, because I was trying to fucking come up on some shit or something like that, trying to plan my next move, get out a little bit.
I can't hear you.
Did I mute myself again?
Yeah. No, well, you were mumble. You wasn't mute, but you was like microphone covered.
Like, okay, I was homeless, and she threw a kickback. And my cousin picked me up. She was my cousin friend. And she picked me up type shit. Like they all picked me up in the car. So shit, I was homeless. I went to the kickback to try to get my mind straight, figure some shit out. Cause I was in the fucking snow. I told you I was in the fucking park, shit at a bench, like type shit, trying to fucking so I could stay in the area close to fucking jobs and shit and close to like the what's the name? The community center and the fucking my fucking let me turn this shit off so I can turn it down so I can fully think. But yeah, so I could like start planning my next steps and shit. I was under like what did I have going on at the time? I had some job interviews lined up at the time. And I was trying to get into some shelters. I had a couple of shelters that said they might work with me, like, because the shelters out here is like on some craziness.
Is that a Republican state?
Yeah.
Yeah. Republican states don't really offer the same help like liberal states.
No, they do, but you just gotta be a certain skin tone.
No, they don't, bro.
Bruh.
Now, of course, it's worse if you're, black. I'm just saying, like,
I was gonna say them homeless shelters was packed with them white people, bro.
Yeah, but bro, they're not the
they
same.
was the ones getting in. Like, I understand they would do their own wrong too, like
bro,
that.
In Jersey, look, in Jersey, they put you in hotels, bro. I'm trying to tell you, it's different. Liberal states is different.
I'm saying they probably had the hotels packed too, but once the shelters is finished, bro, once the shelters is packed, bro, like they turning white folks away too. Like, but
yeah, I'm trying to tell you, it's a little different in blue states. They got more help. Like Republican states, like they're more conservative. Like they're more pull your bootstraps up type shit. Like even amongst their own people.
I think I can get around that shit. Is them folks probably they be going to the hospital a lot when they get real cold and they can't get in the shelters, bro. But them folks, they get around this shit. Like me, I can't get no shelter. Like I'm not gonna. If I do make it on time, then they gonna have a whole bunch of shit for me. They gonna like just it's different. I don't know why.
I already know they're gonna expect you to get a job in like 2 days. All right,
type
bro.
Shit, bro. And like
I already know, man.
They probably not even gonna let me into that bitch. Like they're gonna tell me whatever. Like, they always tell me they get to capacity. Like after I'm done, by the time I'm done filling out the application, like they didn't got to capacity or some type shit. Like they always tell me something, bro. It was always the reason I couldn't get to a shelter out here. So that's why I didn't do that. And like I'm out there, I'm trying to figure it out. Shit, I went to the kickback. She threw that shit. Got dang on from there. She threw it at a hotel. And shit.
Yeah.
She had the hotel for a little while, so I stayed there, took a shower and shit, got my shit straight, so I got my mind back right. And shit.
Well, let me tell the FBAs that yeah, man, assistance for us, he's not lying. Like now, if he was Indian, Hispanic, anything but FBA,
yes,
he would have probably had room and board. They do not this country do not give FBA's assistance for shit. And don't forget, I'm the guy who give you the timeline. They haven't done it in 100 years. They're not gonna start doing it now. Like it's systemic. That's what we mean by systemic. It was done for so long. It runs by itself now. They don't need a white supremacist in the seat to just keep it going. That's what systemic means.
It's within the system itself. The system itself needs to be, struck down.
I'm with that shit 100, bro. I'm with that shit. I make sure my girl with that shit. I make sure everybody around me on code shit. If they ain't on code shit, I fuck with them how I fuck with them.
Right. Yeah, like I say this. I say, bro, some people you ain't gonna like, but you still could use them. So like you gotta look at people like chess pieces on the chessboard. Because I teach chess. So every chess piece moves and operates differently and it serves a different purpose and they're all useful. So you gotta look at your friends and relatives like that. You gotta look at them as useful tools. Some people are just a pawn in your life, right?
Yeah.
Some people play a larger role. They're a knight or a bishop. Some people play a dear role to you. They're more like a queen. You are the king, right? You are the king because you're running the show. But yeah, so don't 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 disassociate with yourself because you disagree with somebody, you don't rock with them. Find use.
That was a good word too, dissociate. Cause
Yeah.
I dissociate too much and I be feeling like I'm
Nah,
literally in
find,
fucking get out. You said
nah,
what?
no, no, no. Find use for them first. Now, if they're not useful at all, disassociate. But some of these people you don't rock with because they're disingenuous. Some of these haters will actually give you a ride or do this for you, or do that for you. They will actually do something for you. And I would use them just for that. Like, you know what? This guy's a clown, but he does give me a ride. So let me just keep it cordial and get this ride until he becomes useless.
And that's the thing. See, I keep it too real to kick it like that. If I don't fuck with you, I don't fuck with you. But now,
Bruh.
since you said that to
Yeah.
me, I'm not gonna say I keep it too real to kick it like that. Yeah, I'm a definite. I definitely gonna do what you saying. But like nah, before I was too real to kick it like that. If I ain't fuck with you, I don't fuck with you, and that's just how it is. And I don't like having people around me that I don't fuck with. I don't like having people around me that I know don't fuck with me
Right, you
because
ain't got see that's the thing. See, like that's the young shit. The young shit is y'all want to. So when you say around you, that means some hanging out, lounging shit. Bro, I don't hang out and lounge, so nobody's ever
hanging out
around me.
Elijah are trying to do me in business or anything because I'm thinking they trying to get over. What the fuck?
Everybody, bro, no, but yes, they are. Everybody's getting over, it. And that's why I said you're trying to get over it too, or you should be. So you should use them, find the use in them, find a use in them, and use them for that use. This is a dog eat dog. This is a dog eat dog world, bro. Everybody's trying to climb and come up off somebody, right? So some people might just believe you got good conversation. Like they believe they can't get anything out from you other than a good conversation. So some people will just call you just to vent. Listen, don't say anything. I just gonna tell you the story I had happened at work. And they'll just run their damn mouth and be like, all right, bro, thank you. And they'll hang up. Some people just that's how it is. But they look at you as a useful tool because you have a good ear. You're a good listener and you don't try to. And some people, bro, when they vent, they don't want answers. So they're not going to call me because I'm going to provide answers to their problem. They don't want that. They just want to vent and hang up. And some people are better than me when it comes to that. So you know what? Let me call old boy because he ain't going to try to give me a solution. He's going to listen. He's going to give commentary here and there. And then we're going to hang up and I'm going to feel better about myself. Like that's how some folks be on it. Yeah, but everybody's trying to come up off everybody, bro.
I appreciate. Dang, bro. How long I was gonna say because you repeat like the last 30 seconds, bro. I dissociated for a minute because I was still thinking about what you were saying, what you said about that part, bro.
Yeah, everybody's trying to come up off everybody. So the reason why people are even friends today is because they can do something for them. People exchange numbers today because I can get something from this person, whether it's clout, whether it's a favor, whether it's a number to a job, whatever. People today exchange numbers when they believe they could benefit directly.
Life is transactional.
Yeah, people ain't exchanging numbers just to hang out and talk about the Knicks. That's not happening, bro. People trying to get ahead.
That's another thing I forgot to tell you. I got a brain injury, so it's like I got a traumatic brain injury, bro. I done died before. Like so,
what happened with that?
When I was growing up, before I went into foster care, I got hit by a truck.
Dang, what kind of truck?
For F.
Okay, how old were you?
big motherfucker. I was like 11, 12, 11 and a half, 12.
Dang, and how that happen?
I was out there in the streets.
Like playing around, running around without looking at some shit?
And I that was when I first went homeless. And I was out in the streets. I was doing a lot of shit back there, stealing a lot of shit.
And your parents, what happened with them?
Mom, fucking, I'm a motherfucking bastard out of it bit. And my mom, she her ass was
not ready.
Yeah,
Not ready for kids.
Yeah, what was she at then? She was in Vegas with my oldest sister.
So how did she respond when she heard about that?
See, damn, thank you for asking me that shit. She flew straight to the hospital. I believe she flew to Atlanta to be with me.
And is she an option? Like, well, I guess not now, but how come she was never an option to like stay with?
She would never own her shit. She never get she was always I explain it.
She was always what? Delusional?
Yeah. That's definitely that. But that and
but delusional to what? Like what did you want her to realize that she would not realize? What was it? What was important for you that she acknowledged that she was not acknowledging?
Yeah, like what the fuck did she she had me.
Okay.
Like
I'm sure she knew that. She didn't deny that. So I'm saying like what?
Then that's exactly what the fuck it felt like. That's what it that's how it always been.
Okay, I get what you're saying. So she like what's it called? Like I heard the term. So chat, don't get on me. But it's like post-mortem, some shit like that, where they had like a disassociation with the kid that they gave birth to. Like a lot of women go through that. They'll have a kid, but then don't have the mother emotions attached.
I think it was more of what was going on with the government taking the black father out the house.
Oh yeah, it all stems from that. That's why I'm gonna cook Myron when I call him. Yeah, so it all goes back to that, and that's a huge issue that in my FBA family, like we gotta have a serious talk. See, but the thing is, we don't want to talk about that, so therefore, the issue is never like resolved and done away with. We run from that talking point. Like we gotta talk about better family planning, and we gotta talk about the value of a nuclear family and the destruction that comes along with a single parent home. Okay. So I got a whole presentation on that shit. Like I did some deep research. Okay.
We also gotta tackle the pimp problem in our community. We gotta tackle a whole bunch of shit.
Yeah, but you know, it's a step by step, you know.
And it's like, cause I'm pretty sure getting goddamn on pimped and that goddamn on. That turned out a whole bunch of shit in my family.
But the pimp also comes by via a single parent home. You dig? So let me say this: a side effect from single parent homes are that young boys are more aggressive than boys who come from a nuclear family, 2-parent home. So boys that come from a single parent home, they're more aggressive, which can be translated as they're more violent than boys with a 2-parent home. You know, and listen, when I say parent, when I say chat, when I say single parent home, I'm mainly talking about women because believe it or not, the stats are different for single parent men. So the stats that's like bad for single parent women, those stats are not the same for single parent men.
Nah, trust me, I believe that shit. I grew up with that shit. I grew up with that shit. I know exactly how it is. I done seen niggas with fucking just dad Know how that shit go.
Yeah, so that's something that we got to talk about one live. But I need folks to like be ready to call in and let's just have an honest conversation. See, hey brother, it all goes back to honest conversations. The reason why nobody could beat me in debating, brother, although I am good and I'm well studied, but that's not how I win. I win because I'm just more honest than my opponent. That's why I win for other things as well, but I'm the person who's most honest. So if we're both well studied, the person who's most honest is going to win. See, 'cause when you're lying, you get caught in your lies and you lose. But if you're honest, there's nothing to catch me in. There's no position that's contradictory, hypocritical. There's no gotcha. There's no, oh, your logic. You're unfair. I'm not cherry picking. I'm just more honest. So if there's something bad, if there's something negative that's true that happens amongst our culture, I gotta eat that. I'm not gonna lie to try to win a debate. I'm going to be honest to win the debate. That's why I normally just win. And everybody just lied. American Dream was here lying. Kwame lied. Damn, just name them. They all just come over here and lie. I'm not going to American Dream said, I'm not going to call you guys foundational Black Americans because you didn't found the country. Now I went and explained that. He brought up white folks. I'm like, dude, okay, you bring up white folks. That don't take away from what we did. We still did what we did, but I'm not going to. All I could do is just give him the rundown. He's not he's not required to accept it. His denial doesn't make what we did untrue. It's still history. It's still true. It still happened.
It'd be the loud part.
Yep. Yep.
I'll literally be the loud part.
Yeah. So he thinks because he don't want to accept it that all of a sudden it just falls apart. It's like, no, dude, everything is still intact. We're still FBA. We're still ADOS. We're still American freedmen. Nothing changed. And matter of fact, if we want to call ourselves the star people, and we're that too. So it doesn't matter what we call ourselves. What we have in common. This is what I was explaining to Jay earlier, another tether. The lineage, you all can't be from the same lineage because lineages are personal. They are unique to the individual. Getting to all the science shit all of a sudden. That's okay. I said, actually, brother, you actually described what FBAs are. We are a bunch of different lineages that can trace our single lineages to the plantations, brother. You're right. We have 43 million different lineages, and what makes us FBA that all of us can commonly trace our lineage back to a plantation. And those people are called FBA. And to sum it up, we call that action, that connection, we just say lineage based. Not that we're actually one lineage, is lineage based because we can tie our lineage back to slavery. That's lineage based. He tried to get to the technicals. No, brother, that's what you were projecting. That's not what we actually said.
You see, bro, and I'm glad that you even explained that shit to me because I told you how I came into it. I came into it, bro. I probably came in under to understand what FBA is under the Umar. Then motherfuckers exposing Umar. And then one dude that exposed Umar, I went to his channel, and then it led into how basically how black people was already here. Basically, I knew we was already here, but how he said like we was the native type shit. So it's native black.
Yeah.
And then then I started following him, and then like I just started following shit. But then life hit me. I basically explained to you most of what went on in my life and shit. So I'm going through it. So shit, I got a lot of shit to focus on. On top of what the fuck going on, I'm still trying to fucking see what the fuck going on with reparations and shit like that. I'm the only one, and I'm the only fucking person in my family that even think about this shit, bro. And that's what fucking that's another thing that put me that like I don't know how to explain it. That shit.
Yeah, so the best you can do is just try to explain it in your words the best you can,
Get
and it'll be
bro.
it'll be trial and
Just
tribulation.
like
So
I
yeah, so
apologize for cutting you off. I need to have a real conversation, but that's what just came to my head. Sunken place. I literally felt like I was sinking when you started talking. I had to fucking say that before I fucking fell all the way down.
all right, yeah. Now, so what I was saying, like you just got to put in your own words, right? Don't try to say it like myself or Tariq or Yvette. Just put in your own words the best you can, and guess what? You're gonna confuse them because you're gonna confuse yourself, and they're gonna be like, "Wait, what? Wait, what?" And then guess what? You relax. You just say, "Hey, I'll explain later." Let it go, and then gather your thoughts. A week or two later, come up with another way to say it. Okay, well, let me say it this way. Try again. And guess what? You might not go far with that one either. But that's called trial and tribulations, trial and error. So eventually you're going to keep trying and you're going to have it in your own words where it actually makes sense. They're going to be like, wait, what's your name? I didn't get your name either. What was your name?
Oh, my name Mari.
Mari?
Mari.
Who?
Mari.
Oh, Kwamari. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to just call you Mari.
Yeah, Mari. That's what.
Yeah. So eventually you're going to have it where it makes sense to you. And then when they ask questions, you'll be able to answer all the questions because now you got it to where it makes sense to you. And when you communicate it, people understand where you're going, even though they might disagree at first. And I really highly doubt they disagree. The only family members that's going to disagree are going to be like your super religious, like Muslim type members going to disagree, and like a Pan Africanist, somebody looking like Dr. Umar is going to disagree.
Yeah, I mean, and like, I wouldn't say everybody disagree. Most, literally, the majority, the 99%, and the 1% that possibly do agree, or fucking possibly even think anything near that level, they either watered down or the crazy people in the family. Like me.
Okay.
Like
Well, even the crazy ones would get it if you package it a certain way. Like if you say, hey, let's say if you got time to talk, like you got a couple hours to talk with them, you're at the house, you ain't going nowhere. You could say, hey, have you noticed? You could say, you ever notice when you fill out an application and it asks you where you're from? You could say, it's going to say black and African American. You can say, you ever notice that we have a lot of Africans in this country? We have a lot of Caribbean people in this country from Jamaica and Trinidad, and they're not really black American like us. But there's no option for Nigerian. There's no option for somebody from Ghana or Jamaica. It's just black, right? So they're kind of forced to select an option that's not really them, right? It's not something they would call themselves, in their day-to-day speech. And that right there alone will prick their curiosity. Like, you know what? Yeah, you're right. Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
Right. That definitely is that's a good approach. That's a cognitive
And
approach.
guess what? And you leave it right there. Don't even add to it. Especially if you got access to that person like once a week. Don't even like overwhelm them. Just drop that on them.
Mm-hmm. And then like I'm trying to think about the situation where I could even implement that. And you're right. I talked to, but then, bro, I'm telling you, bro, my people, they wouldn't even fucking. I got one my auntie, I fucking hit her with that shit somewhere near that, like you you ever wonder about that shit, like how African Americans Like how we different. Like I try to question like fucking how they come over here and they get the claim. I asked her about that shit, and she like, bro, she will literally tell me that she done Ancestry.com and they fucking told us that we are from the Yoruba tribe. We grew up. She would tell us that we grew up Yoruba. Well, she grew up Yoruba, and it's like that just conflicted nigga even more.
Yeah. I probably won't go as far as the Yoruba thing. The Igbo, I won't go that far unless they brought it up, you know. But then you could say this. You could say, hey, the Igbos, the Yorubas, and whoever else people from Nigeria, you can say, aren't they all different? Like they're all called something different. You know, they're all Nigerian, but then they have a subgroup amongst themselves, right? They call themselves Nigerian, but then they also separate themselves with these subgroups, these Igbos and Yorubas and Fulanis. So they become different, even in the collective. They become different. You can say that's kind of how we are in America with these different black folks.
Yeah.
I noticed that too. So somebody want to know why you ain't clip your damn fingernails.
Bro, I told y'all, bro. I be going insane, bro.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna get them right. Yeah, so like you got to ease in these conversations because you're gonna catch them off guard. They're gonna be like, "Okay, where you going?" They're gonna be more like hesitant, like, "Okay, why are you talking about this, and where are you going with this?" And then you might could just say flat out, "Hey, man, reparations. We went through some hard times in America, and they never really apologized. They damn sure ain't compensate us, and we're behind really largely because of what happened to us for 100 years and
I ain't
more."
laugh like that, bro, but I just laugh like that, bro, because that's exactly what the fuck they do to me. As soon as I say that shit, as soon as I say that shit or anything, that's the main thing I say. That probably be the last thing I say every single time, but as soon as I say that, that's what they do to me. They definitely fucking laugh at me, bro. These motherfuckers is fucking they fucking sunken place for real, bro. They down there, bro.
Wow.
So
yeah, well, maybe you don't want to say that one then. Maybe you want to just stick to,
that's not like I stopped messing with them. Period. Like I don't. Like,
yeah, and that's always an option too. You can just say, you know what, these folks just not right now. They're not there. Like this ain't just for them. Maybe
so I mess
they
with them.
might tune into
My
they
family.
might get it, and hopefully you can say, hey man, they might get lucky and tune into Unbiased Ron and learn, get some straightening.
I don't know. I just try to tell them to tune into a couple people, but now, and like, I'm glad I tuned into you, so I got they gonna get some more information and they gonna get some more understanding on it. But I done told them to tune into a couple people. They probably would have been the wrong people to tune into, but still, just to get the conversation started, at least to get anything.
Cookie. Especially if you told them to tune into Umar, they definitely like, yo, man, where you just send me, bro? I don't trust you anymore. When they
like, oh, hold on, I didn't tell nobody to turn into Umar. Like I wouldn't into Umar. Like he was talking about the pan shit, and like that was just something on my head. And like I think my auntie tuned into the fucking Dr. Umar because I believe she the one. She ate that shit up, and me, I was more into some shit like just.
Oh yeah. If they to Umar, they definitely not buying this FBA stuff.
Yeah, so I tune into knowledge. You feel me? I tune into fucking. I don't fucking subscribe. I subscribe to Black empowerment. You feel me? Empowering the Black type shit. Like, because I know that us in America, we fucking. I feel this shit every fucking day, bro. We set back like a motherfucker. Like,
yeah, but you know what? That Black empowerment bullshit, like that also might be like lumped up in with the Umar shit because that's some of their talking points. Yo,
Black American.
bro, there's no real black empowerment without some money. Cut that check and I can show you some black empowerment. So
That's
without that
what I'm
check,
about.
without that check being
Reparations.
closed, yeah.
That's
Without that check being
reparations
cut,
black empowerment to me.
yeah, because that's what got us separate from these white folks is that money.
I was gonna say because I should live with that shit first. Yeah, reparations is black empowerment to me.
Yeah.
Like I'm
some black empowerment starts with a check. Come over here.
And motherfuckers, like every time you bring reparations up, something like that, they say like, "Oh, I'm up here with these people, bro," and they say shit like, "Well, who did it go to? You didn't get to go through." Say, I'll be like, bro, that's literally what they gonna say to us, bro. That's their talking points, and like, if we don't get reparations now, bro, imagine our fucking grandkids and shit in 250 years. We basically on fucking Jim Crow 2.0 right now, and they gonna be trying to get reparations for this shit, and that's how them folks gonna be doing that.
You said for this shit. Yeah. So when they say, oh, they laugh and say, well, who gonna collect the money? You say, well, the person. Well, first of all, there's no statute limitations to reparations, right? So the money got to be collected, right, by somebody, and all they got to be is the best representative of that ancestor. So sometimes it's the oldest sibling, sometimes it's the only sibling, sometimes it can pretty much, or it can be split between siblings, but that's all. Like when some money is old, believe me, it gets to the folks. They don't like if I sue Johnson and Johnson and I die, but I win that case, oh, they're gonna pay somebody. Like they don't get to keep the money and say, okay, well, Bias Ron passed away, so haha, we're lucky. No, a family member can step in my place and on behalf of me and collect that check. Okay. Yeah. So because if that was the case, the people you sue would just kill you.
That shit.
And say, hey man, people who you win a judgment on would just kill you and say, I ain't got to pay you. I ain't got to pay nobody. That's probably that's why that's there. It's to keep everybody honest.
I be on that shit, bro. Like, and up here, bro, I'm outnumbered. Like, I'm outnumbered. 20-1. Like, when I go to any job, the racism, anything, I gotta fucking deal with that shit, bro. Fucking combat it how I combat it type shit. Keep the job for as long as I keep it.
Yeah, Percy made a good point. Percy Miracle. They said when they laugh or scoff about reparations, we say, so why should black people be concerned about deportation? Right. When they laugh about reparations, when you got American Dream on here laughing and he thinks he's a 14th Amendment citizen, we like, okay, we're gonna see how American your ass is in a few, because you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna sign a petition that Trump could run a third term on if he can uproot these pretenders that's benefiting from the 14th Amendment that was not for them. So we like, hey man, we don't mind you running a third term. We'll sign some bullshit, but you got to meet those demands. Like we need these people up off our shit. Take their 14th Amendment status. Get rid of that shit. So you got these people thinking they're protected. It's like, hey, you really ain't protected. Cause we be like, hey, my boy, you want a third term? Okay. Do us this solid.
We'll put you in there.
Do us this solid. Snatch that 14th Amendment citizenship off these people. And we'll get you a third term.
Okay, bro. So the final like final let me see what the word final word on what Trump doing is we with that shit. Black people
Well, we ain't with it or against. We just letting it play out.
Okay, because that's how I was feeling about the shit. Making sure.
Yeah, we ain't pro or anti-Trump. We just letting it play out the way it's gonna play out, right?
Yeah,
Because
that's how I feel. Yeah, let's say like
because historically, for us to get things done in this country, it normally come from a Democrat, right? You normally, but we don't have like a long history of this, but we have like some years, 30, 40 years history of getting in the ear of Democrats. Republicans rarely pass things for us like directly. That don't happen as often as it do with Democrats. So Democrats got comfortable with it. They feel like we ain't gonna pass shit for y'all. So we like for many, many decades. So now we like, oh yeah, well, you know what? Since you ain't gonna do anything, and we know if a Republican get in there, they ain't gonna do shit. We like, well, what's the difference? Both ain't gonna do shit. So we don't care if a Republican or Democrat get in that position because neither one of you gonna do something for us. So, but you know what? We rather it be the person who never promised something to start with, rather than somebody who's lying, acting like they represent us. So be like, you know what? We rather the person who never promised something, who kept it straight gully from the door, that we rather that person in office. We could stomach that person. But the person who's been lying and saying they're on our side, we can't stomach that person in that office. Like, nah,
that's
you
right.
gotta go. Shit. You gotta go.
That's right.
And nothing you gotta do is you gotta stop smoking.
Why you say that?
Because that marijuana, man, trust me, just take it from me. Well, I don't have no personal knowledge, right? Because I never smoked before, but based off my observations and what I know, because I'm a nerd, I definitely studied uh, marijuana and why, the whole legal, illegal thing, federal, state. Yeah, I'm that bored where I actually wanted to just know for myself, like, why is shit illegal but legal? So I actually got a video. I did a video explaining how marijuana is legal but illegal, or illegal but legal, however you want to phrase it. But bro, the reason why
Definitely gonna watch that, but say
the reason why the federal government will never legalize it is because of its high addiction rate. Okay, that's why it'll never be legalized by the federal government. Like, so the federal government believes something that addictive cannot be good for you. Okay, so they compare the addiction to crack, cocaine, and heroin. Yes, they do. And so they look at these things as just like and with the proper terminology, they look at these things as not a medicinal usage, but more so like to relieve pain. So like cancer patients, like they wouldn't mind giving them a medical, card, or somebody suffering pain. So if you're in pain, maybe, it's for you, right? You said you had a head injury, whatever. So if you're in pain, maybe that's the best thing for you. But if you're not in any pain,
I got through chronic headache. I got
yeah. So I just thought about it. You did say you went through some traumatic stuff. Yeah, so this ain't for you then. This is for the chat. So for the chat, for you folks that pick up this habit, that ain't the right thing, man. This thing is, and you know what? These folks, but you experience it too. Like I'm gonna quit. You're not gonna quit. That shit is addictive as hell.
Like, bro. I mean, when you was talking, that's why I was scratching my head. I was thinking, I was like, bro, if I wanted to quit this shit, bro, I'm pretty sure I could just quit this shit. But I'm like, bro, then when I thought about it again, I was like, yeah, that shit is. When you said that shit, when you said it's hard, that shit is hard to quit.
Yeah, because how addictive it is. Like that's no joke, and that's why, like I said, the federal government would never legalize it. Because so now, watch this.
I ain't never quit it before because I didn't quit it. Once I had the opportunity to smoke this shit again, oh hey, I was on that shit.
Yeah, because that's not quitting. All right, now, so I did.
Right.
I did. I haven't, and I'm not saying good or bad. I'm not saying I'm holy. I'm just saying I haven't eaten pork since 1996. Okay, brother, that's like 30 years. That's quitting. Quitting when you don't go back to it.
Yeah, I don't went
Okay.
back. I didn't quit.
Yeah. So I quit pork and never went back to it. In 1996. So almost 30 years ago, last time I touched pork, like directly. Like who knows what, I'm not saying maybe I ate jello. I'm talking about the meat. The meat. I've eaten pork meat in almost 30 years because I quit. I didn't plan on going back. So what you're doing, you're not quitting, you're taking a break.
Yeah. But that's
Yeah,
not my headaches
but
giving me though.
yeah, of course. But I'm just saying, like, you can't quit. Check this out. This is good advice. You can't quit a habit without replacing it. So you'll never quit something without replacing it with something. So some people will stop smoking and they'll drink like hella coffee, or they'll replace smoking with something else, like coffee or espresso or tea or some bullshit. But that's what people do. They replace habits with other habits.
Yeah.
So hold up. Percy Miracle said, I worked at a dispensary doing security, and I seen people stand outside in the cold and the heat to buy their marijuana. He says, highly addictive. Yes, sir. He said, smoking and cursing.
Something to say, because she said that, I don't know. I probably see myself waiting outside that damn dispensary. Cold. In the cold for some now weed. Damn, that's messed up.
Yeah. Laura Moss said, American Dream is a bummer clock F-boy. And Nat Turner said legalizing weed was one of the worst things that happened in the country. Well, so Nat Turner, yes, so I agree, but I agree but disagree. And the reason why I disagree is because they were smoking it anyway. Like, and that people, whether it was legal or illegal, people that smoke weed, like nothing changed. They still smoke as much as they smoke, even when it was even when it's criminalized. Like people don't smoke more, right? They smoked the same amount of weed they would have smoked if it had never been decriminalized. So nothing really changed in their their intake. So, but what was a good thing was they're no longer being prosecuted. So that was the good thing of decriminalizing, because people were getting locked up off recreational drugs. You know what I mean, like small amounts, and they were picking and choosing, Maury, on who they prosecute. So of course, if you're white or look like you're white, you're not getting prosecuted. They'll throw it away or discard it, or ticket, for just
Yeah.
they might just document it and they might take it. But if you were looking like us, if you look like us, they oftentimes prosecuted us. Again, they knew you won't go to jail. They knew you wouldn't, pay a large fine. But it was the sole purpose of giving you a felony. That was a felony is enough. That's it. No jail time. You don't need any jail time. Just being labeled a felon, you're gonna be like a slave basically in this country. Like now, people they could legally discriminate against you because you're a felon. I think there's only 2 states where they like ban that, where like they don't allow. I forgot. I'm slipping, but family, there are like 2 states that don't allow background checks for like criminal records, and I think it's 2 states that they don't let companies or housing discriminate based on felonies. So I don't think you got to even disclose it. Like 2 states, I believe. Chat, help me out. Help me out if I'm wrong. I know it's something like that.
What 2 states that would be? Might that be?
Say that again.
What 2 states might that be?
I want to say somewhere in the north, like
asking for a friend.
Like one of these small, I don't know, like Delaware or Massachusetts, one of those small states up north. I'm thinking about Rhode Island, some bullshit like that.
Well, nah, probably if I get an I don't know if they answer the call.
So So, Sounds Bantu said, I started smoking weed since I was 14, and once it was legalized, I noticed a big difference in this so-called medical Mary Jane. So I quit smoking. Okay, so let me explain that. So now, chat. I'm off the top of my head. I'm going off this research I did when it was first decriminalized. You dig? So you know how many years that was. So I'm just freestyling. But I believe there's a difference in the high when it's medical. The medical marijuana, Maury, isn't as addictive as the you could say the wild marijuana. So chat rock with me. So medical marijuana is seen as cultivated, non, and when I'm saying like dispensaries and places where to get it legally. If you get your marijuana legally, it's called cultivated marijuana. If you get your marijuana illegally, it's called wild marijuana. Okay. So they cultivate it. What they do is to make it possible to sell it, to meet the requirements to sell this type of marijuana sounds, they had to make sure the THC was 0.30. I think 0.30. So 30% as opposed to 100%. So it's not as addictive. So the high is not going to be as great. All right.
Nah,
So
I
yeah.
think you got that backwards. Bro,
Nah, I read this.
Bro, this dispensation I'm getting is 98%. Like,
Nah, it's illegal. They can't do that. So this is, I mean, maybe the chemicals they add in there, it makes it feel like that, but it's illegal. Like that's part of their state requirements. So remember, it's illegal. But the federal government had made arrangements where they would allow it to be decriminalized if they agreed to these conditions, and the conditions were to decrease the THC power exponentially.
so was you saying they putting false labels on them?
Well, yeah, or they just being, you can break the law. So maybe they agreed to like, to the 30% stuff, and they just didn't do it. They just say, fuck all that. We're gonna sell it regular. You dig? People get locked up for these dispensaries.
I was gonna say, because the dispensers I've been going to, bro, they having that 98% shit up in the 99%. They having that, and it's, bro, it's
Yeah, and
make you
most
want
likely,
to
yeah. So, and it depends on depends on every state regulations and rules is different. So maybe they found some loopholes in there where they can make it 98%. But you see, but listen, Maury, that's my point though. Hey, chat. The fact that they even got to say 90%, who's my point? Is that because they're saying, hey, this ain't cultivated, this ain't watered down. Which proves my point that it was supposed to be watered down, but they decided to break the law and say, nah, we ain't doing that. This is that raw, this is that real deal. And of course, then weed smokers gonna go to that one.
yeah, I probably need it. You calling me out like motherfucker, bro.
I will only yeah. So some people, you know what? Smokers who can like really balance it. Things are usually bad when you overuse it. That's anything. That's eating candy, drinking liquor. That's work or exercising. When you overdo anything and don't have balance, most likely it's going to be negative. Eat apples all day is going to be bad. So
I don't know. I got a traumatic brain injury though, so
no, we're not talking about you. We're talking about
I go hard with that shit, bro. I can't even.
That's because you're addicted. But we're talking about the chat. That the chat, yeah, no, that was more so for the chat.
Okay, bet.
Now your ass is addicted.
Yeah. I can finally admit that shit, but
yeah. But what about the crazy guys that be on social media with all their packages? I was playing a live not too long ago. Dudes on social media showing all these now. Listen, chat. even though marijuana is decriminalized in a lot of states, not all. It's like I think it's not a lot of states. The last time I checked, maybe like 13, 17 states. Most states don't allow it. It's like still criminalized. Um, but the ones that do allow it, what point was I making? Let me get back to. I think I'm gonna. I'll come back to that point, but it was a good one. Oh, okay. I know what I was gonna say. So, Mari.
Okay.
So go ahead.
I think you kind of right. I gotta find the one I had that was 98%. It was one of them, but
Wait.
understand what you mean. You said they do be like fractionized, 22%.
What it say?
This one right here specifically is 22% THC,
bro.
0.9 CBD. Huh? You can't hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Am I talking too low?
No, you good, bro.
Say 22% THC, 0.9% CBD, and 25% THCH.
Yes, sir. And bro, you know why I'm right? Because I am him.
Now
All right. I'm him Thomas. I'm Hemi Jones. I'm Hemi Hendrix. You dig? I'm him Duncan. I'm him Brown. All right. Again, I'm freestyle. This is what I researched some years ago, several years ago, and I can like still recall a lot of what I read, years ago. But yeah, that's why I was standing to my guns. Like, nah, that THC, bro, if they're sticking to the rule of the state, which they should, or they're gonna be shut down and probably locked up. They're gonna have that thing below 30%.
Nah, you're right. You're right.
And you only high because they put chemicals in that shit.
That one time. That was just specific time.
You probably asked for something else. Yeah, I can't hear you.
I said,
You probably asked for that. You probably asked for that Diddy shit.
Nah, yes, motherfucking tight shit. I can't even count.
Yeah, but Bell said it's a mixture of different. He said it's a mixture of many different chemicals. He said I'm in Vegas where it's recreational, and the ingredients are not the same as cultivated at all.
Yeah, my shit's 25% most.
Yeah. Jay Quan said I don't never recall seeing 90%.
Nah, okay. That was it was a specific runts pack I had.
Yeah, Nate, the only fruit I eat without seeds, cause like really no choice, like bananas and maybe like grapes. But most of my fruit got seeds. And watermelons with seeds just taste way better. So somebody said, don't mess with that Fenty, man, because that uncultivated marijuana. All right, now keep in mind when I say cultivated, I'm talking about dispensary. I'm talking about state regulated. I'm saying wild marijuana is not state regulated. So, bro, that wild marijuana, man, they be lacing that thing, man. They be lacing that thing with that Fenty pack.
Finna say they do. I was just finna say that they putting Fenty in weed.
They want you to come back.
That's why I'm literally about to stop. I'm glad I see.
Nah, just get the cultivated ones. Get the ones that are in the dispensary that's state regulated. That's all, and you good.
Okay, that makes sense. I was gonna say,
Yeah, because
they saying they getting that shit in here with the weed with the Fenty is getting in here and they getting in here somehow. And that shit is like, bro, I don't even want to mistakenly get that shit.
yeah, that shit crazy. Yeah, I showed a video. Check this out, bro. This is wild, Mari. A couple police officers had just bust a guy for having like he did like a drug sale and they caught him with like
I know
fentanyl on him.
I seen this exact video, bro.
Yeah, ain't that shit crazy, bro? Yo, that's how.
Had his
That's
ass
how,
fucking stall like yo dumbass.
bro. But that's how addicted that shit is, man. A damn police officer smoked it on the job, bro. On the fuck, he didn't wait. He smoked this shit in the bathroom on job. That shit had his ass laid out dead.
He was on the job. I was like, bro, this ain't right, bro. This is something.
Right.
They doing something to us right now.
Yeah, ain't that some crazy? This nigga got a gun on his hip and everything. That nigga went in the bathroom to smoke that shit, bro.
You don't like, bro. I was like, bro, hell nah. How the fuck, bro? You clearly hit that shit, bro.
Oh yeah.
Let the whole civilian record you on your job high on 50, bro.
Yeah, that shit crazy, man.
I seen that video and I was damn, bro. That's when I was like, bro, some shit is going on right now, bro. We have something about to happen, bro.
It's already been happening. It's already been in motion.
Bro. Oh yeah, you right, it has. But what I'm saying is that shit is about to crack off. Like that's why I ain't been tripping as much as like that lately because I know it's about to crack off. Like I'm just making sure I'm ready when that shit happens.
Yeah, so Mark said I only smoke indoor weed from dispensary. I'm in South Carolina, California. I'm in Sacramento, California. We got the weed dispensaries everywhere out here.
But we only got weed. We only got them dispensaries. I mean, we got a lot of like.
So they're in the chat doing weed shaming, and they're saying, oh, so wait, I didn't read this one. So Lionel Sanders says marijuana also helps control your sugar and insulin. When I smoke, intermittent fasting is much easier. Only do it 1 or 2 times daily. Lionel, that sounds like some Sabi facts. That should control your insulin. That's like some shit Dr. Sabi wrote.
What she just said sounds kind of valid though, cause bro, because I don't know, I don't be eating like that much when I smoke. Hell, when I be straight gassing, bro, and that's why I be like, I be having to control that shit. Like I be having to make sure that we give me the munchies and not spiking my shit and none of my shit out. My appetite is what I'm meant to say, what I mean to say.
Okay, so Mark said you're looking to work for quality control for cannabis. Hey, yo, and I was gonna say this. I got like manufacturing skills behind me as far as like making drugs. Like so I worked in pharmaceutical companies in Jersey where we made the drugs, from scratch. We did all the ingredients and I worked in dispensing, so that's kind of funny. You guys say dispensary. So dispensing, I can tell you exactly what dispensing is because I worked in it. So you guys hear the fancy names, it says dispensary, but you're like, what the fuck is that? The dispensary is the area where you get all of the raw products. You get all of the raw products, you get everything. And you sit there and you combine them with specific measurements. So whatever it called for, maybe a half of, pound this and a quarter of that, and this liquid here, you do everything exactly. You can't go, well, they have limitations how far you can go over, how far you can go under. But, you could run a whole batch if you fuck up the, what they call it? My terminology is like fading. But you could fuck up a whole batch if you don't be precise as possible with the ingredients. The whole batch becomes adulterated. Right, but that's all dispensary means. That means it has all the raw ingredients, and by the way, it's called excipients. The ingredients are called excipients, and the API is the active pharmaceutical ingredient. Okay, so I don't know if they're using excipients. So it sounds like they are. It sounds like they're using excipients to manufacture their marijuana, and the excipients are going to help it be potent, right? Be potent. So it'll probably, I'm just guessing. I'm giving an example. So maybe it keeps the high longer because the THC is so low. But that's what excipients do. Excipients, they normally help make the API, strong and to its fullest, you know, ability. in lacking better words. But that is dispensing. I did all that. I worked in those companies. Excipients and API. That's all that's in the dispensary.
And that's
and
what
measuring cup and weights, scales and shit like that.
You said the API.
Yeah, that stands for active pharmaceutical ingredient. So that would be the marijuana flower itself. And the excipients are the things that's going to help it stay like disease free, bacteria free. So it might be some magnesium in there. It might be certain things like I know magnesium is like a go-to for a lot of drugs. So maybe I'm guessing. I never worked in a weed dispensary, but I'm just guessing. Like maybe they mix it with a percentage of magnesium. But these excipients they help the API, the drug, be where it won't be where it won't expire too soon. Uh, it just maximizes full potential to whatever it's supposed to do. The excipients help it do just that, if not more.
That makes sense.
Yeah, man. So I got a little experience in a lot of things, man. And people hate me for that. People are like, oh, you think you know everything? No, I don't. I just lived long enough to do a lot. I lived long enough to do a lot, to experience a lot. And I read and experienced a lot.
And how old are you?
47.
Yeah, you up there.
Yeah. But I'm that new 47 though. I'm not like
Yeah, you definitely are, OG. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm like that new 47. Like I still play basketball with now of course I'm no longer, as fast as I was. So I'm not like competing at a high level with these young niggas, but I'm out there balling with the young niggas stuff. You know what I mean? I'm not in like the senior citizen league. I'm balling with the young guys, regretfully so, but yeah, I ball with the young guys. Sometimes I play the Dennis Rodman role, the Robert Ory role. So,
Yeah.
but one thing I don't try to do, I hardly ever try to take over a game. Like I'm past those stages. Like fuck it, we just gonna hold this L.
That's real shit though.
Okay. Yeah, I ain't about to do no takeover and get myself injured like Kawhi Leonard. Now I'm good. Like we just gonna hold this L, bro. If you relying on me to try to come back, we gonna hold this L. Like I might give you, a little something, but I'm passing that ball. Right.
Nah, you gonna be.
I'm about to tear my ACL. Fuck with y'all.
You still gonna be a whole head out there though. You still active though. I appreciate damn. You said you're 40.
Nah.
That's that's real shit.
Yeah, nah. I'm definitely out there in that court. And guess what?
Stay out there for 24 years, bro. You'll be fucking 60 hooping.
And, I'm actually like kind of respected on the court too. Like they don't look at me like I'm guarding him. Like you know what I mean? Like they don't really they respect you, boy. They know.
Bro, I imagine they expect you for it, bro. I follow a nigga on YouTube that's 40 hooping on the court. He fucking giving it to them young niggas.
Yeah, they ain't gonna put no weakling on me like that. Like when I go out there, they're not gonna put like a coward or a woman on me. They're not gonna do that because then I'm be the go-to person. I'm gonna be Tim Duncan on the block.
Okay.
So they respect me enough where I don't get the best player on me, but I get somebody solid.
But at least you're still active at your age, bro.
Yeah, you gotta be active, man.
Niggas that work. That's the most active they is at that age is work.
Yeah, you got to, or you're gonna, you're gonna be like the Tin Man from the Wizard of Oz, where you ain't gonna be able to move at all. So you gotta stay moving.
That's not supposed to believe you just supposed to be when you get old. Like what age do you stop being active?
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's a wrap. So why do you think Mayweather keep boxing? Like, and I'm not even talking about like competing. I'm talking about just training. Like he trains and trains and trains just in case an exhibition opportunity opens. But one thing he's not going to do, bro, is not train and then take on an exhibition, bro. He'll get knocked the hell out. So he stays training because when you're my age, bro, you cannot relax and like don't play ball or don't do this and don't work out. It's over. Like, cause it's not the same. You're not gonna recover, and your body's not gonna respond the same way.
as you was when you were like early 30s and younger.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's some good knowledge to know too. That's why I say I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. And anybody want the phone number or link? Let us know because we just talking. We just going in.
Bro, that's real shit. I make sure I exercise and shit like that, and I try to make sure that I'm building a habit in my mind that to exercise like consistently, and I'm gonna keep it up till I'm like, no, not till I'm gonna make sure I keep it up and well into my 60s.
Yeah, man. You know, it's.
But I grew up without a father. I told you that, bro. So I ain't had no around me to fucking goddamn nigga. You need to be on your push-ups. You need to be doing this. You need to be doing that, bro. I grew up fucking trying to struggle for my survival. So shit.
You know, it's crazy. Like I really like. So this is what I do. Like I will like take my son somewhere, and he'll ride the bike, and I just dribble the basketball. You know, but I really ain't shoot a hoop in like since like October. So I went to the park finally yesterday out here in the country. I went to a park and man, they had all these damn like people over there. So one rim, yeah, there's a I've never seen it before. They were doing like a 5-on-5 half court. Talking about do I want to play? I'm like, hell no, I no 5-on-5 half court. So I ended up playing on the other hoop where like we were playing 21. They was like, yo, you want to get 3-on-3? I'm like, hell no, let's play 21, man. But long story short, it's kind of funny because I would dribble the ball. I didn't shoot a ball since like, I shot the ball, but like in a backyard rim. I'm talking about, I didn't shoot a ball in the real rim since like October. So man, when I had to shoot that ball, hey chat, I was looking like Westbrook. No lie, bro.
Air that bit,
Bro, all glass. It did. Every ball's in all glass. But that shit felt so weird, bro. Yo, they were leaving me open. They wouldn't even go out there and guard me.
damn.
And I'm hitting like all glass, all backboard. And look, and I'm trying to talk shit. I'm like, money, that shit all glass. Doosh. I'm like,
You ain't the anti promo 40.
bruh.
You know who anti promo is?
Nah,
that nigga 40. He be hooping. That's funny as fuck though. You said they leaving you open. That nigga.
yeah.
That nigga.
Wait, I'm gonna tell you why they left me open. They left me open because even though I can't make a shot, I can still go around and make a layup. So they realized all he got is like layups. Like he don't have no, he can't shoot.
Attack his driving.
Right. So they stopped going out there. I'm like Westbrook. I don't want to shoot. I got to shoot. And that thing, bro, I was like, to make a long story short, I was like 5 field goals for like 35 attempts. Five for 35, basically. And a lot of those shots were bad. I'm like far right, off right, big time, all glass and air balls.
That's how it be sometimes getting back out there. But you 40, bro, so it don't even fucking matter, bro.
Nah, man, I got pride. Man. It mattered to me. But what's funny was that what's funny, chat, is how aware the youth are. I'm out there balling with like some jeans, some jean shorts, a t-shirt, and some like scuffed up J's. Yo, these young dudes, like 20 years old, 19 years old, it's like, yo, he's from New York. Look at his jean shorts. I swear, bro. He said, yo, he's from New York. Look at his jean shorts.
That's
I'm like, yo, these young dudes are aware like a mug.
2K.
Word. He's from New York. Look at his jean shorts.
Bro, our culture got spread it through everything, bro. So basically, black culture now is American culture.
Yeah, facts. And people don't even like realize it. They say we ain't got a culture the whole time they're involved themselves in ours, immerse
Like,
themselves in our culture.
Everything, bro. Like the way they sass everything, bro. It's just they use our words, they use our slang and appropriate it, and
Right, swag and everything, humor. They master, you know, the swag of FBAs, and that's why I was explaining to American Dream. I'm like, dude, man, like where we are known, like nobody really can deny this. We are known to be fighters, all right. But I mean, just look at combat sports. Like we dominate all of them. Kickboxing, fucking MMA, boxing. Like we dominate all combat sports. And we are fighters. So I'm like, so this is why I believe that white people had to outnumber us in America because we are the only black people who were outnumbered. Everybody else outnumbered their oppressors.
Yeah.
But none of them really fought.
And that's why this is this what they used to call this shit. I mean Dixieland, but
yeah,
a lot of it was something, man. The fucking I'm trying to think about what it was called. It was called the land of something because this is where they would be the majority at. That makes sense.
Right. Yeah. Them motherfuckers was like, yeah, and we still fought them against all odds, staring death in the face. We still fought them. We still risked our lives and fought. You know, and like that's one thing the island and the continent can't deny us that we are some fighters. We do not take disrespect like that.
That's why I'm excited for the future. I'm excited for the future because like that was the best thing that we could have did was delineate because it's just really just causing them on the other side to see like, bruh, if you ain't with us, you basically against us type shit. Like,
yeah.
And I'm like, bro, I'm all for it, bro. I'm definitely for it.
Yes, sir. If you ain't with us, you are against us. That's exactly our attitude.
And it's not even just them. It's even amongst us.
Yeah. It don't stop.
Like if you ain't with us, you against us. And that's why it's just like
like the Pan Africans, like they're FBAs, but they won't claim it at all. Like Brother Reggie. That's why Brother Reggie been he been dodging me like the goddamn bubonic plague, man. That Brother Reggie been dodging me like the bubonic plague.
Yeah, that's wild.
After he came over here and lied about history. Now I got him. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like you can't have an honest discussion. If Reggie was an honest man, he would come back and say, yeah, I'm biased. I was wrong. I said this, I was wrong. I said that, I was wrong. Well, damn, I was wrong about almost everything, but I apologize, man. I mean you no harm. You know, something like that would be respectful. But he knew he was lying and he don't want to own up to it.
Yeah. I'm trying accountability.
Mm-hmm. And that's one thing so far he's not gonna have. I'm gonna give him a little while, but it's looking bad. He had a channel. I subscribed to it, but I forgot it. So I gotta look through all my subscriptions to see his channel. But I gotta get him back over here. And I can't let him over talk me. Cause that dude be telling some goddamn stories, man. Like, dude, I didn't call you for a story time.
Yeah, you was just talking. I think that's when I first that's when I first tuned into one of your streams. That's the stream you just had, ain't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one I wanted to call into.
Yo, so somebody said the title is clickbait. No, fool. We've been live for like how many hours? Like 6-7 hours, bro. That title is, and guess what? The video still ain't finished playing. That means I gotta use that title again next week or 2 weeks from now. Because I never played the whole live video.
I wanted to call in on his ass. I was like, bro, some of the shit he was saying, like, it's just like I don't be online like that. I just started like putting getting online because like I don't be into the internet like that. And
Huh? You said cut off the bench with the
Chocolates. The bench.
Definitely clip it. But nah.
Wait. Jaquan said, who was that Jamaican boxer that was undefeated? Nobody. Okay, because Errol Spence got his ass knocked out by FBA Terrence Crawford. And I hope you ain't talking about the Axeman who got his ass beat by Lomachenko. He actually quit in the ring. Dude, that dude had no fight in him. Gilmore Rigondeaux, the Cuban boxer, he quit in the ring. You know, these non-FBAs be quitting in the fucking ring. So I don't know what Jamaican boxer. I know you're talking about Dennis Lewis. He's not. Yeah, well, is he Jamaican? I know he's. I guess you could say. Does he count as Jamaican? Because he calls himself British. Okay, he calls himself British. So he don't even say he's Jamaican. So we can't call him something he don't call himself. Let's Google it. Let's Google Lennox Lewis. Let's see what it says. Let me share my screen.
We could have all been black if we would just been on code.
Right. And that's what they don't get. They don't get like, yo, we could have all been black if y'all ain't trying to code our shit, man. Speaking for us when it comes to reparations, somehow we don't need it,
like,
or no cash. We'll just do tutoring and some other stupid shit. We get discounts on lawn care. Like, dude,
reparations go to, like,
yeah, right.
They delineated.
Yeah, Nate Turner said, "You ain't lying, Ron. Just last week, I played half court with a 20-year-old 3-on-3, and I hadn't played in 3 years. Goddamn, I'm 52. And I look like a retarded kid."
Oh, snap.
Yeah, nah, because I realized this, man. I realized some of the 22-year-olds, they're not better than me. They just got more damn stamina.
More energy. Like, bounce around.
Yeah. They all like, they all ball like Westbrook. They got all this fucking energy. They jumping on me for the rebound.
So they say you jump up a pump fake and slip a disc.
That's the thing, but I don't jump at all. Like I don't fall for it. I stay grounded. I don't fall for the up fakes. Like you got to be hit. The only way I fall for up fake if you are a shooter, you're just knocking shots down. Then I gotta jump. I can't let you get this weapon look. So then you'll get me with a head fake.
Nah, bro. I was talking about you doing the pump fake.
Oh yeah. Funny as hell.
Because you ain't know, bro. You gotta watch this nigga, bro. The way he do his, he don't even. Well, you're not supposed to jump when you do pump fake, but he do it like, you don't even go up at all, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I'm gonna give you an example of my game. Like people say I look like Dinwiddie, but my game is like, of course my bag is nowhere near Dinwiddie, but my game is like similar to Dinwiddie, like in my prime, without, of course, nowhere near their bags, right? I'm on some low level shit. On some low level shit, my game was more like Dinwiddie mixed with Klay Thompson. And the reason why I say that, bro, because you give me any space, if I ain't got a dribble, I'm shooting that ball. I have no problem with just catching and shooting. No dribbles. I got no problem with that. So that Reggie Miller, they still like kind of like call me Rip Hamilton. Like that was my game. I'll run around, and catch the ball to shoot it. I get any space, I catch the ball and just shoot it. Like I had that Rip Hamilton game. Where I just ran around, set screen, run around, catch and shoot, or catch and pass, catch, pump, fake, pass. Did it cut, slip? You know what I mean? That's all I did. And like the Rip Hamilton game, I wasn't really like the one-on-one breakdown player like that. I was more so just beat you with quickness, just run around without the ball and try to get like an open shot or a layup.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay. What they call slashes?
Yeah, that was me. Like a Rip Hamilton. Like a Reggie Miller Rip Hamilton. That was my game.
Okay, that's lit.
Kind of like what Curry does. No, Klay Thompson. That's what he does. He just like so you know, we kind of set you up. If I make 2 threes in a row off a slip, well, all I gotta do is slip again, fake the catch, right, and then dip for a layup. Because I made 2 in a row, so you're gonna overplay me. So and guess you know what I do? Cause I'm like older, I got like the tricks. When I run up top for 3-pointer and I'm like slightly open, I will make the facial expression and the hand gesture like the ball is coming to make you commit all the way. I just slip like hell. I dart like hell to the rim for a layup or a cut layup. But yeah, so I know how to like try to like use my facial expression, the hand gesture to make you believe the ball is coming, make you overly commit so I can just dart back the other way.
MJ type shit.
Yes, sir. Hey, peace, Charlie Shaw. What's the question, Khalid? We need a tether to call. Yo, Jay Quan. I was thinking the same thing, man. Well, listen, I got Jay number. I got Kwame number. Okay. We can't have them on a call together because Kwame was doing good. Okay, we were having a legitimate conversation. I was cooking him on his Pan-Africanist, his early Pan-Africanist. I was cooking him. Jay took his shit somewhere else. He was being disrespectful because they couldn't beat me, in history. So now they would just want to throw personal shots at like FBAs. And then when I kicked him off, Kwame just picked up where Jay left off at, talking like real filthy and ridiculous. I'm like, look, what's wrong with these dudes, man?
It's tripping.
He said, if you were to choose one addiction, would you rather your kids be? Oh, no, definitely weed smokers. Yeah, no alcohol.
Alcohol.
No alcohol.
That done did enough to our people.
Yeah, because I mean, like I could tolerate a fucking weed smoker just smoking all goddamn. Like I could tolerate that. I cannot watch somebody just drink their life away. Nah, like that shit will bother me. Yo, man, because the weed smoker, I won't say shit. I just look at him like he crazy. But the drinker, I'm like, dude, yo, you good, man?
You drinking yourself fucking. You got an addiction to drinking. You depressed.
Yeah, and it can get fatal. You know what I mean? Because you start losing organs or you might get in a car and drive and crash. Yes, that should get worse. Yeah.
That's why I don't know. That shit be just like I don't like how fucking. I just don't like how black people judge each other. How we judging each other out this bitch like that.
You know what? The more we embrace, yeah. What the hell was I going to Google you? I was going to Google something. See, man, we talking about marijuana now. I'm forgetting. What I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to Google something on the fly. Damn. Damn. He said I got that Tony. He said I got that Tony Allen defense. J.R. Smith mix. Power to the guys. Yeah, yo, you know what? Yeah, Lennox Lewis. Yeah, I guess I don't want to call. Oh, yeah, thank you. I was supposed to look up Lennox Lewis. I don't know if he's called a Jamaican champion. I think he's called a British champion. If I'm right about this, chat, I am the GOAT. If I'm right about Lennox Lewis being a British boxer, not Jamaican, I'm the GOAT. I'm the GOAT. All right, so let's see. Look, a British Canadian boxing. Hey, yo, hey, Percy, am I the GOAT? Percy, am I the GOAT? I said I'm a boxing fan. My channel was called Unbiased Sports. Matter of fact, I was first called the Boxing Wizard. My channel was originally, let me show you guys something. Cause you guys think I be capping, yo. Let me show you something, man. Let me show you what my channel was called originally. Cause y'all be swearing I'm capping. Y'all be swearing I'm capping. Yeah, I'm gonna go to oldest right here. Boom. Okay, y'all be swearing I'm capping. Maybe it wasn't this channel. No, it's not this channel. No, this is a new channel. This is a new channel. No. This is the old channel right here. because this unbiased Ron, this is new. This FBA defensive unit, this was my first unbiased sports channel, by the way. So this channel was suspended for 3 years. So when this was suspended for 3 years, that's when I opened up unbiased Ron, right? And then I just got this channel back from suspension, and I think like October. And then it was suspended for 3 weeks. So I just got this channel back, right? But this is this is my boxing channel. This right here was before unbiased Ron. Now watch this right here. Watch this. Oldest. Boxing. Boxing. All boxing. See, that's me. All boxing. See the boxing wizard right here. That was my logo. I was the boxing wizard. All boxing. I had my designer shoes. I was doing like unboxing designer shoes, whatever. But okay. Oh, y'all want to see Curry? Y'all think I'm joking? So let me see. Anyway, as you can see, it was all boxing. Tyson here, all boxing. So my channel was the Mayweather had the boxing wizard background, but I was the boxing wizard. That's me right there. I had the little West Coast. Me right there. The TMT hat. No, this was a bootleg TMT hat because I couldn't afford a real one, and then I had just bought some bootlegs, some shit offline. This shit was look how it looks. Shit looked like a fake ass fitted. This was I ended up buying a real one, but this one right here was some fake ass TMT hat. And the reason why I got rid of it, because somebody was at Mayweather's gym and they was getting autographs, and somebody had a fake ass TMT hat, and Mayweather didn't want to give him an autograph because he had a fake ass TMT hat. I said, you know what? I said that was embarrassing. So I said, let me throw this shit away. So I threw that hat away. Okay, so anyway, let me show you what Curry does. Okay, so y'all don't know how I get down in the gym. Now, this is just shoot around. I'm not playing. That's me right there. This is so now when I say I'm Clay Thomas mixed with Dinwiddie, look at me. I look like fucking Dinwiddie. Now that I'm not left-handed. This was a mirror. I'm doing a selfie, so the camera is mirrored. It's showing me, left-handed, but I'm really right-handed. So, but look at your boy Clay Thompson. Look at I ain't gonna call no names, but some of y'all ball in the chat. I would love to see y'all basketball shit. Look, this is no editing. Look at that boy. I'm looking like Curry out there, yeah. Oh, by the way, I do got the Currys on. Those are the Currys. So, shooter sneaker. What's that, 2 in a row? Boom. All neck. I might miss that later. Another one, 3 in a row. I hate shooting around with bombs. They make me wait. I hate that shit. Now, I'm like, this is how old? Okay, so I'm like 42 right here. Anybody guarding me saying, yo, he look weak, let me guard him. They're not doing that. They putting somebody, what's that, 4 in a row? They put somebody respectful on me. That's 4 in a row. Five in a row. Off the rip. Off the rip. You go for 6? 6 in a row. Look, don't touch my ball. 6 in a row. 7 in a row. Hey, Shaq, what's up? Shooter. That's 7 in a row. Can I go for 8? 8 in a row. Okay, I probably missed it. So now, put some respect on my name. Shooter, shoot. Shoot, yeah. But of course, you see it. Now that's light. I got a video where I made 13 threes out in the outdoors, bro. outdoor, 13 threes. I made like 9, 10 outdoor. Yeah, that TMT was fucking fugazi as hell, bro. He said I was fucking around, Ron. There's no such thing as a Jamaican undefeated boxer. Or okay. Yo, but when you said that, I'm like, you could only be speaking about uh Lennox Lewis. I said, Lennox Lewis, I don't think he's considered a Jamaican boxer. I said, I could have sworn he's considered British. And I look it up, that motherfucker is definitely British. Yeah, but that was a dirty joke though, man. He said I was trolling. There's no Jamaican or Mexican undefeated fighters. What was Kawasaki? Kawasaki, he was some type of European, I'm guessing. So Charlie said, I'm biased. Did Kwame ever say why he doesn't want delineation? Well, we're gonna find out tomorrow. We're gonna find out tomorrow. Because today, Charlie, he was on his bad behavior. He was following. He's normally a good guy that that has good conversations, genuine conversations, but he was following under this dude, this tether named Jay. This tether named Jay just wanted to just try to shit on FBA. He didn't care about a legit conversation. So Kwame was easily influenced by what Jay was doing. He just picked up where Jay left off. Like just disrespecting us, like not even having a good, not even wanting to have a conversation. They was just disrespecting us, man. Like saying the most disrespectful shit. Oh, you FBAs, yeah, like even Mike American Dream was like, yo, well, the FBAs are like farm animals. They just being extra disrespectful. He was like, for what? Percy said, you got it. I figured that, but you right. I don't like race soldier, don't care. Good luck. He said, I'm a smoker. I drink color. Damn. He's a British Canadian. Yeah, so you knew that. You knew that right away. They built those skyscrapers. I read that part already. We definitely, so now look, tethers do come when we got good numbers. So I'm gonna play a video of me and the Jamaican who was actually nice, where we had a discussion about him. I was trying to convince him to return to Jamaica and help build it up. But you see, American Dream, these guys come over, Jamaicans, man, they are different. Not all of them, but too many. They are different. They are quick to throw away Jamaica. Some of them have no shame at all, no honor, nothing. They like, man, F Jamaica, I'm American. That's what American Dream just pretty much said. F Jamaica, I am American. Like, damn, that's some deep, deep self-hatred. You said F your homeland. So you just a vagabond. All right. Look at Brisket. Back brand out there shooting. Yeah, he's doing funny as hell. All right. So hey Mari, I'm about to take it down. I'm getting sleepy. And I am older, so that means I will fall asleep on this damn call. I did it yesterday, the day before.
All right, bro.
Yo, so pull up tomorrow, man. All right.
I appreciate me on, bro.
Yes, sir. Make sure you subscribe and tune into the next live.
Yeah, I got you, fam.
Tomorrow, man. Peace. I appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate